I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Wearing a black jacket or black and red sweatpants, last seen heading towards Suter. That's 3215 East Manhattan Boulevard, lower unit off of Wallace, 210.
210, okay, Adams and Erie. (221) David, you can cancel 210. We'll take that call. Give us an on-scene.
Copy that, David. 210, did you copy your Ida?
You know, back when I was in the academy, we would follow every toast with a song. It's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Come cheer up, my lads, come cheer up, my lads. It's better to have loved and lost. It's better to have loved and lost. Captain Jean-Luc Picard and never to have loved at all. The Federation starship, come cheer up, my lads, come cheer up, my lads. It's better to have loved and lost. Captain Jean-Luc Picard, 17346732147 Charlie 327897777643 Tango 732 Victor 73117887324767897764376. Lock. When I have plucked the rose, tingle grey hot, longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease. In faith, I do not love thee. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? When I have plucked the rose, longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease. In faith, I do not love thee. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? It's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Come cheer up, my lads, come cheer up, my lads. It's better to have loved and lost. Incredibly unbroken sentence moving from topic to topic. No one had a chance to interrupt. It was quite hypnotic. Incredibly unbroken sentence moving from topic to topic. No one had a chance to interrupt. It was quite hypnotic.
Hey, this is Whistleblower 52 for Open Minds of America, talking with marginalized communities on why hate has no place in Texas or America or on Earth. think that has any place in the city here? That kind of hate? You see, can you believe this? You don't think it should be taken down in the city? They shouldn't allow this kind of hate?
I find it repulsive.
From Newfoundland, we're from Canada, but we're Polish too. Like they came over because of the Holocaust.
So what was worse for them? Was it the Holocaust or Newfoundland? But you think it should be allowed to stay up?
Yes, I think so. Yes, even though I find it repulsive.
No, I want the city to take it down.
Yeah, it's been there for a while too.
Oh, it's been there for a while?
Yeah.
That's changed my mind. So I kind of like it because it gets people talking.
Tune in for the extended conversation tomorrow at 10. Even though I'm a little bit out of it today, Joe Lewis barged in, and he actually has broken the lock on my master bedroom. He uses his head as a battering ram, and he just boom comes in the morning because he wants pets, and then goes back to bed. So I woke up in the middle of a dream. You ever get that? Comment below. You wake up in that weird zone of sleep, and I still feel that way.
That's the worst.
And now I got to replace the lock on my door
Again.
It's just a great dog, but
he's just gonna keep knocking.
He just no, he busts open the door.
I'm saying you replace it. He's just
it's gonna happen.
You got to deadbolt that thing. Get one of those New York City secret
Yes, exactly.
7 lock doors.
Yeah, just open it with a chain.
Yeah.
Who is it? All right. Hey, we have a lot to get to today. We are going to be fact-checking the fact-checkers. Last we were with you, it was debate night, the VP debate night. Thank you. You guys, by the way, set a record stream. We appreciate it. And like I kind of thought would happen, they're not trying to address it a whole lot in the media. All they've done is try and say, you know what, he didn't answer on the 2020 election, and, that's it. But they have been circulating this sort of fact check on J.D. Vance, and it's wrong as it relates to Haitians being here illegally. And we'll explain that to you. I don't know if you know this. There's been a hurricane, and it's been an unbelievable tragedy. And what we're looking at right now is the difference between the people and the elite. The people want to help. They want to help their fellow neighbor. They can't because FEMA says, no, you have to help this way. Donald Trump is helping and has set up a GoFundMe with the people. Kamala Harris wants the help to be provided in an equitable way. When you follow the dogmatic religion of leftism, you fail to see the people right before you who need help, because everything is an ism. Also, a huge segment on the longshoreman strike, also known as the mafia.
You'll see the mob boss.
Yeah, you will see. Yeah. Let me ask you, picture what you think of working class union member in your head. Okay? Yeah, it's not that. Now add a $6 million house. Now add a 76-foot yacht. Now add a 6-figure salary plus benefits. These people, there was a relevant time for unions, with women being chained to a loom for 12 hours. But these days they're living off of, in most cases, your taxpayer dime too when you look at public sector unions. So if at some point today, because I don't really like what we say about unions, you see this on YouTube, head over to Rumble. It's a live show weekdays, 10 a.m. Eastern. And let me ask you this: what's the balance of automation versus corrupt union jobs? And is there a middle ground of, right to work and using efficient technology to maybe improve quality of life? Where do you strike that balance? Comment below. I think you're probably quite reasonable in comparison to a mob boss who makes millions a year. Number 2, CEO, how are you?
I'm doing well. Though I am more pro automation on docks than I used to be.
Yes.
So I see this strike and I'm like, oh yeah, definitely. You need to be automated out of a job. Thank you very much. How are you?
I'm doing okay. At some point this will be automated.
Well,
it'll just be AI.
And I don't want everybody to lose their jobs.
No, of course not.
When we get into the numbers, I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. There's no other place on the planet where you can have that much money and demand that much of a raise and still strike.
Yeah, the United States is nowhere near the top as far as efficiency of courts. We'll give you some numbers here. A lot of facts to get to today as to remove all doubt. And in third chair, when you hear this, know him, you love him. October 26th in Oklahoma City, Bricktown Comedy Club. Josh Firestein, how are you?
Good, good. My favorite baseball team just won a playoff series.
The
So,
Rangers?
No, the Padres.
Oh, they're not in yet.
Rangers are in. I'm going to ride that high for a couple days.
Good. I don't speak Spanish. But I understand.
Also, glad to know there's no longshoremen in Oklahoma City. I'm safe.
Yeah, there you go. Well, there's no shore. There are tornadoes.
Sure.
Hey, in sad news, and guys, we this is breaking. We often see people, as just as worthy political adversaries. It never stems from a place of hate. And sadly, Jimmy Carter has passed away.
Oh, wow, he just had his 100th birthday. I think he was dead when they wheeled him out there.
Oh, no, sorry. He turned 100.
Oh, okay. So it's like the news.
Yeah.
Though I think he's also dead at the same time.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to go to the tail of the tape. Here's a clip.
His head's up there.
There's a pillow behind it.
Now, I want you to watch him right now in this clip. Watch him. Remember this, because it is relevant. Yep, that man, hold on. That man, according to his grandson, also Jimmy, said, "I'm really excited to vote for Kamala Harris."
That's crap.
And we, of course...
do it in Morse code? How do you tell him?
Well, we reached him for comment on hitting 100, and he had this to say. Well, that's not helpful.
No. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know how to translate it.
Direct quote. Get going.
They don't even try and hide their lying anymore. Like, he's sitting there and he's... I'll tell you one thing. I really want to vote for that colored lady.
Right.
Exactly.
You know what it looks like? It looks like they brought him in to do a book signing or something.
Yeah. Yes.
Some guy's just taking photo. Get a selfie with Jimmy Carter, and he's
How would he sign books? They just put ink on his nose and just
gets a stamp.
There you go.
Unless he's mesmerized by a SpaceX launch, like the guy's dead in the chair. Okay.
No.
does he
He's
vote?
extremely excited to vote for Kamala Harris with great vigor.
How does he do it? He can't even lift his hand.
You got to give him props. That's the oldest president of all time.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I might sound ignorant here, but I thought Bill Clinton was like 110.
Yeah, that's
He's,
easy to make that mistake.
He's 78. It's great.
Yeah. Well, he's like 110 in demon years.
Yeah.
So, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, we do have a video that will be actually here Friday. Often, if you're not in Mug Club, you don't get to see this, but it's a whistleblower 50 something. Talking about our Build the Wall, Change My Mind billboard. It's kind of a reverse Change My Mind. I apologize that whistleblower is kind of an ass, but it's a lot of fun. All right, let's go to fact-checking the fact-checkers, because Tuesday, the VP debate, thank you for being with us. One of the moderators fact-checked Vance. They didn't fact-check Walls, I don't think at all. And if they did, it certainly wasn't to this degree. And this fact-check was over Haitian migrants, Haitian illegals. And this term, this is very important for you to understand, temporary protected status. The media wants you and hopes that you don't know what that means. So let's fact check the fact checkers.
Tweet check. Fact Trump. Trump fact check tweet. Fact check. News.
It's fun. So let's first go to this claim. Let's set this up. The claim, the fact check in the media, and of course, now the water's been carried by those on social media, that Haitians in Springfield, they actually, by the way, they have complete legal status.
The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace, Tim.
Just to clarify for our viewers, Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected.
Shut up, Miss Pink, is what you were thinking. So here's a tweet after that from the associate editor of Vox. We've had a few run-ins with him. Aaron Rupar saying, Trump's mass deportation will include legal immigrants. And of course, all references available. Link in the description. Go to louderwithcreditor.com every day. Call us out if we're wrong. Here's the truth. The Haitians in Springfield are in fact illegal. They are illegal immigrants. The technicalities, they've been granted temporary protection, right? Well, let's just use the term TPS. That's the term that they were talking about. Temporary protection status.
because of the Biden-Harris open border policy. Basically, they're still illegal. It's just that they're shielded from deportation. It's funny because the left gets so mad, the famous Nixon quote where he said, I'm saying when the president does it, it's not illegal. Here's the thing, that's true. He was talking about presidential immunity. What they're doing here is saying, yeah, if people come here illegally, if people have not gone through the process, it's not illegal if we just say they're protected. In any other scenario outside of the elites trying to replace giant percentages of an entire American city outside of that very limited scope, they would be illegal. Not just in the U.S., by the way, anywhere in the history of mankind.
Yeah. By the way, that's almost
fact-checked.
Worse to me. Oh, sorry. I stepped on the fact check.
You can be a little quicker on that.
Sorry.
I don't want to have to say it.
Keep going.
Yes.
No, that's almost worse to me than turning a blind eye to it. It's like it's segmenting a group of people and saying, yes, we know you're here illegally, but we're not going to let anybody do anything about it. And everybody's going to be treating you like an American citizen when you're not.
Right.
That's the fact check problem that you have.
Here's the silver lining, though. I don't know why I was moving like Woody from Toy Story.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Maz! All right.
Snake in my boot.
I don't know.
Like a marionette puppet.
The truth is that because it was done through basically presidential powers, where they're not illegal, but they were. Yeah, but they're not. But they were. But they're not. That means that another president can move in and just say, oh, sorry, we were wrong about that. They are illegal. So here's
Springfield is such a beautiful place. Have you seen what's happened to it? It's been overrun. You can't do that to people. They have to be removed.
So you would revoke the temporary protected status?
Absolutely. I'd revoke it and I'd bring them back to their country.
Do you remember in 2016 where that statement would have been shocking? Right. I don't know if you know this, for the first time in history, a majority of Americans actually support deportation. That's 54% of Americans support it, and 53% of Hispanics. Granted, a lot of them have annoying cousins who they don't want to see anymore. But
come on,
how many cars do you need in one driveway?
8.
You see, you've been in that neighborhood too.
I used to.
Hey, come on, only 2 of them work.
Yes.
Well, there's one in the yard too, so don't worry about it. Yeah.
This has been my house too.
They're project cars. It's good to have a hobby.
You'll know.
This isn't just about the poll being a majority of Americans. It reflects a shift because people understand there is a problem. That means that, including a significant percentage of Democrats, of people who would identify as liberal, have recognized how their neighborhoods and how their neighbors have been affected by this abysmal policy. So the left can say racism, wall is racist, deportation is racist. Americans are not buying it, and I think that they'll be less and less convinced. That number 54, I would expect that if we don't actually see serious deportation programs, it'll be over 60 within 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everything that they do surrounding this debate is actually pushing in Vance's favor, right? So one thing I wanted to highlight right after that, Vance said something that they clipped, and they did it out of context. He said, and you saw him put his hand up. He goes, hold on, I thought the rules were that you weren't going to fact check. And that's what people put out like, oh, Vance is afraid of a fact check. But he goes, I thought you weren't going to fact check. But since you are, I'll go ahead and set you straight on this. And he basically made the same point that we just made on temporary protected status being given by Kamala Harris.
Right.
And how that doesn't serve the American people at all. So instead of focusing on the issue, they're going, no, technicality. And not helping people. And when we get to the hurricane story in a minute, no, technicality, and not helping people. It's the same playbook on every single issue.
It's the elites versus you. It's just the elites don't look, like we've always talked about this. The devil doesn't show up in a creaky coffin with a bunch of cobwebs. The devil shows up as an extra bottle of booze, as maybe a secretary you shouldn't be hanging around too much, as maybe the wrong nightclub, as maybe that bag, whatever it is, drugs, booze, right? It shows up as something tempting. Doesn't show up as something that scares you. You think of the elite as eyes wide shut parties. No, the elite are, of course, you see the moderators right there. They're not affected by 20,000 illegal Haitian migrants in a city of 60,000 people. They're not affected by those living in southern border towns that are riddled with crime. Same thing when you talk about the elite. You don't think of FEMA as the elite. Well, hold on a second. They're not the ones who can't get the help because they're stopping people from bringing in supplies if they're not from preferred vendors, or people being threatened with arrest. We'll talk about this. Helicopters trying to help people. No, they're not the ones affected. They get to tell you the rules. Hey, you don't think of the elite as union workers on the docks, but they're not the ones whose goods and products are more expensive. They're not the ones who are going to suffer as you do to the tune of $4 billion daily potential damage to the American economy if they don't get their 77% pay increase. We'll get to all. I want you to just reframe, because you think swamp or elite, and this is what is very dangerous with people out there saying, they have these secret satanic parties. Hey, I don't know if you know this. Satanism takes place in broad daylight in front of you. It's the idolatry of self. It's the seeking out of pleasure and satisfying your own greed without thinking of the greater moral good. Or, of course, seeking God. If you're a Christian, which I am, but, maybe you're not. A lot of people aren't. Hell sucks. And none of this happens, by the way, when we're talking about the elite. There's no one who represents that more than the media, legacy media, and a lot of people in big tech. And that's why we do need your support, because, hey, without you, none of this happens. We have the election live stream of the century that we are gearing up for. We are going to be the place to tune into. We have tools and a foundation here that no media outlet has, whether it's being able to call states, being able to dispute states, having reporters on the ground in every major swing city of every major swing state, and a live electronic map for you to tune in, and cross streams out there. This is the place to be. It's been a multi-million-dollar undertaking, and we are supported by viewers like you. LiveWithCreditor.com/MugClip. Click that button. It's $89 annually, or try it just between now and election. Go Mugless for $9. You can't get the money. It's like,
sorry, guys.
It's like what, $15 to get to? So we'd be losing money.
Yes, it's more than that.
Yeah. What?
Don't worry about it.
We have to talk about our vendors.
Yeah, we're good. Moving on.
Oh shoot, the ports. So,
air freight.
Let's go on to the hurricane. Let's talk about this, because I will tell you this. I always am pretty hesitant to get into blaming with natural disasters. They did it with Bush and Katrina, saying, or Kanye, George Bush does not care about black people, for the greatest reaction in television history by Mike Myers. It's easy to just finger point, right? But sometimes you do have very clear-cut examples of red tape, bureaucracy, or ideology actually harming people and taking lives. And I think we've reached that point here with this hurricane and this administration. So, 3 days after Trump had gone to survey the destruction of Hurricane Helene, which is I've never heard that name. It's like Helene, but Helene.
Helene. Yeah, I think it's Dutch.
Could be.
I hope that explains it.
Yeah. Well, I think Dutch is when the hurricane just splits in two evenly. So Kamala Biden finally traveled to the area 3 days after Trump. And I don't know if you know, Biden is still allegedly former vice president.
Mm-hmm. Today, President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris both traveled to states affected by Hurricane Helene.
Former President Trump went to Georgia on Monday to get a first-hand look at the damage and help distribute supplies. He criticized Ms. Harris for not coming to the area immediately.
Okay. So you can just play the blame game. They didn't get here early enough. These people came later. Okay, but we do have a serious problem here. And you can comment below if you know what it is. I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's an ideology based on equity that kills actual people. The idea here, and if you see Kamala Harris, the administration, and FEMA under their watch have made it clear
actually don't have enough temporary shelters.
As we're dealing with natural disasters, and it doesn't matter what it is, by the way, natural disasters, if we're dealing with strikes, if we are dealing with public education, everything has to be done looking through the lens of equity.
It is our lowest income communities and our communities of color that are most impacted by these extreme conditions and impacted by issues that are not of their own making. And so absolutely. And so we have to address this in a way that is about giving resources based on equity.
So you hear that? Based on equity. Based on equity. That matters, because then you're going to be able to make sense of some of this red tape. Let me be really clear. Mother Nature is a cruel mistress, okay? I understand that. But right now, people have been dying in the United States of America. Well, at the debate, they were harping about climate change.
Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall.
So the solution for us is to continue to move forward that climate change is real.
Reducing our impact is absolutely critical.
The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora.
Oh, well, thank you for that relevant fact check, because I guess the overwhelming consensus among scientists is that this hurricane was caused by climate change.
No. It made it stronger. Apparently,
okay.
we've never had Category 4 hurricanes.
Oh, you know what? Hey, everyone, shut up. People are dying. So that was just symbolic.
No. Yeah.
People are dying. Want to talk about a 1.6 degree rise? Yeah. Follow up. Go fuck yourself. How about that? People are dying right now and they can't get food. And they don't have access to water, electricity. Oh, okay. We want to talk about polar bears. This is a gross exaggeration to make a point, but you understand what you're seeing here is the people who suffer and the elite who enact policy to protect themselves at the cost of your suffering. And I would say that with the people here, certainly in this election, you do have a very clear standout in Donald Trump. So let's look first at the hurricane. Donald Trump has done a lot, by the way. He started a GoFundMe, which raised, I believe, it was somewhere over $4 million. We can bring up that link.
Were there hotels?
And he's also worked with Elon Musk to try and mobilize Starlink to help these people.
We're trying to. I just spoke to Elon. I'm getting him. We want to get Starlink hooked up because they have no communication whatsoever. And Elon will always come through. We know that.
I believe, just an update on that, I do believe that Elon did come through for Starlink. So anybody who has Starlink in the affected area, and there's a map of this, it's actually going to work whether you've paid for it or not. So he's been able to kind of like geo kind of lock it to where it's in these areas. Starlink will work no matter if you paid for it or not. So if you have it or have access to one, and they can get those out, people will have access to communications.
That's great.
It's fantastic.
And if you're with Cricket, kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah, you're done. Try to book a flight on Spirit Airlines too. So
be sure to ziplock your weave.
Oh, come on.
So here's the crazy thing. Okay, Donald Trump raised with a GoFundMe over $4 million, and I suggest you go and help them out, raise donate whatever you can. Think about this for a second. And this is what's so perverse about someone who is currently in office, right, running for re-election. They basically, it's like senioritis, right? They just sort of leave the last year.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but the Harris-Biden campaign, and now Harris-Walz, they've already raised $700 million, right? $700 million.
For hurricane relief?
Yeah, no, it's for the campaign.
Oh.
For the campaign. You'd think, like, could you toss a few mil to the people who are dying? I know it's not my place to say, but you have someone who's not even in office who's raising millions of dollars for these people, and also giving his time, which, by the way, is very valuable for him. And of course, Kamala Harris couldn't be bothered to do that for a good long while, too. $700 million to beat the guy who was going down and helping? Nothing can just be given to these people? Oh, no, that's right. You want our tax dollars to go to it. And then let's see how that works out, because our tax dollars aren't going to help people. Our tax dollars are being laundered through FEMA and government bureaucracy in the name of equity. Don't know if you know this. People are dying.
Yeah. By the way, when we talk about FEMA, and we'll get to it in a minute, I just saw some lower thirds saying basically FEMA is running out of money. They don't have enough money to be able to do what they need to do. Do me a favor, research, pull up. There's a couple of charts going around on our pictures of what FEMA has been giving money to recently. Hint, not American citizens. We'll see why. Maybe they run short of funds here to help American citizens when they're displaced,
right,
and hurting.
Well, she was nowhere to be found. And then you have former Vice President Biden, who was at his beach house in Delaware when he was asked about his absence. Joe Biden is as Joe Biden does.
In retrospect, do you wish that you had more resources in North Carolina, knowing what you know now? And do you wish that you spent the weekend here in Washington rather than in Delaware?
Come on, stop kidding. Where in Delaware? It's 90 miles from here, okay?
Geography
I was
lesson.
on the phone the whole time working on that. And the resources, the question is not whether we get more. This is a list of every resource we're getting in there. But the question is how to get it in. It's hard to get it from point A to point B. It's hard to get it. Some of these roads are wiped out. Communities are wiped out.
But no
There's
helicopters?
no ability to land. There's no ability to get trucks through. There's no ability to get a whole range of things through. So, I mean, anyway, when I sound frustrated, I am.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. You're wrong about that. You're wrong about that. We'll show you people who've actually been able to go, locals who have done work.
Yeah.
Including, by the way, someone who was threatened with arrest if he did use a helicopter. So it's not that there's no place to lend, there's no place to do good. It's that the government can't do it. And so they want to make sure that nobody else does because they don't want to look bad. So let's again compare the people versus the elite. In this case, the people are the locals. Here's a man who borrowed a tractor and started clearing a path for emergency responders instead of, government officials.
Well, I don't know who these are, but I'm about to get to work, and I'll ask for forgiveness later.
Good for him. That's what you want to see, right? If ever you watch a film, it's the community coming together to help one another. These people are most affected. They know their neighbors best. It's almost like limited government and local government is more effective than federal government. Here's another good Samaritan. This man is Jordan. I want to make sure I get his name right. Sidam. I don't know his name. I've only read it. But this was a man who said, you know what? I'm going to take my helicopter, bring supplies to these areas that are inaccessible. And hey, isn't that wonderful? But instead, I don't know if you noticed, the government stepped in and said, no, do that. And you'll actually get arrested.
Stories of survival are now being shared days after Helene wreaked havoc in North Carolina. But one Pageland man's efforts to help are now the source of controversy. He flew his own chopper on his own dime to help stranded victims. But that man says he abandoned his rescue missions after a fire official threatened to have him thrown in jail.
Jordan Sidham piled food and water into his helicopter Saturday and headed up toward Banner Elk, the only way through a mountain gap in Lake Lure.
I was greeted by the at that time, I didn't know, but Lake Lure fire chief or assistant chief maybe, and he shut down the whole operation. He said, I'm letting you know. And at that point, he waved for 2 law enforcement officers to come over and told me that again, if I go back up the mountain, I would be arrested.
Just think about that for a second. You want to talk about the legitimate role of government? Arresting a citizen who's trying to bring supplies to people who could die? That's the role of your government. Yes, they're the government. They're here to help, right? Also, this isn't just something that exists in a vacuum. So here's someone from Twitter. His name is Ryan Tyre, talking about FEMA in this situation. This is the rule, not the exception. He said, I cannot confirm the reasons why in North Carolina, but I can tell you the reasons in other storms I have worked. I was able to coordinate several trucks full of supplies to be brought down. But I was informed in that meeting that all the semi-trucks full of food, water, and hygiene supplies were to be turned around. The reason they gave us was that these donations were not from companies on their preferred vendors list. So the good news is, though, FEMA and these people, while stopping citizens from being actual neighbors, they're giving a whopping $750 to victims. So that'll handle your house repairs. And why is this happening? Goal number one on FEMA's website is instill equity as a foundation of emergency management. Equity. That's where we are. Equity, not equal opportunity, but equity, meaning ensured equal outcomes. We usually refer to that when we're talking about job space or school affirmative action. In this case, because it's a religion, leftism, and a huge portion of it is equity, we've actually injected that dogma into natural disaster relief. There should, hey, was your house destroyed? Are you in the area of the natural disaster? Are you in the danger zone? Guess what? You get help, and you're allowed to help your fellow citizens. There you go. That's equity.
Yeah. The next one's not.
Could you think of anything
Monday,
less
but
relevant
right now, I mean,
than race or sexual orientation at a time like this?
Bring anybody else new on. I'm gonna have to.
Well, the government certainly sees it that way.
Yeah, can't even help your neighbor.
Yeah.
What's that Tim Walz saying? One person's neighborly is another person's illegal.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
Apparently, yeah. Neighborliness is great right up until you try to help people in a disaster. Now, I was talking to Mr. Benziger yesterday. He's getting some information out of North Carolina and I believe maybe Tennessee area that he's like, this is really, really, really troubling information. He's trying to corroborate it. So I connected him with Mug Club Undercover. Hopefully we'll have an update for you guys on that. But nothing about this seems like it's being handled correctly is the main point. The problem with that is that people's lives are on the line.
Yeah.
People's lives literally are on the line right now. Unfortunately, a lot of times our attention gets redirected somewhere else. It's election or it's Israel or it's something else right now when you have people in your own backyard not being taken care of. And this is exactly who Donald Trump is on every single issue. America first is not saying America and nobody else. It's saying America first.
Yeah.
And it does not seem like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, based on their response, have any understanding of how to put Americans first. Every decision they make puts other people ahead and says we have to be equitable about this, and citizens can't do it. By the way, if you own that helicopter or not tractor, track hoe, just saying so we don't get admonished later on, make them arrest you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just make them arrest you. I'm in a helicopter, sir. I'm going to do exactly what you say until I'm 15 feet off the ground, then I'm flicking you off and I'm going to help some people. Sorry, I'm doing it. Find me.
Let's put this in context. You think people in North Carolina pay, you think those people pay taxes? A good portion of them pay taxes? Probably.
Yeah.
So they helped fund over, I don't know what the number is now, over $100 billion at least pledged to Ukraine. I believe over $150 billion pledged at this point. So they spent money to send that over there.
Yeah.
They get $750 right now. And they pay for the government to block their neighbor from helping them with tractors and helicopters. Does that seem like a government that is looking out for the people at that point? How many more signs do you need? And I want to make one more point, too, here. They're talking about climate change during the debate in relation to this natural disaster. I was in Cancun, right, back when they had the Cancun Climate Summit. It was still the Kyoto Protocol, I believe, before it became the Kyoto Accord, before it became the Paris Agreement. I always forget. I went Montreal, Kyoto, Paris. All right. I was there. All right. Let's put it this way. These people in North Carolina facing this tragedy, they have been thrust into a scenario where they are temporarily in the third world. It's a microcosm of the third world, right? They don't have access to energy, supplies, food, communication, electricity. And you see how disastrous it is in that scenario, right? If they don't have access to basic energy, clean food, which of course also, by the way, requires energy to transport. Okay, so it's terrible. What about the rest of the globe that is in the third world every day? When those people are struggling for food, for energy, natural gas, and you sit on your podium talking about climate change. People in the third world die every single day so that you can drive your shitty white guilt symbol of a Prius and act like you're helping them. Let's be really clear. Here in the United States, in your day-to-day, gas prices go up. All right, maybe we're eating chuck roast tonight. In an area like Mexico, outside of the tourist areas that rich white people from the States get to visit, energy goes up that same price. It's inconvenient for you. They die.
Tyrant Hunter.
They can't eat their food.
Freaking media. We're all.
They don't have access to food.
In
clean
downtown
water.
Asheville, like 2
I
days
just want to put that into context. You think of what these Americans are going through right now, and by the way, they shouldn't, because this is the United States of America. We've created better, and yes, we deserve better. But that is the rest of the world on a daily basis. And the climate change-based policies are catastrophic and murderous. You can let me know if you disagree. If you think it's more important to ensure, if you believe that we could prevent a 1.6 degree temperature rise. You know what? Call it 4 degrees. I don't care.
Here's what I was talking about with the FEMA funds too. Look at that. $110 million emergency food and shelter program. Migrants. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars.
For the people.
Not that I don't have a heart, but it's America first.
For the people, by the people.
Doesn't make sense that it's coming from FEMA, like the disaster relief.
Yeah.
That's a disaster? I mean, I guess it is a disaster that they created.
The border is a disaster.
It's
official. By the way, that's a great point, Josh.
I walked myself right into that one.
It certainly is for Lime Scooter in New York.
The Harris administration has admitted that the border problem is a disaster because they've used FEMA to try to solve it.
Yes.
Dang, look at that. I thought of that, and I that was a concept I really thought premeditated.
Yeah, but I don't understand what's happening.
I don't either.
And here's the thing, though, by the way, I'm not a doomsday theorist or, a prepper, as people would call it. But I lived through the Montreal ice storms where a lot of people died, too. We had Hurricane Harvey with people being affected here in Texas. Natural disasters, they happen all the time here in the United States. And it does help to be prepared. I've talked about this with you. Having some food that can be stored for, an indefinite amount of time, having some clean water, having an ability to heat it. I've often said that Everclear is something very useful, not to drink. You'll burn your esophagus, but it can be an antiseptic. It also can be used as a fuel for some of these cooking apparatus. What was that?
And for thirst.
And for thirst. Yeah. Well, you can certainly trade it with the drunken marauders.
Yeah.
So Everclear, if you're underage, of course, absolutely not. Food, water, a way to prepare these things, ideally some kind of emergency generator. Just be prepared ahead of time if you can. Hey, what's that? Looks like a hatch.
Should we open it?
I think we have to. It looks old.
Listen, you smell something?
I can't see a thing. It's too dark. Hello?
Well, hello, boys. Is it all clear out there?
Clear? What? How long have you been down there?
Since Y2K? Did the computers destroy the world?
No. Not the way you think.
Yeah, it's a long story. Wait, how have you been surviving down there since before 2000?
Canned beans and pickles.
How have you survived 20 plus years on pickles?
Pickles was my German Shepherd.
God, gross.
Okay, just, is there anything you need that we can maybe help you with?
A fresh bucket of shit.
Yeah, we don't have. Did she say shit? Did she say shit bucket?
Like a bucket to shit in?
Or should be like a bucket of shit? There's no way. Do you say shit? Like a shit bucket to shit in?
No.
You want a fresh bucket of shit?
Yes.
I don't think we should help this lady. I don't feel good about it.
God, she's eating her dog.
But she's also eating shit.
You don't know that. What should be doing other things with it?
What should we do? It's not a shit bucket. She corrected me and said it's a bucket of shit.
Maybe she's building another.
She's not trying to get building. She's not building stairs. Look, we can't get you a bucket of shit, but I think I can do you one better. How about a 3-month supply emergency food kit from Patriot Supply? They're the leading brand in emergency food supplies. And if you go to prepwithcrowder.com.
Like on a computer?
Yeah.
Come back when you got a fresh bucket of shit.
Go to prepwithcrowder.com. Prepwithcrowder.com. It is prepwithcrowder.com. I'm supposed to say it 3 times, I think. And actually, right now there's a special $50 off a 4-week emergency food kit.
Yeah.
Very nice people, too.
Yeah, they are. And look, I know that there's a disaster going on right now, and hopefully people are motivated to think like this could happen to me, right? Because it absolutely can in different ways, different disasters, different areas you can have stuff happen. So just make sure you're prepared. Like I've heard stories about what they need right now, and it breaks my heart because it's diapers, it's baby formula, it's food, it's bottled water. Those are kind of the necessities, those staples that you guys should have. And obviously these guys don't sell diapers or baby formula. Make sure if you have kids, have some of that extra laying around that you're not touching in case something happens.
Also, by the way, if you don't have toilet paper, do not try and cobble together a makeshift bidet with a siphon hose. That water will actually make you more infected.
Really?
Yeah.
Had no idea.
Yeah. Careful.
Though bidet is not the first thing on my mind if, all hell breaks loose, but thank you for
Well, that's because you're an unsanitary.
That's not true.
Yeah, now we know something gross about you.
Yes.
Oh, you use a bidet, Josh? You use a bidet?
I do. It's heated and everything.
You do not.
I have
demand
a
proof.
mobile one. I bring it with me places. I bring it with me to the bathroom here.
You don't.
Yeah.
I do. I sit down to pee and I use it then
Yes,
too.
he does.
But you know what, Gerald?
What?
I've lost it. Is it a foot pump?
Well,
bidet?
Gerald, we
It's a
all
super
can agree that
soaker.
Gerald needs a bidet and delousing powder.
Oh, yeah, he needs 2 bidets. That's what I say. You need 2 bidets because we know how hairy you are. I'm
Yes,
sure.
true. That's true.
I'm sure it's not trimmed
How
anywhere
would the
else.
second bidet help?
It's just to save time at that
good
point.
measure.
It's
He
just
doesn't know
efficiency.
how to use
Neither
Yeah,
one did you have.
2 streams are better than one, I think.
Yeah, 2 streams are better than one.
Yeah. Got to get it from both angles.
Speaking of disaster, let's get to the strike of the longshoremen. So,
The bravest among us.
the bravest among
How
us.
you have to say it, by the way.
Longshoremen.
Yes.
My father was a longshoreman. I'll be a longshoreman.
Used a gantry.
My entire family tree will be longshoremen. Why are you saying it like that? I don't know. I'm trying to make it fun. So, and the theme today is the people versus the elite. You may not think of the elite as massive unions, but I assure you they are.
The bosses.
Yeah, the management of the unions. But I'm going to tell you, even in this case, when you're talking about the longshoremen, the base salary and the benefits.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's not even close to the average American. So this idea that this is being done to ensure American job sustainability, no, it's not true. And I understand, that automation is an issue, and I don't necessarily know how we solve all of it, but everyone has a line. And I'll get to the automation point. Let me just lay this out for you, okay? You ever go, I don't know, if you ever going on a road trip and you see a bunch of road construction,
yeah,
you don't look at it and think that's a beacon of government efficiency, right? But you see
Especially
them
not 5 years later when it's still there.
Yeah, especially in New Jersey.
But you see them with bulldozers, you see them with steamrollers, right? Okay, well, here's the thing. Those are all forms of automation to some degree. I don't know if you know this, you could employ more people through the taxpayer dime if you only gave them shovels and rakes, like we did at one point in time. Hey, you can employ even more people if you just use spoons, which I don't know if you know, we did that during the Great Depression, FDR, right? Unemployment, all of a sudden that went down when we just said, hey, let's just give people shovel-ready jobs. Go to northern Michigan, see the up north trees as we know them. They just had people that say, hey, go plant trees. They planted them in rows, so you'll see these either pine or cedar trees that are sticks with a mushroom tip at the top and nothing else. Why? Well, it was employment. But is it a useful job? So everyone has a line as far as automation. Is it the automobile? Is it a tractor? Is it planes? Or is it, just automating certain portions, for example, of our ports here in the United States to be up to speed with the rest of the world as they began to do this in 1993? So Tuesday, the International Longshoremen's Association, the ILA, they went on strike for the first time in nearly 50 years. Today is going to be a history lesson. It's a lot of fun and angering.
Tonight, crucial ports that fuel the American economy from New England to the Gulf Coast at a standstill after tens of thousands of union dock workers walked off the job. The International Longshoremen's Association and the U.S. Maritime Alliance failing to reach a deal.
Ah, yes, failing to reach a deal. And again,
poor guys.
Just hear me out here. What you think of as the union workers and management, it's not that. So the ILA president, Harold Daggett, he actually threatened, he's an old school break your legs guy, to cripple America.
I'm going to stab you through the heart with a fucking pencil. Do you understand me?
Sorry, right clip, but here's another clip.
When my men hit the streets, from Maine to Texas, every single port, a lockdown. You know what's going to happen?
Tell us.
First week, be all over the news every night, boom, boom. Second week, guys who sell cars can't sell cars because the cars ain't coming in off the ships. They get laid off. Third week, malls start closing down. They can't get the goods from China. They can't sell clothes. They can't do this. Everything in the United States comes on a ship. They go out of business. They're going to be like this. Who's going to win here in the long run?
You'll be choking
You're better
them?
off sitting down, track, and let's move on with this world. And in today's world,
Sounds like
I'll cripple
extortion.
you. I will cripple you, and you have no idea what that means. Nobody does.
You mean you'll pay someone else to cripple us because I don't think you could waddle my way quickly enough. Now, I want to make this...
Looks like the snowman from the old school Christmas movie.
Yeah. Silver and gold on my Christmas tree.
Love that chain too, by the way.
Everything you've been told. Now, it would be one thing if you believed, hey, these are people who are underpaid. These are this is the backbone of America, and the offers that have been made have been cutbacks and basically no concessions. None of what you have been led to believe with the working class hero bullcrap, name that movie line, is true. Here's what the ILA has been offered: a 50% pay raise, more employer contributions to retirement plans. Actually, the employer contributions have the offer, it's triple.
Yeah.
Okay. And retaining the status quo on port automation. That's what has been offered. Okay. Now you may
50% pay raise.
50% pay raise. What? Now you may be thinking, hey, that's just like people working the factories 7 days a week for 12 hours without a piss break.
Coal mine.
Granted, 50%, it's paltry. I know you, if you're not a union worker out there in the rest of the private sector, you probably see that every 6 months. What their demands include 77% pay raise over 5 years.
Jeez.
And less automation in ports. Less than exists now, which has put us behind the rest of the world in basic management of our ports. So 45,000 people on strike. JP Morgan has estimated that it could cost the American economy $3.5 to $4.5 billion a day. Of course, the Kamala and Biden administration took the side of the ILA, even though a lot of union workers don't like them at this point anyway. They urged the U.S. Maritime Alliance to come to a fair deal because 50% pay increase and triple employer contributions wouldn't suffice.
It's not very fair. It's an insult, really.
Yeah. And let's be really clear, too. When you're talking about 95% of the ILA political contributions, they've gone to Democrats. 13 of the top 25 political donors of all time are unions, some of which are public sector unions, just to be clear. So when you think, you think big oil, you think big pharma. Yep, there's corruption, of course, with lobbyists, but across the board. But a lot of people overlook the unions. That's why they feel so bold in demanding a 75% pay raise.
77 years. Yeah.
77% over 5 years.
It's hard.
Are you kidding me?
Well, hold on. Are they? I mean, we'll get. They must not be being paid all that much.
Exactly. They're not being paid very well.
We got to stand with our brothers.
Yeah, because if they're being paid super well, if they own things like it would be, you'd think racketeering.
The raise they want is most people's annual salary.
Yes, exactly.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah,
that is fair.
Yes,
I have a hard time getting on board with that.
It's a very good point. And former Vice President Biden, of course, was actually set to speak with the union leader of the longshoremen, but he went to the wrong place. And that is not, it's an easy mistake to make.
Oh, come on, Joe.
What is democracy?
So let's go through. I could picture him saying on the drive-thru.
Yeah. Sir, that's not on the menu.
Let's go through the claims here. Their claim that the ILA, they're protecting the downtrodden workers. Our ILA brothers and sisters play a critical role in keeping the American economy running, and they deserve industry-leading wages and robust job protections for the vital work they perform. Here's the truth, and it's not even within the realm of argument. These ILA workers are incredibly well compensated. They're holding you hostage so that they can get fatter. Let me be really clear. It would be one thing if they wanted what a fair market price, would offer them. What you make. Make no mistake, there's kind of three tiers in the United States as far as employees. There is public employees, namely federal, government workers. Okay, they get the Cadillac benefits, right? They do not. They have the kind of job security that you could only pray for. Then you have giant ass union workers, and then you have the rest of you. And some of you may look at that and say, well, then I want to be in the giant ass union pool. Sure, but then we would have no industry left because it's entirely unsustainable. For proof, look to any major industry that is dominated or controlled by these unions.
Also selective.
Yes.
The unions are very selective, and you can't just get in.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Son and a son of a son of a son of a son of a son. So let me write this, lay this out for you. All references available every day. Link in the description. The base salary for ILA members, okay, not including overtime. The base salary is $81,000. Most ILA officers make base salary over $200,000 a year. Okay, so base $81,000. I doubt many people are making that, and then the officers make over $200,000. Now that's not even to consider 6 weeks vacation.
Wow.
I'm sure you watching right now, you get that, right? And you think the solution is you need 6 weeks vacation if you don't have it. Or you think maybe split the difference. They have unbelievable health insurance, pensions, the kind that, of course, you could never imagine. $1,000 a year. In just his annual salary, he has a $6 million house in New Jersey and a 76-foot yacht.
Well, he sold it.
We're the backbone.
Yeah.
We're the backbone of society. We're going to cripple your economy. Really, Mr. $6 million house? Hey, I don't talk about my salary and money is pretty vulgar, but I will tell you this. I've decided to run a business. I haven't made anywhere close to this guy. He doesn't own anything. He's a shakedown artist. And by the way, his two sons make over $200,000 a year as ILA officers.
Find me
like
the
you're
picture
talking
of his
about.
house. I want there's a picture of his house going around. You just need to see it to believe it.
Well, that's not good for him.
Well,
and you can go
his address.
You can go back and look at his history. I know you're thinking, does this guy have mob connections? Of course he does. Here you go from the NY Post. He was actually a co-defendant during this. It was like a 2005 RICO trial. Someone was dead. I don't know. You can go and read up on it. The point is,
Co-defendant, he was found dead in a trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Point is, people found dead. He has a $6 million house, 76-foot yacht, and a $700,000 annual salary, plus unbelievable benefits. And that money stays in the family.
Holy cow.
Looks like a bit of almost like a penis. A little bit. It's like
See what you want to see, Gerald. Yeah, I wasn't thinking that at all. Actually, you told me that earlier, and I was like, I don't. That's crazy.
No, you're the one that told me that, John.
No,
Let's
that
not
looks like
lie
a
about that.
splatter.
By the way, if you add up some of that compensation that we were talking about to that base salary, $150,000 plus for those people with overtime and some of the benefits added in.
Yeah.
Can you imagine an American worker getting that? By the way, don't forget the pension part of that, which is about $100,000 per year after you do not work anymore for them.
Yeah,
that's
current.
That is
offered 50. At what point do you say? Hey, maybe unions aren't looking out for the American worker, out for the unions. And here's another claim that they'll make, because you don't want to focus on Daggett. He's very easy to dislike. It would be hard to like him.
I mean, it's hard to imagine somebody with that kind of goatee living in that kind of house.
Yes. You think his servants like, all right, shave my Fu Manchu.
No, he does that himself.
Yeah, he's because I'm a working man. So they're also claiming that the ILA's demands. And this is an important thing, and you'll see some of these populists on the right say, well, yeah, and I agree, automation, we are reaching an unprecedented time where almost everything could be automated through AI, but that's not what we're talking about here. So they are claiming that these demands will actually safeguard future jobs.
We want to protect these good American jobs for the people that work 24 hours a day to preserve America's economy and keep moving America's commerce moving.
Everything is hyperbole with these 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
So every person is going to be dead within 2 weeks because they don't sleep?
I feel like a union might have negotiated non-24-hour work days.
I feel like
a long time ago.
No, you don't understand. They get 6 weeks paid vacation if they work 24 hours a day for the rest of the year.
I see.
That's not a bad deal for the company then, I guess.
It's 4-hour shifts, so
Yeah, well, that's why I better thank a union member.
Better thank a union member. Here's the truth. The demands that they're making will accelerate job losses unbelievably. So let me give you some the more I dove into this and the more that Lane the Brain dove into this, it was funny.
Yeah.
Little history lesson. 1964, the ILA, they went on strike. Right. It resulted in guaranteed annual income, 6 figures when adjusted for inflation. So this idea that if you go back to the 60s, they were necessarily, again, they were still living very high on the hog compared to the rest of the American workforce.
3
at
jobs
that
to
point in
make
time.
80 grand.
Okay. So the result between 1964, that was right after the strike ended, right? Guaranteed annual income.
This is great.
64 to 1977, not one new longshoreman was hired.
Wow.
So they got what they wanted and then closed the door, pulled the ladder up behind him. We're looking out for the American worker. Really? Oh, so this idea is that, well, then you want all Americans to be, oh, no. Sorry, we're full. Let me give you another example.
Jeez.
Elevators.
Oh, it's flying.
In 1945, the New York City elevator operators, and they were unionized. They went on strike. The city lost $100 million. Okay. 1945, city lost $100 million. Okay. So you would think, all right. So this is a good example. Back then, of course, unions were relevant. They went to bat for their workers, and they came out on top. Well, what happened is by 1950, the automatic elevator was standard. And by 1970, there were no more elevator operators.
Dallas, Texas was the first one to get one. That's nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
it's also a bold time to go on strike. 1945.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it like after August-ish or what?
You get home from Japan or from the Pacific, and there's a guy at the elevator. Nope,
can't do it.
Won't do it, pal.
Take the stairs.
This is what you fought for. Get up the stairs.
Hey, don't worry. Look, they can't replace this. They're gonna feel the pain. What do you mean? You can replace it with godforsaken numbers. Well, shit, I didn't see that happen.
Yeah, just by push a button now.
So you think an elevator's a computer's gonna be able to remember how many numbers are gonna go up?
Come on.
No, can't do it.
There's like 20 floors here.
And even then, you think you're gonna get a computer to know that you can't have a 13th floor?
Yeah,
Wait, what do you want? What do you want? I have to answer a damn ghost?
Is that a New York thing? There's no 13th floor?
No, that's everywhere.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
People
not right. I've seen 13th floors all over the place.
No, you have
Well,
not.
You went to unlucky places, and that's probably what happened.
You're
to
just
you.
haunted, Gerald.
Yes, you are. Here's another claim that they're making. This is for the worker, that the U.S. ports need to ban automation because, and you'll hear those workers saying that it will cost, and in some cases it's true. In this case, is no. It will cost them their jobs.
The ILA is fighting for respect, appreciation, and fairness in a world in which corporations are dead set on replacing hardworking people with automation. Employers push automation under the guise of safety, but it is really about cutting labor costs to increase
Barely read.
their already exceptionally high profits. The truth is robots do not pay taxes.
Oh yeah, tell that to Robot Snipes.
What?
Which, yep.
Yep, he should have done it. Pay your taxes, robot snipes.
That came out better.
I love this. Record profits. How much are you making? About $300,000 plus 6 weeks paid vacation and benefits. But it's the corporations that are greedy.
Measly, measly 300 grand.
Lane sent in that guy was Bronx John Oliver.
Yes. and here's that President Daggett, the criminal, also alleged, added, we want absolute airtight language that there will be no automation or semi-automation. Okay, let me give you.
No.
That means basically you want your workers who reek of Benson Hedges and Bengay to be perpetually employed. The truth here is that the lack of automation, we have an apples to apples comparison.
Yes.
Hurts American ports. So only 3 terminals in the United States, all in California, are actually fully automated. Only 3 on the East Coast are semi-automated. Okay. Now, I'm not just going to compare us to China here. Because, by the way, I don't know if you know this, but the overly representative power and influence of the unions empowers China. I don't know if you know that, because that's what makes things so unaffordable here. And unfortunately, made in America often now means crap. And that's because of union workers. I mean, American auto manufacturing has fallen behind. Anyone who tells you American auto is still the best is lying to you. It's just not true. They make better cars in the United States at the Toyota hub. And I say I would love to see that change. It can't change if you have the kind of influence that you see here from the unions who do so at your expense. They are elite. The rest of you are not. There's a split the difference. So China has 18 fully automated ports. So what do you think happens when American union workers say no automated ports and China has 18 and they have 27 more under construction? Now, I know what you're thinking. It's not fair, for example, to compare slave labor of China. Sure, in this case, that's not really what we're doing. We're talking about basic technology being used to not only make things more efficient, but enhance security measures. But let's go to another country. Rotterdam Port, Netherlands, has been automated since 1993.
Seriously?
These unions have been resisting basic
31
improvements
years?
in technology since 1993. And here's a look at what that port in the Netherlands looks like, again, since 1993.
The high crane, which takes the containers from the ship, he places them in a sort of depot where 4 containers can be placed. That's not on the quay, but on the crane frame. And then the lower crane picks up the containers from that depot and puts them on an AGV.
Is that a tour?
Yeah, it looks like
You pay for that?
And we've done this since 93, and the Americans only got a couple.
Yeah. And I
don't know why I
asked you
had
a
that
trick
accent.
question. Yeah, I don't know.
What was that?
Netherlands, look, we've been doing this since
listen.
1993.
It's the same boss over there, okay?
Yeah. We're not the same as your fat union workers. So I asked you a trick question because I already know the answer, and you can research the answer, go to the references. We make them available every day. The result is, I know what you're thinking. Okay, we're probably not as competitive as we could be with the rest of the world as it relates to ports. Close. Out of the top 50 most efficient ports in the world, 0 American ones make the list. Union made, American quality. Not one out of the top 50. The United States of America, for God's sake. You starting to get the picture? You think we can't do better than the Netherlands at anything? That's because we're shooting ourselves in the foot. We're allowing guys like Daggett to break our legs. And here's the thing. Yes, I understand that there is a balance. Okay, there is a balance. And yeah, if you just allow corporations to automate everything at the expense of workers, at the expense of the middle class, you know, kind of like you saw during COVID, the greatest wealth transfer in American history at the behest of Democrats. But, you know, they're looking out for you. The truth is, in many circumstances, automation can be good for people. So let me give you an example. In 2019, there was I think it was a port. Was it LA? Yeah. It was automated. It immediately made supply chains work more efficiently. Ships were sitting at sea for shorter periods of time. And you may not realize this, but the truck schedules were more consistent. So truck drivers actually earned more money. One truck driver actually wrote this. This comes from Reason magazine. Automation meant no longer having to wait hours and hours in long lines because the dock workers decided to leave early to go to lunch and come back late.
I love how he lays on the dock workers and you're like, boom.
Well, and that's the problem is you'll have a union here that only cares about themselves and a union here that only cares about themselves. Well, a second. I thought the idea was to be unionized, right? But the truck workers are at odds with the dock workers, and the dock workers are at odds with the truck workers, and I'm sure that they're at odds with the UAW. They don't all come together. They're all trying to get their piece of the pie as opposed to baking more pies. And by the way, you get none of the pie if you are not a union worker. And I know so many people say, well, yeah, but we should just all be union. States should not be allowed to be right to work. States should require that everybody join a union. That's the solution to some people. But let me ask you this. Do you actually think that these kinds of salaries, these kinds of benefits are sustainable for the rest of the country? 50 of the top ports in the world were not even one of those spots. Yeah. 0 out of 50 spots. You want to apply that to every other industry? So let's stop with the working class hero BS that people use as a talking point to sort of perpetuate, I would say, in a phony way, populism. And we actually do need to look at the numbers. And we actually do need to look how technology can be used to serve humanity. Yes. In this case, they're preventing it. They're forbidding it. And here's the thing. If they had their way, there wouldn't be any innovation. I gave you the example of the elevators, right, and the guaranteed income for the long, and no people were hired. This one I just wanted to save to the very end of the segment because it's beyond funny.
She's here, but she's not doing an interview.
In 1977, and no matter what I say today, you'll say that's hyperbole, and believe me, I mean, I've been physically assaulted by unions and then had to have armed security because they followed me to my car with guns telling me they would kill me in Michigan when it went right to work. Okay, I have plenty of experience with unions. I know these types, not all, but certainly the representation. So no matter what I say, you will have people try and dismiss me as working for the elite, even though we are funded by you, Mug Club. All right. And you would say that I'm joking or being misleading. That's why checking the reference is important. In 1977, the ILA went on strike to oppose the use of containers.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Containers. We're not talking about AI. We're not talking about typewriters. We're not talking about forklifts. We're talking about containers.
Like shipping containers?
Yes. The steel shipping containers.
They were hoping for different containers, or
no,
no containers at all. What
you got to do is you got to have that rope netting thing.
You got the rope thing because look, you got to have a guy tie the rope,
right,
and then you got to have a guy double check the rope. Mm-hmm. Then you got to have a guy smoke for 19 minutes, and then you got to have a guy who make sure you get 6 weeks paid vacation with rollover days.
Containers.
They opposed containers. Hey, anyone out there who's not working in one of these massive unions, I don't know. You think you'd be able to, if you work a desk job, oppose pens?
Email. Anti-email. Big pen.
It's a giant racket. That's what it is. So what's the solution here? Okay, well, first off, you stop kowtowing to unions. I think that's step number one. It also, keep in mind that Biden's bipartisan, the infrastructure bill, it prohibited using any funds to automate ports. So that's good. So what I would say is consider privatizing ports. considering that let's consider maybe training programs for people who are working at these ports so they're not displaced, but they can actually go to a new job where technology serves as a net added benefit. And then you can go and work another job because this is something that has reached the point of automation. Sort of like automobiles compared to horse and buggies. Sort of like bulldozers compared to whatever they had to use, blunt, heavy objects before bulldozers. Everything advances, and we need to focus on using technology to serve humanity, not to replace humanity. And there are plenty of examples of that having taken place. You could probably offer some early retirement packages for the older workers. They did that in Rotterdam when it was automated. And, let's actually look at, people are not going to like this, breaking up the power of these unions. Look, if there could be some kind of a policy that just requires it to be within striking distance of the national average for a comparable job as it relates to salary, benefits, vacation, then maybe you could split the difference. Then maybe people who are actually in poor states or municipalities who feel as though they're being taken advantage of, and that does happen, maybe their cost of, their quality of life could be brought up if the unions are just willing to share a little bit of a piece of their pie. Maybe there could be some kind of averaging on a national or state by state level so that there isn't this discrepancy of people like Daggett who you see and someone working for a private company who, by the way, is making a good living as much as their employer can afford, but isn't living as high on the hog. I don't know. Maybe it could be something comparable to, let's if we had a direct comparison. Oh yeah, that's right. UAW, the big three, how much they make and cost, of course, the American taxpayer versus American auto workers for Toyota here in the United States, or Hyundai, who still make very, very good wages, but work outside of some of these union constraints. And I don't know if you know this, they're happier and have a better quality of life. The unions won't tell you that, though. Let's just split the difference. Is that reasonable? You can comment below. That's a starting point. But you won't hear that. I believe actually right now it's we're supposed to go to Chat Thursday.
Yeah, Chat Thursday.
It's just we went long. A lot to get to.
Yeah. Nothing happens if it's not from the union.
Or a government NGO.
That's true. it's basically like government.
You're drowning. You need help. You need food.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We don't
NGOs.
serve Nestle here.
What color are you?
How you voting? No, I mean, Josh, you were making a good point when we were talking about it. Like,
oh yeah, like this guy. If I was in the union, if I was a union worker, I'd be pretty upset with my union leader right now because his salary is most likely paid completely by dues.
So,
right?
And I think that's a good point because that would be the intuitive response. Like, I'm going to be pissed off at this guy because he's so high on the hog.
They offered us 50%. Why? Maybe take it. Take it, rich fat guy who's taking all of our dues money.
So here's the problem. He'll get more than 50%. That's the whole problem with this situation is that it's not ever a self-correcting problem because this union boss will cripple those ports in the economy and get more than 50%. He will get somewhere, I don't think he'll get 77, we'll see what ends up happening, but he'll get somewhere between 50 and 77%, and his union members will be like, there you go.
He'll cripple his union is what he'll do.
No, he won't. 2-3 weeks, that doesn't matter.
No, I'm saying just like the elevator operators, it'll happen.
Well,
they
the
will get pushed
automation
out, and it'll be in part because of how strictly they negotiated and how stubborn they were.
That's why he is drawing a line in the sand on automation, because that is the only move, you're right, by the company that they can do to go, okay, well, if we can't deal with these unions any better than this, then we'll just have fewer workers to have to deal with. We can't get rid of everybody, but we'll automate as much as we can. And he's trying to keep it from happening. He's trying to make sure that they can't even do that, even if that's the way that we should go. Like, remember when McDonald's and all those people in California were forced to pay $15 an hour for minimum wage?
Yeah.
And everybody's like, $15 an hour, that's great. It's like, yeah, now there's like half the employees at McDonald's, because I don't need somebody to screw up my order in person. I can just make sure that it's correct on a screen when I boop, 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 and hit a button.
And thousands of businesses just closed too.
You know what, too? The thing is, like, individually, I think we always talk. You ever get to the point where you're overwhelmed with news? You're like, you know what? I'm just going to shut off, and you're happier because you focus on your family. What really you're doing is you're focusing on the things that you can control. You can kind of look at this through one of two lenses. All right, I want to make sure to fight to get the bare minimum, period, and that bare minimum is still really, really good. Or focus on something you can affect. I don't know if you know this, the class mobility in the United States is unprecedented. If you put in, and I don't mean a crazy amount of like Jocko or David Goggins type discipline. If you put in a decent amount of discipline, the bare minimum doesn't apply to you after a year or two of employment. It's no longer relevant. For crying out loud, I know people who with no degree who started working at Quick Trip, and within the year they became managers, $70,000 a year plus benefits.
Yeah.
Which I know, I'm not saying you're rich at that point, but hey, you're doing pretty well. Duncan up the street, who, by the way, of course, I can never go there again since the whole boycott. When Donald Trump was what it is now, they were starting at $13.50 an hour.
Yeah.
And that's an area, by the way, it's not LA or New York. You do pretty well. That's starting.
I know of a guy with no college degree who's making over $700,000 a year, has a 76-foot yacht, $6 million house,
Bentley convertible.
Right. Do we know that he doesn't have a college degree?
Bullshit like a
I don't
penis.
know. I'm just assuming he doesn't. But
hey, I went to Wharton, buddy.
I'm just assuming that based on the fact that he couldn't put a full sentence together earlier.
But he stuck the landing with the word cripple.
He did.
Yeah, I will
cripple you.
I've done that to some people before, and let me tell you, when I do it to the American people as a whole, that guy's just a. I hate the idea of unions now. What they've become. Like I was, like you said, when you're chaining somebody to a loom for 12 hours a day and chaining emergency exits closed, and people were dying left and right from bad conditions in these places. There was no fire protect. Like, yes, I understand that you had to have some kind of balancing out, but now they're completely useless. And what they tell their members is they make all kinds of money. I don't care.
I can tell you exactly.
I do not care what a CEO makes. I don't care what a company makes. If you get paid a fair wage for the input that you give, then you should be happy and not jealous your entire life that somebody else is making more than you.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. You think if everyone unionized here, what do you think would happen?
I'd fire most of them.
What would happen is people would be laid off. Why? Because people here, aside from very new interns, who, by the way, don't work for free here, we don't do that, the minimum would be raised, and that would affect everyone else who's worked here for a very long time. I mean, as we were able to, we added more employees. We added, at one point, because of Obamacare was so expensive, we had a health sharing program through Liberty Health, and then we were able to provide health insurance. Then we were able to add a 401k match, and we wouldn't have been able to do that when I was 5 employees. And you know what? That was something that I would negotiate with people. Go like, hey, this is what I'm able to do. I mean, you were coming in part-time while still running a full-time business. Like, this is what I can pay you. And if we made more money, we tried to spread it around. Same thing with Toolman. Like, if people think that they're treated unfairly, okay, go ahead. But I don't think you're going to like how it ends up. And it's not because employers are always looking to screw you. I don't know if you know that, but a lot of employers out there have something called a bottom line, and they're not rolling in record profits. If you want to look at CEOs who make hundreds of millions of dollars in bonuses, look at businesses that are too big to fail or businesses that are bailed out. For example, the like American Auto Manufacturing, airlines. Look at insurance companies who got a huge kickback with Obamacare.
Financial firms, banking.
Yes, banking, right? People who, by the way, overwhelmingly gave to Democrats in the Obama cycle so they could have favorable policies. And they're not Republican, they're not Democrat. They give about 50-50, and it depends on the election year. I've told you this story before. And by the way, maybe there will be some adversarial chats of people. I know that there are some people who are conservative who still strongly believe in the union. You guys can send those in, because I can't see your chats right now, though I wouldn't be able to see anything. Ding, 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 ding. But I'd love to talk about this with you. I had to join the union. It was ACTRA in Canada. That's the actors union. Had to, or I wouldn't have been able to. My first job was that cartoon Arthur. Okay, so ACTRA transfers to SAG, which is the Screen Actors Guild, and then there's AFTRA. I don't necessarily know what that encompasses, but it's supposed to transfer, right? If you're in one union, you can be a member of another. I got a role on a show called Greek on ABC Family, to my everlasting shame. And I said, great, okay, great. And they said, oh, no. Union said, you can't show up until you pay, I believe it was either $2,300 or $2,600, which I did not have. Now, I was going to make more than that doing, at that point, I believe it was supposed to be a couple of episodes. It got whittled down to one after I got into an argument with someone over politics. That happened. Oops. The role of Jace was changed to Party Boy number 1. And rightfully so. Rightfully so. I was bombastic. My brother lent me money. My brother did. And thank you, Jordan. He lent me money because he was one of YouTube's first partners, not Union. And Rob Zombie featured one of his videos on the YouTube homepage. So he made the money, and he gave me the money so that I could pay a union fee to work. You think that most struggling actors have over $2,000 cash hanging around? No, what does that do? That keeps those union members in those roles and prevents new people from getting in. And then they bitch and go on strike. There are so many stories like mine out there that you never hear because the media amplifies the plight of the union worker. But what about the kid who's waiting tables, who actually has potentially the role of a lifetime, and they are forbidden from doing it if they don't pay the fee? That happened. And I'd already gone through the process and paid dues in Canada. It was 6 credits. You had to have 6 credits, meaning 6 actual roles, speaking roles. So it's not easy to do. It's kind of a catch-22.
Yeah.
It's well known in the industry, at least it was. I don't know what it is now, where, okay, so it's really hard to get a speaking role if you're non-union. But to become a union member, you have to have those roles.
Yeah.
So it's almost impossible. And I was very fortunate that I could do an impression of a kid who did the voice of the brain before me. I was able to do impressions pretty young, so they were able to justify it and say, we need this young man as an actor because he's the only one who can seamlessly transition us because no one will know the difference. What about everyone else? That's a privilege. That was a break that I had. I acknowledge it. Now, I worked my ass off and got rejected nonstop, going in for auditions. And one of the most embarrassing moments of my life, I've told you, was auditioning for the role of, I think the name was something Pham on Are You Afraid of the Dark?
No.
The Tale of the Misfortune Cookie. And I went in to read for Are You Afraid of the Dark? And it was a waiting room full of Asians and me. And as I did it with the little sand, the audition, it dawned on, I'd never thought of it. I'd gone through acting classes and prepared. I was 11 at the time. And I said, I call this the Tale of the Misfortune Cookie. Shit. And then I had to do a scream test. Like my heart wasn't broken. Like, all right, cool, we'll do the scream test. So just let me go. You know I'm not going to get this.
Wasting all of our times. Yeah.
I don't want to do this to my voice. You don't want to hear me. Let's just end this.
But that happens. The unions, that's who they look out for.
I joined a union for a little while. I was in the Carpenters Union up in Washington. And what I understood about it was that a union guarantees great work. That was supposed to be.
It should.
One of the points of union hiring union labor would be, you're guaranteeing your work by paying extra. You're going to get a good product from somebody who's skilled, who has passed tests, who's gone through training. You'd have to go through apprentice training for 5 years. You had
like the new Bronco.
Right. for 5 years, you had to go through training to certify your expertise or you're a journeyman. But if you're not putting out a skill, a valuable skill, like baristas.
There's a baristas union.
Yes. Well, remember when Starbucks was unionizing?
Yeah, that's right.
And I was like, you think that people can't learn how to make an espresso?
Yeah. Well, Starbucks also uses the super automatic espresso machines. They push a button.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's part of the reason.
That allowed
I suppose, but
yeah, but those milk foam designs are, they're awesome.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is an art.
I mean,
but you have to go to an independent coffee shop to get it. You're not getting it at Starbucks.
I'd be interested to see how long of an apprenticeship a longshoreman needs before they become a journeyman longshoreman.
Yeah.
Because the starting wage is $81,000. If that's a union apprenticeship program, that's year 1 of apprenticeship.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's pretty dynamite.
What?
That's pretty dynamite. Yeah.
That's the Starbucks Workers
United.
What is that?
It looks like
cocktail shaker.
Yeah.
Jesus.
What are they making?
Wow.
Yeah.
Very communist.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Good for them.
Honest, at least.
It's all nepotism now as unions. I mean, maybe it started off like you get a better product, like Josh said, but no, it's not.
Well, the bigger unions, I shouldn't say the bigger unions, but some unions like the carpenters union is not all nepotism. I mean, it is.
Yeah.
You can legitimately, as long as you have a clean record and stuff, pass P tests and do a higher. You can get in fairly easily. But some of these, yeah, you're right. Like the smaller ones or the ones that have like the longshoremen where they the 10 years from the 60s to the 70s where no one's getting rehired. That's all
13.
nepotism.
Yeah, 64 to 77.
We have an example of hopefully he doesn't mind me using this, but I don't think he would. Brodigan is my longest standing employee because he was part-time when really this was just a website, and he lives he's in New York, and we just had to pay a penalty because he of the contract that we had with him wasn't in line with New York specific some kind of contract parameters, so it was thousands of dollars in penalties. That's like, yeah, but this guy is compensated quite well. He's actually been compensated increasingly well. That's why he's still with the company, and as some profit sharing in the company, he gets things that no one would get. But the New York, I don't know if it's the New York Department of Labor. I don't know what it was. Labor, I think, yeah. We had some kind of it was like $4,000, which got reduced for a contract that we both willingly entered into.
Yeah,
and it was just a new contract in comparison to him having worked 7 years. I don't know, 6-7 years. Brodigan, you can correct me on that. How's that helping him?
No. It's not. If you've had to deal with any of these state agencies and you've seen the amount of regulation, and being in the wine business, I understand this probably better than most because there's almost no other business that's as heavily regulated. There are some, obviously, examples of businesses that are, but not ones that you see every day. It is insane. State to state, the rules are crazy. And just take that and kind of put it over on the unions. Like, you've got all of this crap that you have to deal with, and then you've got unions basically saying, we're going to shut your business down.
Yeah.
I mean, think about operating a port as a business. The regulatory costs alone would put you in a coma.
Right.
Now you've got every single day your workers, I can't go tell Johnny on the dock that he's not doing a good job because he's going to tell the union boss that I violated some rule.
Yeah.
And now they're going to strike. Like, that's the kind of stuff that would happen.
Right.
Like, they basically got you by the short and curlies, and you better be careful. And I don't see, and even in Josh, in your example, I don't see a need for a union to make sure carpentry is done well. There are state regulations on who can and cannot do these things. There's building inspections and permits that you have to get. There's a process to make sure that the building shouldn't fall down. There's also a quality standard in the market that can kind of sift people out that are good at it and people that are not good at it. As an employer, you're not going to hire a guy who routinely does a bad job because ultimately you'll lose customers. Like, I think that the system that we've created actually takes care of this. We don't need these guys anymore.
And also sometimes you're like, well, whatever, I'll take a risk. For example, I'm looking at just planting some like privacy trees and hedges.
Yeah.
And there are places, they're very expensive at some of these places. And there's someone who just happens to have a plot of land and basically has their own nursery. It was like, yeah, I got these cedars here and I can come and plant them and do it far less
expensively. It'll be free for a while.
Because they're just mine. They just kind of do it as a part-time gig. Hey, it's good for me. It's good for them. If the cedar doesn't last, that's my own fault. Yeah. But I'm willing to do that to save 70%.
Right. And then if you're wrong, you go, okay, next time I'm going to hire somebody with a little bit more skill. I'm going to do a little bit more research into this. But it helps people get started too. Let's say that you're actually very gifted and you just don't have a giant company. You don't have a huge track record, but you got enough Google reviews or whatever site that you're using. It allows you to kind of build your own thing. Now, think about it. It's like, nope, sorry, that's a union-controlled industry.
Yeah.
You can't build your own thing. You just got to go join this and kind of hope you can get along. And then when they go on strike, you got to go on strike, and they're going to contribute to Democrats, and you may be a Republican, but who cares?
Right.
That's not a good system.
Right.
That's fine. I think.
Speaking of system, we have a system here to talk about you. Let's take some chats.
That wasn't
like I said, I woke up in
okay.
I woke up in the middle of REM sleep. I'm not.
No, that was a great transition. I loved it.
Come on,
That's
Josh,
seamless segue. That is borderline Gerald segue. Gerald does some good ones.
Yes, he does.
He does some backflips to segue sometimes.
That stings. I know what's being said. Let's grab our first chat.
All right, first chat from Supadope94. Question for Crowder: why should anyone pay taxes if they don't go towards helping Americans?
Good question.
I don't know, because it's the law is probably a good one right now.
Yeah. We can't advocate breaking the law.
Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Yeah.
To God what is God.
Well,
but
sorry,
that doesn't mean overpay.
No, the Democrats, they it's the new left version is give unto. You pretty much just give it all unto Caesar.
Yeah.
Give it all unto Caesar.
Yeah. If you don't want us to show up at your house.
There is no God.
We'll give some back.
There is no God. Give to Caesar. Caesar's got it.
I love this. So, by the way, recently, maybe guys, I don't know if you need to find it. Don't worry. If it's readily available, Mark Cuban's like, I'm paying like $110 million in taxes, whatever it was. He's like, I just wired this money to the IRS. I'm proud to be able to pay my tax. I'm like, Mark, did you pay even $1 more than you had to? If you're that proud to support the United States government, wouldn't you be investing in it by paying extra taxes? You, Bill Gates,
or you
Warren
know
Buffett,
what?
all
Also,
you guys who complain about this.
Did you take one deduction?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Also, he paid late.
Yeah.
We didn't pay
April
late. He filed
15th.
an extension.
All right.
So, technically, now there's probably some penalties.
But just if you were so proud to do it,
Yes.
you'd think you'd be first in line.
Well, and send them. I would, you know what? I would just love to see that line item that says, would you like to pay more? And Mark is like, I really would. Thank you. And there's a dollar amount associated with it, $288 million. So it was a lot of money. I love how he put 0.00 to make the number look bigger, by the way.
Yeah.
When Elon Musk paid $11 billion in 1 year, the highest personal income tax ever paid in history, he didn't put the 0.00. It was already a big number.
Yeah.
Marky Poo.
Yes. It was rather large.
Yeah.
Yes.
11 billion in tax dollars.
1 year.
Imagine.
They cashed out a bunch of
I'd
stuff.
brag about that.
And how much of that is going to Ukraine?
Yeah.
Oh,
Crying out loud. It's not that we don't care about the people. It's not what it is. You have people in the United States who need help, for God's sake. When is Ukraine sending? How many billions are they sending to help people right now in North Carolina? Do we have those numbers?
We got hillbillies in Carolina that need the help, not Ukrainians that need it.
Yeah.
But by the way, Mark Cuban's money funds the United States government for 25 minutes.
Yes.
Hooray.
Thanks, Mark.
Well, I mean, I'll take it.
I mean, that's a good half
I'll
hour.
tease and make fun of him, but I'm grateful. Thank you.
That gets us through half of lunch.
Yeah. You guys get lunch breaks?
Well,
let's grab another chat.
I get 2.
All right, next chat from Cyber T-Man 565. For the guys, do you believe the Biden administration told the longshoreman union heads to call the workers to strike?
No, absolutely not.
no.
Here's why. This screws them badly.
Yeah.
And I will say it gives me pause that the Teamsters are actually supportive of Donald Trump, because you do have to understand that is entirely based on selfishness and greed, not a change in principle.
Patronage.
You had Michigan go for Trump because they knew that Hillary Clinton, right? They were really upset about NAFTA. And right, looking back, rightfully so, that was a bad deal. And the Trans-Pacific Partnership, right? So the unions have always been pretty upset about that, and they saw Hillary Clinton as a representative of that. So selfishly, they said Trump, and then they overwhelmingly went for Biden. And now they're like, at this point, we think Trump will be better. So honestly, for me, it makes me nervous. I'm like, ugh, hold on a second. Just kind of like the left should say, we're with Dick Cheney. And I go like, I don't want to be with the Teamsters. But this screws the Biden-Harris administration. Let me explain to you why. The unions don't really like them, right? So that's pretty tough for them right now. And right now, basically, if they side with the unions, that's going to be, the optics won't be great for the right continues. That's going to harm the American economy to a very significant extent. And that's not good going into an election cycle. So this actually serendipitously may be quite beneficial to Donald Trump going into the election. I don't see any net benefit for Biden and Harris, even if they side with the longshoremen.
Yeah, I was about to say there's zero way out of it for them right now. Because, so they can do a couple of things. They can just let things play out. Siding with the longshoremen is essentially just letting the process play out, right? So it doesn't take any action by them.
Say it properly.
Right? The longshoremen. Longshoremen. If they said this, then they basically just do nothing. But if they invoke, what is it, Taft-Hartley? Where basically the union guy even said that. He's like, look, if you do that and it forces us back to work during the negotiations for this contract, he's like, what, I'm going to do that for 90 days and then we're back on the streets? Like, that's all it does to us. That actually, it pisses.
He also said they would work lazily. He also said that.
He's like, oh, we wouldn't do 20 units, maybe now we do 8 or something like that, or whatever it was.
No, he said it.
He's 100% correct, but it puts them in a position of now you've pissed off the unions by forcing them to go back. And so a lot of that support that you need in the swing states could potentially go away even further than it already has. So you're right. It kind of boxes them in. They don't really have a win here. And also you can't side with the companies because you're saying that it's price gouging.
Right.
Price gouging is the problem, not anything else causing inflation. And so if you side with the companies that are supposedly price gouging the employees by not paying them their fair wage, you're completely screwed. There's no way to win. They just need to shut up and not do anything.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And look, it's felt by like we've talked about this. The mugs. We do not have an American manufacturer that can make the mugs that we need. It's
insane.
We have to get them. So we have
the difference.
Skilled American.
Not like a couple of dollars either. It's like a multitude.
Well, they also couldn't meet capacity.
True.
So it's just you have that before you even get to price. So we have American workers who etch it and paint it, and that's usually a higher paying job, right? Because it's skilled. But it's made in America. Well, made in America often can mean crap. It can mean corners being cut. Look at the Bronco, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it's not good.
American cars are just riddled with problems right now, and it's not like that's a secret. So yeah, it used to be a stamp of quality. But you were going to say something before Gerald said something. You remember? No.
Oh, I was going to say that same theory idea has gone the opposite way. I've seen it a lot on X. In Instagram and stuff like that, where people are talking about, Trump talked to this guy. This union boss is Trump's guy. He's doing this on purpose to screw the Harris campaign.
Could be. I don't think Trump gives a whole lot of special treatment to unions, but I think union members understand that the economy is better under Donald Trump, and so it raises everybody. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm missing stuff that Trump did for unions.
Donald Trump understands supply chain issues, in that people need to be paid fairly for the product to be serviceable, union or not. I mean, this is a guy who has had to, you talk about experience, he's had to deal with raw materials. He's had to deal with
Every
real estate.
New York union.
Yeah. He's had to deal with everything. He understands that, look, there needs to be a reasonable price point, an intersect there where you say, okay, this is the value of the job, right, being performed versus the value at which it can be sold. So that is very valuable experience when you are sitting there at the table trying to get people to at least come to a deal. A strong suit, like him or hate him. Let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from El Bombi. Question for the crew. Will the hurricane and the government's poor response affect the election outcome in North Carolina?
I think it could.
It should.
I think it definitely could. North Carolina earlier on seemed like it was kind of a lock for Donald Trump. Now there could be close to being a swing state.
I think everybody's thinking that too, because even on Tuesday when we were doing the debate coverage, CNN's popping up every once in a while, and they got their interactive electoral college map up on the screen, and they've now added North Carolina as a swing state, where it has not been called a swing state at all this year. I don't think that I've seen, but they had it marked as
I don't think it is a swing state though. Honestly.
No, it is, but I think everyone's kind of thinking that now.
No, I know, but I don't think that's 100% true. I think you're right that people have been doing that, but I'm like, I don't see it. You're telling me because of the governor thing, like the lieutenant governor guy?
No, I was saying because of the storm.
No.
Yeah.
Do you think the storm is now making it a swing state? Because it was firmly,
I think that the conditions.
Donald Trump.
I think the conditions are making it.
Well, it was firmly Donald Trump. Then it was a swing state, and now what I'm saying is I think it's veering back toward firmly Donald Trump. I don't know how this could possibly benefit the Biden-Harris administration.
I don't know.
I think they want you to believe that it's a swing state. I bet you the polls that come out from North Carolina in the next few weeks probably going to be leaning towards Trump quite a bit.
And it sucks because it's people's lives.
Yeah.
It's not politics, but ultimately this does end up affecting how you view the government, and it should in this situation.
I mean, if Donald Trump, if you give him North Carolina, you give him Georgia, it really seems like Georgia is going to be going Trump, and Arizona really seems like it's going to be going Donald Trump. Okay. At that point, he just needs really, if he gets Pennsylvania, he wins. I believe if he gets Nevada and Michigan, he wins. But it's a pretty narrow path for both of them to win right now. It goes through Pennsylvania and the Midwest. If Donald Trump picks off one of those states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, it could be a walk-off too. This could be enough where he has a similar to 2016 map, and he picks off Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and potentially Nevada. So who knows? Who knows?
For the first time since September 11th, he's actually up in Poly Market.
Oh, wow.
Swung back quite a bit.
That has swung back quite a bit. Yeah. Let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from Bama Girl in Texas. Question for the crew. If Trump were in office right now, do you think the longshoremen would be trying this crap? And if they did, how do you think Trump would handle it? Josh, thank you for your service.
That's a good question. Do I think they would? Probably. Maybe not at this exact moment in time, but they would.
Yeah, I don't think that impacts them.
Yeah.
One way or the other, if he's there or not.
Yeah, and I think Donald Trump probably he would also force them back to the table. Donald Trump would he would use the platform of the public eye, and he would make people aware that, look, you got to come to a fair deal. These people need to be paid fairly, but 50% pay increase over the next I believe it was 7 years, is what they've been offered. Over 5 years, that's right. 77% is what they want over 5 years. I think 50% over 5 years is what was offered. Where he would let the public know so that it wasn't working class versus business elite. And he understands that that's a point of leverage. And he would have them, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually flew out there and sat down and said, look, is there a deal that we can actually make that is reasonable? Because that's what he's had to do his entire life.
Yeah. He knows how to put pressure on both parties to come to the table as well.
Yes. Yes, he does.
So,
for all of his faults, saying that he's a less capable negotiator than former Vice President Biden is not a criticism.
Or Kamala. Can you imagine Kamala Harris trying to go and try to tell these guys, now, guys,
I think she would send someone. That's the difference, I think, is that she sends people to negotiate, unless Zelensky's in town. She sends somebody to negotiate rather than being the person that actually gets on the flight, lands at 4 a.m, and goes and doesn't negotiate themselves.
Yeah. Well, Donald Trump's priority is with domestic issues, American issues. And he had that luxury because we didn't have nearly as many foreign entanglements while he was president.
Exactly.
So he would understand, okay, this is a big issue that affects Americans, right? It's something that affects the American economy to the tune of $3 to $4.5 billion a day, a rough estimate. That's what could happen. Donald Trump would say, okay, that's worth my time. For Harris and Biden, like you said, Zelensky is worth their time. But they're not going to go down for this. It's just a different priorities. That's what it is. So yeah, I think he would go down and have a conversation, and I think he would be more effective. Can't tell you exactly what it would be, but I bet you those would be the actions taken. Let's take another chat.
All right, next chat from Gerald's bum knee.
What?
Question for the fellas. What would the government have to sort out nationally before we can start helping other countries? Would we have to be debt-free and a surplus, etc.? Josh, thank you for your service. And Tim, you're looking big.
Oh, wow.
Good for you. Good for you, Tool Man.
He is big.
In a perfect world, yeah. In a perfect world, we'd only be providing money to other or support to other nations that we have. We're not there, but we would certainly need to get close to, I don't know the exact point of balancing the budget. And I would say this, you start by prioritizing the American needs first. In other words, you have a list of needs. You go, okay, here are the needs that we have, whether it's, natural disaster. All right. Future-proofing some of our technologies. Okay. You have a list. And then you go, okay, and there are also these international affairs. You start with the list that affects Americans most, period. You solve that first. It really comes down to priorities. And before we get into the actual, dollars and cents, the priorities aren't even close from the left. How do you know? Just look at the border bill. They champion it. They say Donald Trump torpedo. Let's assume that it's true, even though he wasn't in office. 10 billion. I can't remember if it was 10 billion or 20 billion for the border versus 60, 70 billion for Ukraine, over 100 billion in foreign aid. And that's the border bill. That tells you the priorities of the left. It's not about you. It's not about the crime. It's not about the fentanyl. It's not about, by the way, your wages. It's number one priority. Ukraine eats first.
Yeah.
You have basic fundamental security last. It's like a parent who, it's one of the worst things you can do, who uses children as leverage. They're using you as, well, the babies don't get food unless I get a new Corvette, or unless I get a new, I don't know, jewelry, whatever the female male equivalent. Right? Well, hold on a second. No, your priority needs to be take care of the kids first.
Yeah.
Make sure they're safe. Make sure they're fed. Make sure you put them in a position where they're as equipped as possible to deal with life, the world. That's your first priority as a parent. The first priority of the American government should be to take care of Americans.
Yeah.
Everything else is second.
Yeah. I mean, listen, even if you want to make the argument that we can't cut everything, 75%, 80%, 90%, bring 75% of the stuff that we're sending overseas to people home. Can you imagine the amount of the difference that would make?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if we said right now, you know what, we're mobilizing almost like a World War II kind of effort, $100 billion in every able-bodied person that you could possibly use to get the border taken care of. It'd be done so fast.
Yeah.
And the investment would pay off massively. Next problem, and you just keep moving along the chain with the money that we send overseas. It's insane. It is absolutely insane that we don't do these types of things already. Public education, are you kidding me?
Right.
All of these problems that we have that are not just problems for today, but that are problems that will continue to plague our country, even if we fix them today for a generation.
Yeah.
So let's stop the bleeding.
Good point. Let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from the Mississippi gentleman. Question for Stephen and Tim, random. If FEMA/TEMA are actually seizing donations from citizens trying to help fellow Americans, should they be treated as looters?
Well, you can't do that, but yes. Because the people who would treat them as looters would be FEMA, would be the government. What do you do when the thievery is taking place at the hands of government? Oh, it's almost like that's what we talk about every day. Yeah, I don't know that it was specific donations, but I think you mean like the supplies and by the way, even services where people are offering their time. I don't know that you could treat them as looters, but I understand the point, and it's a good point. They're preventing neighbors from being neighbors. So socialism is being a good neighbor, which means send all your money to the government. But a neighbor actually being neighborly is not. For example, I've talked about this. I have a neighbor, really nice guy. And I found out that his property goes like 1.5 feet beyond his fence. And so for me to just build this fence to keep Joe Louis in, there's an area we have to build a fence and also still allow drainage. So it's just like an update. He's like, hey, you know what? I'm just going to go to the city and we'll sign over that 1 foot because obviously I'm not using it. But if we sell this house in the future, I don't want it to be a problem with the survey.
Yeah.
That's just him being a neighbor.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, thanks. And then, he might ask me to do something. Great. We're neighbors. We're having this conversation. When the government steps in, it actually, your neighborly relationship ceases to exist. And by the way, this is why conservative Christians are far, far more charitable.
Yeah, I was about to say it's charity.
Because we have a worldview where we have to take it upon, it's incumbent upon us to take care of our neighbor. And I've actually had these conversations when I was at Fox News and even when I was appearing on CNN and HLN, you'd have these conversations in the green room where they were saying, yeah, but the thing is, people may not have to. So that's not as effective as, no, it is better to have a systemic form of charity. Give it to the government because then they'll guarantee that, well, that assumes that the government is able to be as effective as individual charities, as individuals themselves. They see that as charity. Ebenezer Scrooge, before his Christian redemption, before finding salvation, believed that the prisons and the poorhouses, that was the charity. His taxes went there, so that's where the poor better go.
Yeah.
And then when he became a Christian, which a lot of people who've never read Christmas Carol, you really should, he realizes that it's his duty to help his fellow man. That's the difference in worldview. Let's grab another chat.
By the way, before we get to another chat, really quickly, do you want to see a view clip?
No, but yes.
It's relevant.
Stop that. It's more BS. And it's unnecessary. Shazam star Zachary Levi says he's aware of the consequences he faces over going MAGA. Take a look.
We are going to take back this country. We are going to make it great again.
Within my industry, as you can probably imagine, Hollywood is a very, very liberal town, and this very well could constitute career suicide.
I think Shazam did.
So, okay. That's not necessarily true. From the beginning of Hollywood, it's always been a very right-leaning town. But I know you don't know much about the Hollywood history, so let me school you.
Good, please do.
We are like America is. We're mixed. We're a mixed bunch. And sometimes it may seem like there's more Democrats, and sometimes it seems like there's more Republicans. But the truth of the matter is, very few people seem to bite it because they're Republican. John Voight, who is working.
Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid, who is working. People are working. Stop that. It's more BS. And it's unnecessary.
Mm-hmm.
Stop that.
So let me just walk you through this real quick. And I'm just going by rote. Whoopi, point me to one example where you initiated this kind of attack for someone endorsing a Democrat. Point me to one example where the entire panel of the View did. It's never happened. Point me to one example that's comparable of Gina Carano. Point me to one example that's comparable of what happened with Clint Eastwood. You can even use John Voight as an example. I mean, Dennis Quaid is getting less work than ever. He used to do the Reagan biopic, by the way, which got very little support from Hollywood. Point me to one example of someone getting cut from a set for saying something too liberal. For crying out loud, Pedro Pascal, who, by the way, is a very talented actor.
Yeah.
He's an actual communist. He will go out on late night shows and talk about how he is a socialist.
Yeah.
And I believe is actually professed to be a communist. I know socialist for sure. Okay, so when you say the right has gone extreme right and the left has gone extreme left, I'm asking you this genuinely. Can a Hispanic, self-avowed, revolutionary socialist Marxist communist. Can we all agree that's far left? Okay, far left. The far right equivalent would be what you describe as an actual fascist. The far right equivalent would be someone who believes in no exceptions for abortion, who believes in no income tax whatsoever, and believes, you know, in actually having a blacklist. Can you name me anyone on the right who has been as far right as this man has left? This man has lost no work. Gina Carano just said, hey, and people said it was insensitive because she pointed to the Holocaust. I actually think her point there was pretty well thought out. She said, it's important to remember that the Holocaust didn't just happen overnight. It started with demonizing your fellow citizens so that you could treat them and view them as subhuman. And she was saying that's what's happening with people who have certain viewpoints in America, which of course would be many of those on the right. That's how you justify assassination attempt after assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Point me to any example of the... I can point you to examples of Zachary Levi, the guy who, by the way, of course, before this, Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr., and then went to Donald Trump. He's on a stage with Tulsi Gabbard. That is not as radically right as the radical left, as the Taylor Swifts, as the Pedro Pascals, as the Robert De Niros. Mm-hmm. It's not even close. And none of them have lost work. People on the right have lost work simply for coming out and saying, yeah, I support Donald Trump, or I am conservative. Boycott after boycott after boycott is called for.
What was that actor's name?
Pedro Pascal.
No, not Pedro.
Zachary Levi.
Zachary Levi, the one on the video?
Yeah, he was Chuck, Shazam, Marvelous Miss Maisel. Nice guy.
Hey, Whoopi, how about you have Zachary?
Have Zachary.
How about you have him on The View?
Yeah.
Well, no, it wouldn't be great for our audience.
Right. The View banned Norm Macdonald for life because he said Bill Clinton killed the guy.
Twice.
Yeah.
You said it the second time, which was hilarious.
They banned him for life.
Like, what? I thought that was everybody knew that.
Every single day you accuse Donald Trump of calling for an insurrection and being guilty of having blood on his hands. Norm Macdonald went on this show, this very show, and said, yeah, I think, I got a picture with George W. Bush, and I think, I think it's good to have him in the White House. He seems like a good man, a moral man, and get murderers out of the White House. I said, whoa, you're not allowed to say this. Oh, yeah, Bill Clinton, did you know he killed a guy? They said, Norm, we thought you were supposed to be funny. He said, I thought it was a matter of public record.
Which, by the way, was hilarious.
Hilarious. And by the way, is not a secret.
No.
Everyone knows it. He's making and he's a comedian, and that guy was banned for life. The shit you say on your show every day? For crying out loud. I mean, talk about a blind spot. These people are too far gone. They're too far gone. Also, she looks like an old book that's been collecting dust on a shelf.
Like a retired predator?
She does, yeah, but I mean, like, whenever I would imagine that whenever she disrobes, like, she needs to, like, and just dust. I'm sorry. I still don't know how Dennis Rodman went from Carmen Electra to that. Very weird.
She had some dirt on him.
You know what? I will tell you, for Dennis Rodman, love is blind. He obviously was looking at
fashion for him is blind.
Yes. Let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from the one and only J-Man. The dock workers mob/union is holding the American economy hostage. Is the best way to disperse that power automation or a dissolution of the mob/union? Typhus, Josh.
What does typhus mean?
Thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you for your service. Mm-hmm. I didn't know. They fit that in there. They fit that in there with an acronym. I think you need to do both. I think you need to dissolve the union. And I don't think that everyone should be replaced through automation, but I certainly think that we need to streamline our ports to be in line with the rest of the world. At what point do you say, all right, okay, this is just about a job. It's about getting one of our ports in the top 50 on Earth. We're the United States of America.
Right. Like, I don't have a solution. I don't understand the situation enough, nor do I think I could come up with a solution for it. But I do know one thing. We can at least find a way to be efficient, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Find a way to do that. I don't know what the answer is, but we got to find a way to be at least somewhat efficient and compete with the rest of the world, who, by the way, most of those countries are second or third world countries that are outpacing us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the companies who are most likely to automate are the companies that survived COVID because they were allowed to continue to do business while mom and pop shops were closed down. So McDonald's more likely to automate, mom and pop shops less likely because of the initial costs of automation. Initial costs are high for long-term profits. During COVID, a local grocer, but you could go to Costco You couldn't go to a local mom and pop restaurant, but you could drive through at McDonald's. So again, the greatest wealth transfer that has ever taken place in American history, several $1 trillion in COVID, favored all the businesses who will, of course, rush to automation, potentially at the cost of workers. It's self-regulating if the government doesn't step in at every single turn. There are no giant banks. There are no giant airlines. There are no monopolies, duopolies. I mean, you remember this, and I say this because I was with Sprint, God help me, for years. Because I thought, hey, I'll be grandfathered in, or they were scared they're not limited.
Yeah.
And my service sucked.
It's terrible. It was terrible.
But I was holding out because there was going to be a merger with T-Mobile and Sprint. I believe it was SoftBank, like a Japanese.
A merge of two worst companies.
Well, what I was holding out, I was like, you know what? I'm going to grandfather my unlimited in. I'm not switching to Verizon or AT&T. And the government was saying, no, this may be a violation of antitrust. So if you think about that, they were saying you can't merge because then it'll harm competition. But at that point in time, it was Verizon and AT&T. I mean, if you were effectively at that point kind of poor or lived in a very specific area with coverage, maybe T-Mobile or Sprint, but it wasn't considered actual competition. So the government, in trying to ensure an equal playing field so that competition isn't locked out, prevented a major third-party competitor from entering that space. And what happened when T-Mobile and Sprint merged? Well, now T-Mobile is arguably better. And prices, and hey, unlimited is back.
And cheaper. I literally did the same thing with my AT&T plan, and I never changed the plan. I just kept upgrading, and I went in this last time. The guy's like, hey, we offer an unlimited plan cheaper than yours right now. And I'm like, and you guys have never told me about this? Like, yeah, they won't tell you about that. You just have to
Yeah, I didn't know until I asked to go to retention.
It was like $30 a month cheaper. I'm sorry. It was not an insignificant number either.
Oh, no.
Like, I didn't know this entire time. I'm thinking, I got my unlimited plan that none of you guys have. And everybody's paying less money than me. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, no, exactly right. Yeah, I found that out. They were like, oh, why do you want to leave? I'm like, because it's really expensive. And I saw it advertised on your website for cheaper than I'm paying.
Yeah.
Like, let's send you to retentions. All right, we can cut it by $50. What the fuck? This whole time?
That's the old secret. That's my mother-in-law's secret for the cable company.
Oh, really?
Dude, every time she has an issue or something, or she'll call every 6 months. I think that they're paying her to have cable now.
I know.
I think that's how bad it's gotten.
Yeah.
She's a wizard with it, too. If I have an issue with somebody, I'm like, Tina, I need you to make a call for me. Pretend to be Kathy.
Oh, yeah.
Right. That's like Netflix coming back to me. I get those emails like, hey, we sure miss you. You want to come back to us? No, because you sell child porn.
Can't remember what company.
That's how I got YouTube TV. I got a trial, and then my wife was like, "That's so expensive." It was like $80 a month. I was like, "All right, fine. We'll just. It's still a trial. I'll just cancel it." So I canceled the trial. They're like, "Hey, we'll give it to you for $29.99." And I'm like, "Whoa, crap!
Whoa,
we have to take this, right?" She's
Yeah.
like, yeah, obviously, take the $50 a month discount.
I didn't realize I could do well.
It went down
immediately
immediately
for the first year.
First off,
Then you switch and you call them and tell them you just can't do it anymore. Global warming, some excuse, and see if it happens again.
Hey, chat, what's the best service out there? I've seen advertisements for Rocket Money, but like to cancel subscriptions because I have some that are Go subscriptions, like Roku channel. Stuff like that. I looked at my statement and I'm like, but I don't even have the login. I don't even have that.
You have to have that for those.
I don't think you do have to have the login.
You do have to have that.
Well, then that's the problem.
What I'm saying.
I have a Spotify account
doing then?
that I haven't used in forever, and I don't even know the email it's registered to because we're on a family plan, and I don't know how to cancel it.
I haven't canceled my LA Fitness membership that I've had for years. I haven't been to one in like 4.
You still have.
And there's close.
That's right. There's one.
And I'm like,
Josh should get canceled.
I should just walk in there. I'm like, I can't even walk into the gym. That's how lazy I am. I'm like,
I can't even walk in to save money.
Yeah, there's a what is it? There's 24 Hour Fitness and LA Fitness.
LA Fitness. I'm grandfathered in. That's why I never got rid of it because I was in it like $18. I bought it at some small gym in Tacoma, and then they got bought by LA Fitness, and then LA Fitness was like, "You're grandfathered in," and I was like, "Oh, sick! $18 a month. I'm never gonna give this up."
Yeah, but joke's on you.
I know, joke's on me. I don't use it.
Well, no, it's there if he needs.
I should be in there playing pickup basketball with older guys.
It's his insurance policy. He has it there if he needs it.
Okay, fine.
Yeah,
or if he wants it.
That's a bad.
Yeah, or if I need a shower,
Yeah, I did that when I was living out of my car. I just got the
a lot of
week trial and a month trial. There was Gold's in Simi Valley or Moore Park. I went there, showered there for a little bit.
During COVID, it was like that.
Yeah,
it was like there's a lot of comics are on the road, and they're like, no one will open their doors. No one can use any bathrooms. It was open, so I was like, all right.
Yeah, and check-in at hotels was later in the day. So if you're checking, like, sorry, we're not allowed to check in at 3:00.
Oh yeah.
You're like, oh, I got to go do sound check. So yeah, I guess I'll go chance it at the porta potty at the George Michael Memorial.
at the People with AIDS Plaza.
Sounds like you actually went there. That sounds.
I mean,
specific.
in case you ever wondered if the gays are different, I don't think that there is a porta potty that is a pickup spot for heterosexuals.
Not that I know of.
I don't even know how that would work, space-wise.
It would, yeah, no.
Yeah, it's always like whenever I see a movie or a TV show and people are like, join the Mile High Club. I'm like, I can't even take a shit in that bathroom.
No.
Let alone get a second human being in there.
Yeah.
I need another foot to stand up straight.
It's like going to a really nice restaurant where, you go and you're like, oh, I'm going to have this, I'm going to have that. And after the first, course, you're like, I'm pretty full. We're all pretty lofty with our ambitions for airplane bathrooms.
Yeah.
Like, the place to put your spent razors. Like, yeah, I'm going to shave on this plane.
That's an old school reference, dude.
They have them.
A place.
Yes, they do.
Really?
Yes, they do.
I've never noticed that.
Yeah, to put, I'm sure probably it's used for like feminine hygiene products now, but they do.
That's insane.
For razors.
Yeah,
it's still there.
The plane's like going through turbulence.
What is like old New York hotels? Or like
commit suicide?
Well, I always, I just actually take an old straight razor and put it in there face up. Surprise for the next guy. Final chat.
I usually drop mine off at a trash can or a dumpster near school.
Yes, yeah. That and my old 38 special.
Exciting. Yeah.
I did needles and AIDS and leave them in parks.
It's fun. Or you just take one and you just jab Easy E.
There you go. A number of times.
All right. Final chat from No Hole Nicole. Question: when Trump wins, what government agencies do you think he should make cuts in first?
FBI, IRS, DOJ,
and FEMA.
Yes,
apparently.
Well, I think FEMA needs the money. Actually, they shouldn't be spending it in the right place, though.
Well, I don't think they need money. I think it's like, okay, you're only going to spend it on natural. Hey, FEMA,
Well, I mean, I'm saying
you're going to
they're gonna-
spend it on natural disaster relief.
Yeah, they're going to spend it on
No migrant
migration stuff.
Yeah.
We'll just keep those guys out. Be here in the first place. I'm with those, and I would add the Department of Education to it. It's long since time to get rid of that and let it go back to the states and find a better way to educate our kids, because we just keep spending trillions of dollars over 40, 50 years and have nothing to show for it.
Actually, you know what? Hey, Mission Control, can you pull the 3 and 3 on the Department of Education? We can end with that today. If you're not subscribed there yet, 3 and 3. I know somewhere between now and election, we'll be releasing another batch. It's 3 key facts in 3 minutes or less, and all of those references are available, so you can follow along yourself. It's just, hey, you need a starting point, and the Department of Education is one of them.
Yeah,
it's the perfect example where it was established. I can't remember if it was 71. You guys can correct. It was either 71 or 74. There was some kind of Department of Education. There was basically some kind of federal oversight of education that helped with spending in schools, but there was not, as we know it today, the Federal Department of Education before that. And so much money, trillions of dollars spent. And since the 1970s, standardized scores have gotten worse. There has been no improvement. Where else could that take place outside of the public sector? And it's so evil to think about it, because the experiment which has failed is your children. The only reason they can do it is because so many people don't have another option. Well, why don't you have another option? Because the government forbids it. School choice, no. In a lot of places, charter schools, no. Now, in states, they allow that because a lot of educational spending still comes from the states. But on a federal level, no. They eliminate options, give you one, and it objectively, from every metric that we have available, sucks. It's terrible. The results are worse than when it started. Imagine if you went in for an appendectomy and you woke up like, sorry, we were supposed to take out your appendix. Instead, we actually added one. And we added another one that was inflamed. It's almost like this is...
And there's a sponge in there just in case you ever need
Yeah,
it.
yeah, maybe a junior mint. So
maybe a knife.
Yeah.
We
Nice Seinfeld reference.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
They're incredibly refreshing.
Yeah, they are.
Seriously, imagine anywhere else that you went in and paid for a service and you came out worse off for it having been performed. That is the Department of Education for decades.
And it's not just that. Add into it that now they're basically just indoctrination factories.
Teachers unions. We're back to unions.
Yeah, exactly. As parents, you basically lose your ability to raise your kids because of what's going on at public schools. And not everybody can afford private. It's like, look, just let the money follow the student, get rid of this stuff, sell these things to people who want to come in, public companies that are owned by, corporations.
Yeah.
Come in. They have teachers come in and kind of compete for jobs. If they're bad, they have to go. This would be so much better, and kids would have a better time. You want to fix inner city right now? Immediately turning like a light switch going off. Give them an opportunity to take whatever dollars are associated with every student that's in the state and go to a better school. Right now, they are landlocked at a school that probably sucks because they're in a low-income neighborhood or they're in a community that can't really have, and give them money to go to a different school. Immediately, people's lives change.
It comes down, again, to priorities. How about this? Okay, they talk about books. They want to ban, meaning the left, To Kill a Mockingbird, Huck Finn. All right, but they want to have, what is it, queer theory, whatever, queer like me, whatever their book is.
Gender queer.
Gender queer. All right, how about this? The priorities are, well, many municipalities have seen a decline in math and literacy scores. So we're not saying you can't have child pornography in public schools. Okay, we're not monsters. But the priority should be you only get to do that once math and literacy scores go up. So all of this, if you believe that the social justice issues, okay, fine. But first, basic math, literacy, and civics. That's it's about priorities. Even at that point, before we get to doing away with it, the Federal Department of Education, let's just start with that as a priority. With the American government, no, hold on a second. Sure, we can send money to Ukraine and we can send money to nations that hate us, but first, help Americans who are dying and starving. First, fulfill our legitimate role as a representative government. Hey, hold on, as it comes to education, first, math, reading, civics, basic history, and then, if you want to, we'll put it to a vote if people think that it's very important for kids to learn how to fillet their teacher's assistant. And one more thing, too. My aunt, for example, I believe she got her GED because she saw someone get shot at her school in Detroit.
Yeah.
Detroit be what it is. Have you looked at the GED exam? Now, it is my understanding that this is supposed to be representative of the totality of what one should learn efficiently in school. Right? A lot of people get their GED. You go just take a test. If someone can do that, and I know people who've studied for no more than 2 months and gotten their GED, what have you been doing? In the States, how long is high school? How many years?
4 years.
4 years, okay. What have you been doing for 4 years? If someone can do it in 2 months. If someone just says, you know what, no, I'm done. I don't want to go to school. It's a waste of time, and gets their GED through a few night courses, that right there is proof positive that you don't need those 4 years. Do you have any idea how much wasted time? But there's Uncle Sam there looking to collect his money, and the teachers' unions who are looking to collect their dues at the cost of your children. That's what's so pervasive in our system is the elites, and they don't look like how you think elites would look. It's not just Chuck Schumer. It's Daggett, who you saw today. It's the teachers' unions who you saw. It's the senator who has been there for 40 years, who hasn't worked in the private sector. Those are the elites, and it's not that they're all rich, though they do pretty well, significantly better than the national average. It's that they live a life. If you're Bernie Sanders, okay, or if you're the head of the teachers union, or if you're Daggett, sure, you can look at the yacht. You can look at the $6 million house. You can look at Bernie Sanders. How long has he been a senator? 30, 40 years? It's not the money and it's not the pension, sure. It's that they don't have, that feeling that you have? You're like, I hope that I can keep progressing along this path and build a better life for my family. And I know that if I get up and work hard, I hope I get the promotion, or you know what, I hope this business that I started succeeds. You know that little knot that you have, and I know we all hate it, but it's a part of life, or at least it was up until very recently. The knot that you have when you don't have that security and a complete lack of accountability that your public servants enjoy, it's that they don't have that anxiety, that little knot. You live with it for your entire life, as all of humanity really has before modern civilization, and they don't. And their peace is subsidized by you toiling the sweat of your brow. That's the primary difference. That's what upsets you, even if you're not able to voice it. But it's a big difference. Not knowing where your next meal comes from, or not knowing if you are guaranteed retirement at a specific age with a set, and all of those things, taking care of your family by your work put in. And even if you do really well, you still always have that. You still always have that little anxiety. You're trying to outrun, especially if you were raised in poverty, right? And you want to do better. They don't have that. Someone who lives free from that burden, usually at your expense, that's the person in the elite. That's the swamp. And let's end this with the Federal Department of Education. Since your Mug Club, hey guys, if you are not subscribed to 3 and 3, it's a completely separate show. There are no sponsors in there. It's just an educational tool. It helps if you just go and leave a rating. And that's all. That's all we ask. This is 3 for 3 Federal Department of Education. See you tomorrow. Welcome to 3 and 3. 3 key facts in 3 minutes or less on the topics you care about most. The Federal Department of Education. Key fact number 1, the creation of the Federal Department of Education. The Federal Department of Education, as we know it today, was created in 1979 under Jimmy Carter and significantly increased the federal government's role in funding public education. Prior to the department's founding, the federal government largely played an advisory role, while the funding itself for public education came almost entirely from state and local governments. Key fact number 2, the total cost of the Department of Education. In total, the Federal Department of Education has spent approximately $2 trillion since its inception, not accounting for inflation. As a matter of fact, today, the Department of Education's discretionary budget is the 3rd largest of the federal government, surpassed only by the Department of Defense and the Department of Health and Human Services. Key fact number 3, the net results. In spite of the trillions of dollars in federal spending, the results of students in standardized testing have remained almost entirely unchanged since 1979, when the Department of Education was founded. Even more troubling, newer data emerging today shows a negative trend, with standardized math scores at their lowest since 1990 and reading scores at their lowest since 2004. This has been 3 and 3. I'm Steven Crowder. If you want to learn more, you can peruse the references for this specific show at 3keyfacts.com or tune in to the hour-long daily show, Louder with Crowder, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern on Rumble, YouTube, or right here anywhere you get your podcasts.
I actually have one of those on mine. I don't know what the hell that means. Mine is not stopping within, because I rear ended somebody who slammed on their brakes or something. In the rain. Okay, well, I don't think it will. All right. Let's see here.
Yes.
Fuck.
Hello, my beautiful friends. What an amazing day it is. And as you can see, we are slightly early this morning. Let's make sure these tubes connect themselves before we dive into what the day has in store for us, because there's a bunch of activity out there. We're going to poke around. We also have a new filing in the Adams case, and it's almost like Mayor Adams strikes back. He is asking for sanctions against the government, and there's more on this. Even Politico is saying he might get off on this bribery charge stuff. And so it's a beautiful morning, my friends. What's going on, BBQ Horse in the house? Hopefully we got locals that is connecting itself. Looks like it's kicking over right now. What's up, Brenda? What's up? That's Hot Air. Good to see you. Very nice to see you. Locals just kicked over. What a beautiful day it is. Hello, my friends. We do have some business to attend to as we were waiting for the clock to strike and hit the hour. I was taking a look at the presidential schedule today. We haven't checked to see what Biden's up to today in a little while, or at all in a little while. We've got not much from him today. You can see that's it. He's out of town. Where's he going? Oh, he's going to Georgia. He's departing Florida, so apparently he might be in Florida today. He's going to go check out the hurricane. So today he'll be delivering remarks later on the hurricane. It's a Thursday, October 3rd. And so a bunch of travel. Then he gets back to the White House. Kareen's going to be gaggling today. And kind of a hurricane day, so to speak. Now, I was also listening to this press briefing over there in Georgia, and it's not good there. It's really, really bad. And our useless government is not doing a good job. This is a state, these are the state folks, so they're on top of things much more than the feds are, but this is what it sounds like there.
Back on and signals rebuilt. That leads me to the third thing, signs. There are thousands of signs that are either bent over, damaged, or just plain missing.
He was just saying that
replaced over 2,600 signs.
They had 60,000 miles of road. 60,000 miles of road that are just gone.
Signs, the yield signs, the wrong way signs. But there are still thousands of signs that are missing. So we ask that you, again, be a defensive driver.
So just think about that. 60,000 miles. Like, how many crisscrosses of that of the United States is that? A lot. So it's a mess over there. And so we're praying for our friends who have been hit by this thing, and they're still assessing the damage. So we'll keep our eye on it. But there were a bunch of other stories out there that were causing a lot of eyeballs and eyebrows to be raised. Whoa. Uh-oh. Yeah, not good. Yeah, if the country's only 3,000 miles across and it's 60,000 miles of damaged roadways, someone get a calculator, you know what I'm saying? All right, so we also had this story, which is wild. Kamala's husband, Doug, has a little bit of a bad past, and it's now coming to light. An exclusive from the Daily Mail says that husband Doug, the prospective first gentleman, forcefully slapped his ex-girlfriend for flirting with another man. Oh my gosh. In a booze-fueled assault after a date at a star-studded galley. Wow. And what's so funny about this is they're sending Doug all over the place to talk about misogyny. This is crazy. So we'll listen to this clip. And we saw another clip with Doug and Jen Psaki. And Jen Psaki was saying, how do you redefine masculinity with so much testosterone, Doug? And he said, I don't really know. I don't know. I guess I just love my wife. Kamala, her husband, assaulted his ex-girlfriend. 3 friends have told the Daily Mail. Oh, no. The second gentleman, named Doug, allegedly struck the woman in the face so hard she spun around. Bah! Like in the movies. While waiting in a valet line late at night in May 2012 at the Cannes Film Festival in France. One of her friends told the Daily Mail that the woman called her immediately after the incident, sobbing. You're not going to believe what happened. Doug just gave me a backhand. I didn't even do anything. Daily Mail is not naming the woman, who is successful, but will refer to her by the pseudonym Jane. Now, a second friend said Jane, who had been dating Emhoff for 3 months, also told her about the alleged violence at the time, corroborating witness. A third friend told the Daily Mail that Jane first told her in 2014 that she had dated Emhoff and recounted the full story of his alleged abuse in 2018. That's very curious because, remember, the Bergdorf situation in the dressing room at Bergdorf's was a long time ago, and that's all fair game. So I wonder if Doug is going to get sued for $1 billion. Now, the friends, who all asked not to be named for fear of retaliation from Emhoff, shared with the Daily Mail pictures of him and Jane together from 2012 and other documents that corroborate other elements of the story. Here, what looked like was going to be a nice date night. Turns out it was domestic violence, thanks to Doug. And now he plays like he's this kind of a beta male, really. Now, the shocking claim follows revelations. Not that, hitting women is ever appropriate, but he's like ultra, like he would never do such a thing. And he would never encourage his nanny to get an abortion or anything like that. Like a totally different figure. Turns out he's kind of a an abusive maniac. All three of Jane's friends said that she also told him about a disturbing incident during the relationship in which Emhoff, Doug, nonchalantly admitted to impregnating Naylor.
In Christmas,
Emmett told Jane that the nanny accused him of causing her to have a miscarriage. Now, according to friends, Doug did not say how he was allegedly responsible for the miscarriage. I don't know what happened. And he told Jane that the nanny's claims were false, but the second gentleman allegedly confessed to Jane that he said that Naylor, they gave her a settlement deal of $80,000 and had the nanny sign a non-disclosure agreement. Emhoff was previously dubbed by the Democrats as, quote, a wife guy and a mensch,
That should
a
be a
Yiddish
civil
term
infraction
for
as well.
honorable, kind man. I don't know, I'm not so fast about
What
that.
jurisdiction was that?
He has also spoken out in media interviews about being an ally to women and against toxic masculinity.
I try and get that.
We're all for people
seal
becoming
or-
reformed. I mean, you shouldn't be hitting women. And he
First of all,
is
pretty old.
clearly,
And second of all, come on.
according to multiple people, has. Now, in a
Not
phony
to
interview
double
on
hit
Sunday,
somebody or something like that, but
Saki
still.
told Emhoff, we played this clip, how have you reshaped the perception of masculinity? He says, well, I've always been like this. To me, it's the right thing to do to support women, unless he pushes them down a flight of stairs so they have a miscarriage. These allegations strike to the heart of his benevolent image, which is fake, just like the rest of the campaign, promoted by the Harris presidential campaign. Now, Jane's friends says she was given tickets by wealthy friends to go to the Foundation AIDS Research at the gala dinner, an elite charity auction filled with celebrities and Hollywood events near France. Oh, look who's there. It's Harvey Weinstein. The alleged incident took place after the two attended this event, here, pictured up above, where model Heidi Klum and now disgraced Weinstein were also there. Everybody's just beating everybody at this event. So it's a Hollywood moguls beat their spouses event. Great. So they show up, and there it was. Attendees that year were Cara Delevingne, someone, actors Antonio Banderas, I know him, Alec Baldwin, that guy who shot a woman and killed a woman and shot another dude and got away with it, designer Karl Lagerfeld, Kristen Dunst, Paris Hilton was there, and now disgraced movie mogul Harvey Weinstein. It's like a group of just outstanding people there, right? Just awesome people. The friend said Jane brought her then boyfriend Emhoff, a +1. One of Jane's friends is a top New York businessman, said that he was at home getting ready for bed that night. He got an unexpected call. It's hard to hear her because she was sobbing. She told me that she was with a guy and he hit her. Unreal. Now, it was very clear that she was telling me. She said she was with a guy, her date. She was at the Cannes Film Festival and he hit her. She was in the car with the guy at the time. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to call the fresh police. I couldn't get a hold of her after calling back. He said he still had a vivid memory of the troubling conversation from 12 years ago. In later conversations, but pretty contemporaneous with that, she told me more about the guy. He said it was something like 3 a.m. They were trying to get out of there. They both had been drinking. There was like a gigantic line for taxis. Jane went up to one of the valet guys, offered him 100 euros or whatever to get to the head of the line. She told me she put her hand on his shoulder. You know, oh, you can help us, right? Like, you can help us just get out of here, please. Like, thank you so much. Just a nice little thing. Doug apparently thought she was flirting, came over and slapped her in the face. Yeah! Don't you touch the valet driver. You're mine. American Express Travel looks like travel arrangements for Doug Emhoff. This itinerary is a reservation only. Scandinavian Airlines. And so you can see flight info, record locator, travel arrangements for Doug, and some other emails. A copy of Jane and Doug's itinerary shows a layover from Newark to New Jersey to France. And here's another one from this person to this person. So it's probably from Doug to her. Oh, no, this is written by Jane to one of her fellow attendees. Gives the location of the hotel in Nice, France, where they stayed. Hi, sweetie. We aren't staying at the Negresco because the rooms they still had available were uber expensive. However, I was able to book a room at the Concord, which is just a couple of blocks down the street. Google indicates 5-minute walk. See the attached PDF. The Negresco is at 37 Promenade, and the Concord is at this location. I've attached their itinerary. Unfortunately, we have to leave a day earlier than you so that Doug can be back in LA for his daughter's birthday. And does she still identify as a daughter? I don't know if what the situation is there. But I've also attached our itinerary. Look, sounds like a nice woman. And there, she's like, I guess we have to come back because Doug and his daughter, but I'm happy to do that. So that's fine. So she slapped him back. What? Whoa. Now, my impression is that we had a lot to drink, is that he had a lot to drink. She was sobbing on the phone afterwards, but she wasn't slurring her words. She told me that she broke up with him that night. Good call. Don't want to be in a relationship with a domestic abuser. Now, a second friend, another female New York attorney, said that Jane also told her about the attack at the time, said it came out of nowhere. Now, I wonder if they're kind of New York people, you know, there's that claim. There was that claim where you could file civil claims against somebody. I think it may have expired. But they had dinner. She said Doug was very charming. It was lovely. Then I believe it was 2 to 3 a.m. and it was still raging. She was wearing 4-inch heels and a 4-length gown. So it was time to depart, the lawyer said. She said there'd be no fight. There'd been no fight before he hit her. You would have thought it was this fairy tale trip. She put her hand on the valet's shoulders, and as she was talking to him, Doug comes up. She said he turned her around by her right shoulder, and she was completely caught off guard. He hauled up, slapped her so hard she spun around. She said she was in utter shock. She was furious. She slapped him on one side and then on the other cheek with the other hand. Good for her. Self-defense. Now, the three friends said that as Jane tried to leave following the alleged assault, Emhoff forced his way into the cab with her. And do you think this is this dude's first time with this? You don't just walk up and backhand a woman in the middle of a valet line. All of a sudden, the car was there, and they were ushering her into the car. She said she wanted to go back to the hotel without him. Get out of here. But while she was shutting the door, he forced himself into the car, which she did not want. I think she asked him, what the F was that all about, Doug? In the car, and the only thing she could really get out of him was that he thought that she was hitting on the valet. She turned to me. She was so embarrassed. She couldn't believe that he is the person he is and that it turned into this trailer trash moment. Alcohol does a lot of things. I mean, I've seen a lot of this. Now, it woke her up about the self-delusion she was having, explaining away the teacher story. She realized he was bad news, man. Bad news. This was the first time she saw his. And here's James like, why are you such a champion of women? Women. Here they are. And there's the family. And movie producer ex-wife Kirsten ended their 16-year marriage after she discovered the affair with the nanny. Oh, gosh. So they're walking around. Now, she said she called her other male businessman friend because she wanted Doug to see her on the phone, telling somebody. She felt that would afford her some protection. So they're on the phone now, and she's like, hey, this dude just backhanded me. He's like, oh, crap. The third friend, a female top company executive, said Jane told her the story, too. This case is way stronger than anything that was ever brought against Trump by a million miles. I don't know if it was an aggressive slap or a punch, but it was something that I know she would never forget and something that would end a relationship immediately. Good. Now, she had never been hit in her life. Jane is a gorgeous, strong woman, and you would never expect somebody to hit her. The executive said Jane told her that Emhoff was unapologetic about the abuse the next day. Wow. What a narcissist. When he hit her, she hit him back. Like, don't you ever do that again, she said. Good. I asked her, did he ever apologize? She said no. But he commented about the hit she gave him. It was a tennis metaphor, but no apology at all. He was a tennis fan, said the female attorney. All he said to her was, don't worry about it. You got one across the court and down the line. What a lunatic. What a lunatic. So he hits a woman for no reason in the middle of a valet line. He wasn't being attacked by her or something like that. And then he just chalks it up like it's an old sporting match. The executive said Jane believed Emhoff meant that now they were even. What a psycho. She said it was hurtful at the time, but she didn't want to feel like a victim. Now, the friend said Emhoff ended the trip early and to return to LA for his daughter's birthday, and that he and Jane never saw each other again. A copy of Jane and Emhoff's itinerary was shared, which we looked at. Their return flight from Milan, Italy, was originally scheduled for May 29th, but a May 17th email written by Jane to one of her other friends gives the location of the hotel in Nice, thanks for the correction, the couple stayed at, and said that We have to leave a day early so Doug can go home. Now, the executive said that Jane described how Emhoff love-bombed her from their first date after connecting on Match.com, quickly throwing himself into an intimate relationship with Jane and giving her the impression that he wanted to marry her before he beat her. And when Daily Mail approached Naylor, let's see who's going on here. Daily Mail previously spoke with Emhoff's first marriage to wife Kirsten Emhoff on the right when he got the children's nanny, Najine Naylor, left pregnant. So Doug's married to this woman, and the nanny has like a close resemblance to the wife. All right, that's a concern right there. They look like sisters, related. So the nanny comes in, looks exactly like the wife. Maybe he just got confused. So I don't know. This is strange. I don't know. We're weird. This is weird. It's weird, right? Like, it's like, why? What? It's like it's like a younger version of her. All right, it's just weird. All right. So, anyways, so got her pregnant. When Daily Mail approached Naylor, apparently this is Naylor here, says about their relationship with Emhoff or the baby. She says, "I'm kind of freaked out right now. All right, don't talk to me." She had met his parents, his kids. So, wow, before he beat her, he invited him, come meet my parents. Prior to this, he had been making comments about marriage with Jane. Now, the attorney Fred said that Jane told Emhoff that Emhoff had introduced her to his son, Cole, on their first date. Meet my family. Man, he's a clinger, huh? She went to a hotel bar to meet Doug after work. It was a typical Match.com date where you only commit to a drink. Is that the thing? They were there for an hour, and he told her his son was in the city walking around. I think he just started college. She had this huge outdoor space at her apartment, suggested they go to the apartment and order pizza. Oh. Jane said Cole, the son, started smoking, and Doug asked for one. The whole thing was with Doug liked her, so he incorporated Cole into the date. Can you mind if my son comes over here and we just start smoking some cigarettes or something? No. The story appears similar to Harris's description of how Emhoff quickly dived into his relationship with her. He's like, "I love you, Kamala. I want to marry you. You want to meet my son? Here, let's have a cigarette. Don't raise your voice at me." Now, emailing her the more their availability for the next few months, Emhoff wrote to Kamala. He said, "I'm too old to play games or hide the ball," according to Harris's book. "I really like you, and I want to see if we can make this work." Harris wrote that Emhoff introduced her to his children after about 2 months, and they married in August. Jane's friend said that just weeks before her first date with Emhoff, he invited her to visit him in L.A. Doug flew her out. She was there for a week. Wow, that's a nice image of Kamala there. Yeah, yeah. Stop Kavanaugh, right? Kavanaugh was abusing women, just like her husband. There's Doug. No, he was interested in buying a new house. He put on a big show about how important it was for Jane to have some sort of say in the house. "We're going to buy a house. I'm going to buy you a house. I love you." Emhoff was divorcing his wife, Kirsten, at the time. So just swinging on to the next one. And while Jane was visiting, he made a confession about the reason for the split. He's like, "Listen, I love you. I think you should know before we buy this house together, I needed to tell you this." She felt for some reason that his wife had the upper hand in the divorce, and she couldn't understand why that was. Why? She told me that they were driving, and she asked him. He told her, "What does she have an upper hand for there, Doug? Like, why do you feel like you're on the outs here?" He told her that he had gotten the kid's teacher pregnant, and that had been the cause for the divorce. She's like, "What? You did? You cheated on your wife?" The executive said that the nanny claimed, quote, he had been aggressive with her, shouting or whatever, to the degree that she lost the baby. All right, so he's like causing a miscarriage. He did it rather matter-of-factly, not apologizing or saying he screwed up, but just like it was any other conversation. Not, Doug said, he was telling this woman, Jane, not that I've got something to tell you. This isn't who I am, or I'm embarrassed about it. There was no shame of regret from him. He did it matter-of-factly, not apologizing or saying he screwed up at all. But just like, yeah, I just got her pregnant. Sucks, man. Can you believe that? Yeah. No, I was married and everything. I've got kids with her. But yeah, man, I just got her pregnant. It's strange. And so they keep calling her Jane, but they gave us her photo. Does that make sense? So they gave us the photo of this woman. Daily Mail previously spoke with the first wife. Oh, that's the first wife. That's how we know who that is, not this second woman who got backhanded or beaten. So he did it rather matter-of-factly. Yeah, I got her pregnant. Totally sucks. Anyways, I'm dealing with it. The attorney friend said that Emhoff suggested that the nanny was making up the claims and that Jane wanted to believe him at the time. He's like, she made it up. I didn't do anything. I didn't force a miscarriage. Nothing happened. Jane said, well, I entertained what he was telling me, that the teacher wasn't really pregnant, that she was doing a shakedown or something like that. She's like, I really wanted to believe him. Sources told the Daily Mail that Naylor was Ella's nanny at the time she got pregnant. She was working as a teaching assistant and then a teacher. So she was also a teacher and a nanny. And is that her? Like, who is this person? LAPD records from Facebook. That's K. Emhoff at Instagram, on Instagram. Okay, so that's the first wife. Sources who were close to Naylor during 2008 and 9 told Daily Mail that Doug did get her pregnant and that she did not end up having the baby. One source, unconnected to Jane, told Daily Mail last month that Doug had some kind of financial settlement with Naylor, the nanny. Jane's businessman friend said Jane told him that Emhoff confessed to settling with the nanny for $80,000 and paid an NDA. The nanny believed that Doug caused the baby to be lost. Maybe it was just the lawyers making threats, but Doug had to pay her something like $80,000. LAPD records obtained by the Daily Mail under California Public Records Act show the police were called to a house where Naylor was living at the time, that she was allegedly pregnant. The call out was given priority level 3. They called the PD life-threatening emergency. Lights and sirens are on. LAPD refused to give any information. The attorney friend said that Jane tried to put aside her misgivings about Doug after his confession about the nanny. She bought the flights for the event the week before he told her about the nanny. Wow. I wonder if she got, the insurance on those tickets. It was a serious red flag, but the trip was booked. Ugh. She didn't get the insurance. He came to New York and they flew to Nice. The friend said that Jane thought nobody would care about her story until Harris's rise to power, and then Emhoff became the second gentleman, at which point she became afraid that he'll retaliate. But they said that they believed it was in the public interest to expose his hypocrisy. He's holding himself out to be something he's absolutely not, and that's bullcrap, said the female executive. I feel like people should know where their leaders are and who they are. Jane was always leaning Democratic, but I've always voted Democratic. If anything, I would like to tell a story on the other side, but this is the truth. He's a really bad guy. To hold him out as a supporter of women is just disgusting. Unfortunately, they've got a nut in Trump, and then you've got not a good choice on the other side. So people can make their own choice once they know, but I feel like transparency is the best disinfectant for bad behavior. And Doug didn't respond to any comments on this. So he's out there talking about how amazing he is and how much he loves women. Here's what Doug sounds like.
Two guys who actually not only don't trust women, but are literally running on a platform of authoritarianism and misogyny. That literally should be their slogan, because that's what it is. So you want, people who literally are outwardly misogynistic in their policies and the way they talk about women and the policies in which they've already enacted and have talked about enacting, or Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's completely binary.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. He's a sociopath. Women, Peter. No doubt about it. All right, so we've got that story that is going to continue to percolate out there, and we're excited to see where that goes. There is more fallout from the debate, and there's some fun stuff. Tim Walz got asked some follow-up from his terrible debate performance. Questions like, do you want to explain your comments about how you've befriended school shooters? Any clarifications there, Tim?
Clarify the comments that you made about school shooters.
Yeah, and look, you got to see me. These folks know me. I'm super passionate about this. The question is, we're talking about everything except school shootings. And I sat as a member of Congress with the Sandy Hook parents, and it was a profound movement. David Hogg is a good friend of mine. You have seen me do this. I was talking about being people where there are school shooters, and I need to be more specific on that, but I am passionate about this. This one, for my wife and I, is just, as teachers, as parents, is so personal.
What? He didn't really clarify anything. I mean, he feels like he's scrambling around. Like, I remember there were a couple times in law school where I'd get called on and I wasn't really prepared. You know what I'm saying? Okay, why don't you explain this case, Bree? I'm like, oh, crap. That's the one case I did not read today. I'm like, well, the plaintiff said this, and the defense team came in and filed this, and the judge said this. And the just sit down. All right. On to the next person. Okay, right? Not prepared, not capable of answering the question. That's exactly what I wasn't running for president or for the vice presidency. So here's Tim Walz, and he just looks like he's scrambling everywhere he goes. And I think there's reaction to this as well. People are saying that they're getting nervous over there because their talking points are now floundering. Here's another example of this. Kamala showed up and tried to have a conversation with this fella about economics, and here's what that sounded like.
Former President Trump says that you've had 4 years as vice president to do all the things you've promised in the campaign, but haven't done it. Is he right? Or did
Yes.
President Biden not give you or limit it in some way your role as vice president?
So let's start with this.
What?
I think that the former president is
What?
really becoming quite desperate, and
Okay.
and is really been offering a lot of misstatements and misinformation. And perhaps it's because from the fact that he has offered no plan for the American people. I have talked about this before. I invite you to go to his rallies, and what you'll hear about full time is him talking about himself
No,
and
just
his
go,
personal
'cause it's
grievances.
really
But
good.
what you won't hear him talking about is
Immigration,
you
economy,
and the needs that you have as a
war.
working person, as a family person. My plan is about building an opportunity economy where I'm going to give first-time home buyers a $25,000 down payment assistance so they can get their foot in the door
Wild.
to be able to be a homeowner. My plan is about $6,000 tax deduction for middle-class families for the first year of their child's life to help them buy a crib or a car seat. My plan is about getting a $50,000
Okay,
tax
but what about
deduction
now?
to
What's
start up
the
businesses,
current?
to our small businesses,
What's the current
knowing that
environment?
they are part of the backbone of America's economy. Those are my plans, and I think that unfortunately, what
At least
we
you
got
said-
on the
at
other
least you
side
got
is
to some
someone who wants
specifics
to
there.
distract from the fact that his plan is about giving billionaires and big corporations a tax break like he did the last time, and doing that again.
All right, yeah. So didn't really answer the question, of course, about the current environment. She's just going to help people get homes and help people reduce some tax credits, some tax obligations because of some tax credits. And there was another exchange here with Walz, and he is still struggling here. Can you explain the Tiananmen conversation? Because you said that you misspoke, and here's Fetterman. Do you want to give us some clarity? How did you misspeak? Were you off on days? Were you confused about the year? Did you lose your calendar? What happened?
Yeah, look, I have my dates wrong. I was in Hong Kong in China in 1989. That move from Hong Kong into China, it was profound for me. That was the summer of democracy. I said it's where I understood how sacred democracy was. It's what encouraged me about 15 back and forths with my students, taking them to China to understand both, first of all, the culture, but also to teach Chinese students about democracy. That was part of it. I was one of the first group of high school students. There weren't a lot of times that there were high school teachers in there that you could teach in a Chinese high school. And so you've seen me. These teachers see me. I speak like everybody else speaks. I need to be clear. I will tell you that. But here's my whole point on that thing with China. I do understand China a hell of a lot better than Donald Trump. Kamala Harris understands China. I will tell you this. Xi Jinping is not someone you should look up to. Xi Jinping is not someone who you should say does a good job on things, as Donald Trump has said about COVID. And my point on this was Donald Trump got played on a trade war. He created the largest deficit with China in America.
But then nobody understands or wants to listen to you or believe anything you say because we think you're a liar because you lie about stuff. And there's all these little flubs, just misconnections about rank and about weapons of war and combat and IVF and now Tiananmen Square. The list goes on and on and on. He's just kind of scrambling around over there. And it's going to come back to bite them in the butt. People can feel it. They can just kind of sense it, and they don't like it. Now, here is a nice excerpt from J.D. Vance. He was also out on the campaign trail in Michigan. Here's what he had to say.
They also said you were very cordial last night in the debate, and the message got through. But compare your style to Donald Trump's style, where he was a little aggressive. Do you think that Donald Trump's message sometimes is lost because of his aggressive style?
No, Charlie, look, I think, first of all, there is a media caricature out there of Donald Trump that is so different from the man that I've come to know. And I think that he told me last night, you know what he said? He asked me how my wife was doing. And he said, you know, you just had a hell of a debate. I'm sure that you were nervous. You had every right to be nervous, but go and have a nice meal with your wife and go and enjoy this moment. Like, that's the Donald Trump that I know. People say, people say, now look, the other thing I love about Donald Trump, and I think it's true of all of us, we can be so devoted to and so grateful to this country and its incredible opportunities, but then also be kind of pissed off that the leadership is failing this great nation. There's no contrast, there's no tension in saying on the one hand, we've got the greatest country in the world, and on the other hand, Kamala Harris is doing everything she can to screw it up. And I love that Donald Trump can do both of those things at the same time. He can go out there and talk to the American people and be warm and engaged. He can talk to a normal American citizen about their struggles in paying for groceries and housing under Kamala Harris's policies. And then he can go on a debate stage and tell Kamala Harris that she ought to stop screwing up and she ought to solve the country's problems. She ought to go and actually do it. That's the kind of president we need. That's the kind of leader that we need. And I think his message gets through.
Nicely done there from J.D. Vance on the campaign trail. And so those were some more updates from the debate. And I think I wanted to go talk Adams now. Yeah, so this one just came out pretty fresh as well. And let's zoom in on this one because Adams is fighting back. Mayor Adams strikes back. He's now asking for sanctions against the prosecutors in New York, saying that Adams has been the recipient of prosecutorial misconduct, that they have been abusing him, leaking stuff to the media, and he's demanding recourse. He also wants an evidentiary hearing to happen, and let's go through this filing as his attorneys appeared in court yesterday. We can see that there was more from Mayor Adams. He might be facing some additional charges that are going to be coming down the pike. He was there in court yesterday, making arguments about setting trial dates and things like that. And so we'll watch that. But this is what this filing looks like. You can see it's a big one, 29 pages, a lot of table of authorities, table of contents that we'll fast forward through. But here's what they're saying in defense of Mayor Adams. They say, listen, for nearly a year, government prosecutors have leaked grand jury material and other sensitive information to the media to aggrandize itself, to further its investigation, and to unfairly prejudice Adams, the mayor. Again, this is the Southern District of New York, and the DOJ is terrible. So these leaks have disclosed the targets of the government's investigation, the nature of the evidence being sought, the identities of the witnesses, the government's operative theory, their specific strategies, and the characterization of key witnesses. The effect of these leaks is that by the time the charges against the mayor were unsealed, Most of the details of this indictment and all of the evidence underpinning the government's case, they say weak as it is, in parentheses, well done, had already been widely reported. In fact, the day before the indictment was even unsealed, even before the mayor's attorneys were notified of the indictment, the New York Times reported, before the attorneys even knew, that the mayor had been indicted in a federal corruption investigation. Only 3 groups of people could have known the indictment had been returned at the time that it was leaked to the Times. 3 groups: the prosecution team, the grand jurors, and the court staff. But of those, only the prosecution team would have been privy to the government's plan to announce the additional details the next day, as it did in its self-laudatory, self-enjoying press conference. It's therefore clear that the prosecutors are responsible for this leak, and those are DOJ prosecutors. And so you can see the government has shown an appalling disregard for the mayor's rights. Counsel has repeatedly asked the government to plug the leaks of their investigation, but they've ignored those requests, not even bothering to respond to the written submissions that document the pattern of leaks. And so this court should remedy their brazen violations. Leaking is a problem. Given the government's refusal to police its own misconduct, they don't care. The court must intervene to protect the mayor's rights. Damian Williams, who unsealed all this, as described below, the mayor has met his prima facie burden of establishing rule violations, and thus the court should hold an evidentiary hearing to identify the scope of Damian Williams' misconduct, including dismissing this indictment, saying since at least November 23, the Times and other prominent news outlets have published a series of articles detailing everything that's happening here, citing unidentified sources familiar with aspects of the probe, familiar with the investigation, with knowledge of the matter, they say. Sometimes they're expressly citing anonymous law enforcement sources. The nature of the leaks leave no doubt as to their provenance, okay? A non-exhaustive chronology proves the point. New York Times reported it got a copy of the search warrant for Brianna Suggs, who works for Adams. The article also set out a detailed description of what was seized: 3 iPhones, 2 laptops, manila folders, stuff labeled for Eric Adams. It disclosed that agents served a subpoena. In other words, they knew everything about everything that happened in the raid. 2 days later, on November 4th, CNN confirmed the same. Law enforcement officials who are familiar with the search warrants were their sources. They're leaking. Now, the article explicitly reported, and by the way, this happened with Trump all the time. The article explicitly reported that multiple law enforcement officials told CNN they're leaking because the prosecutors are crap. The following week, the Times reported in detail how the government got a search warrant for Adams' devices. The Times reported a person with knowledge of the matter, another person familiar with the situation. 2 days later, again, 3 people with knowledge of the matter. The knowledgeable sources disclosed that agents had asked detailed questions. They knew everything about it. CNN did the same thing on the 14th. The Times did the same thing on the 16th. On April 5th, the Times reported federal prosecutors in Manhattan had been conducting an inquiry. These details were attributed to, quote, 2 people familiar with the investigation, all speaking on condition of anonymity. May 20th, another report about FBI. August 15th, Times came out with a new round of grand jury subpoena stories. September 23rd, the Times, right? They're in it together. The government and the media are in this stuff together. And on September 25th, before the indictment was unsealed, and even before the mayor's attorneys were even notified, the Times reported that Adams had been indicted. There can be little doubt that the source of this leaked information, this entire pattern of it, came from the prosecutors, since neither a grand juror nor the court staff would have been privy to the government's plans. And the prejudice from these leaks are severe. A cascade of these articles offer one-sided, misleading leaks, just tainting everybody, propagandizing everybody, even though we have a presumption of innocence in this country, even though I have no, particular love for Mayor Adams in any way. The predictable effect of this is to create a specter of broader misconduct. In contrast to this indictment and their narrow allegations, by design, the government's leaks have steadily created a facade of guilt, resulting in intense negative scrutiny for Adams. Yeah. Now do that times 4 across the entire country against a presidential candidate in the middle of an election. Think about that. And by leaking information to the press, the government has infringed the mayor's right to a taint-free grand jury process. Yeah. Now, to protect the mayor's rights, and by the way, there's a difference between government leaking stuff and a defendant's free speech. To protect the mayor's rights, his counsel has diligently flagged these concerns for the government. We talked to them about it, but the government flat out ignored both letters. In a phone call to the prosecutors, the defense team for Adams re-raised the issue of these leaks, and they're still not responding. Again, they said, no, we're not leaking anything. The government has never disavowed its responsibility for these repeated leaks, nor does the government appear to have taken any action to turn the spigot of confidential information and the leaks off. So there's good reason to believe that they're going to continue to leak until the law says there should be repercussions. The court must invoke its inherent supervisory authority to curtail this stuff. We've established a prima facie, facially evident case. We've checked the boxes to move this forward. We know leaks have involved grand jury information because the leaked information mirrors the indictment. For nearly a year, the Times have also been publishing this stuff. Grand jury information is very protected, so it should not be being leaked. And it is. These leaks about Miss Suggs, Mr. Negro is the name, Nigro, Mr. Negro, and Miss Abasova's status plainly breach the secrecy of the grand jury proceedings. In addition to the identities and other things, it's all been disclosed. That should be protected under the local rules. But no, the Times was reporting the details. The reality, that's his name. The reality is that the eventual contours of the grand jury's indictment, as well as the sources, were all available to the public and the prospective jury pool, and we know the leaks came from the government. There is no alternative source from the leaks. The number of the leaks, the details, all point to the government. And so on these facts, Mayor Adams satisfies his burden. These leaks have hurt Adams. It's clear that the government intended to prejudice him. The most obvious motivation for this is to strengthen its case and the public perception of its case by coalescing support amongst various witnesses. They targeted people by saying, oh, we searched this person's home and we searched this person's home. And in this case, the government's ploy appears to have worked. Now, Miss Abasova has now, quote, turned against Mayor Adams. Because even though she did not make this cooperation, the decision to cooperate immediately after the search, the pressure that's come out from the media is now causing her to flip. Given her centrality to the allegations, there's no doubt that her cooperation, apparently procured through leaks, right? So they're leaking so that it puts pressure on her. This is going to come out. Oh, it's already out. The leaks are likely to put pressure on senior justice officials to approve the indictment of the mayor, right? So as the leaks come out, oh, this is bad. Publicly, they're creating public support to indict him before they indict him. Moreover, since the leaks begun, the mayor has faced intense scrutiny. Ocasio-Cortez says he should resign. There are numerous other ways in which unlawful leaks have prejudiced Adams. All this stuff is now coming to light. And he's entitled to an evidentiary hearing. So as a result, the court must have an evidentiary hearing. There's other law that shows that we should do this. Numerous courts have said that the improper use of media by this very prosecutorial office, and they've already denounced this from the SDNY, stop being so terrible, but they don't care. The misconduct persists. And so a public hearing should be held to investigate the SDNY, which we'd love to see, and the remedies imposed should be commensurate with the severity of the leaks. And this case should be dismissed where there was prejudice established. And so while the evidentiary hearing will help the court determine the extent of these violations, this has been done to tarnish Adams' reputation. And so for the foregoing reasons, Adams requests the court hold an evidentiary hearing and dig into their leaks. Signed by Alex Spiro and William Burke, two very good, very capable defense attorneys in a nice filing. So we'll see what happens. The government's not going to be happy about that. They're probably going to hit him with more charges. And you can see how they're setting this case up, right? Investigation leak, investigation leak, investigation leak, investigation leak. We have to take Adams out. They're building public support for it as they're building their case simultaneously with one another. Though Adams might be facing even more charges. Here was a news report from Fox. They were there yesterday in court.
That top story now. Adams arrived to the courthouse earlier this morning for that hearing. Let's get right over to Fox 5's Morgan Mackay, who is live in Lower Manhattan with a breakdown from today's hearing. Morgan, what do we know so far?
Bianca, really the headline out of today is that federal prosecutors said that Mayor Eric Adams is likely to face additional charges and more people are likely to be indicted. Now, there's no set time frame on when that might happen, but Adams' attorney really pushing for a speedy trial, mentioning the primary election for mayor multiple times, saying that begins next year around March. That's when ballots get certified, and he wants things wrapped up well before then. Now, they couldn't agree to a trial date. Prosecutors say that this trial would likely take about 4 weeks, while the defense says that this trial could likely take between 1 to 2 weeks, leaning more to the 2 weeks, but a big time difference there. Now, prosecutors want the trial to be likely May, but the defense wants that trial date set between February and March. So just to get into a little about what happened inside the courtroom. So this was just an initial conference. So they went over pre-trial motions, discovery, and of course the trial date, which I mentioned. So Mayor Eric Adams, he walked into the courtroom. I happened to be sitting right next to the door, so he made eye contact with me as soon as he walked in. And so, you know, I kind of said hello a little bit, and he smiled back at me, gave me a thumbs up. Otherwise, after he sat down, he did not look back at the press once. Now, the judge went through all of the pretrial motions. So Adams' attorney filed at least 2 motions before this court hearing today. And those 2 motions were 1, to dismiss the case, and 2, to fine prosecutors and get them sanctioned for these alleged leaking to the media. Now, prosecutors today outlined, they didn't go into exactly what those motions entailed, but prosecutors laid out a lengthy list of evidence. Now, that includes witness testimony. They didn't define exactly.
All right, so we'll get a bunch of additional disclosure, right? If he gets charged with new crimes, we'll get new witnesses, new names, new lists, and so we'll see what Adams does in response to those new charges. All right, let's see who is here. It's a beautiful day. Thank you for joining us a bit early, my friends. Let's pop this chat out over here from our YouTube friends and see who is joining us on this lovely morning. Some interesting stories out there today. Hey, what's up? Carrie B's here. What's up, Racer AMX? Good morning. Carrie B says, I heard on Garrett Lewis the other day that the law they changed in New York is in order for E. Jean Carroll had a limit on it. Like it's going to expire at the end of the year, go back to the original statute of limitations before. Is that true? I think that is true. Yeah. The fact they changed the law is bad enough, but they wrote it in a way that it expires after 1 year. That makes it even crazier, in my opinion. Yeah, it was like they just opened up a window. It was like an adult sexual abuse survivors thing. And they, oh, did I pin this? Yeah, I did not mean to do that. What? They create like a 1 year opportunity, like a 1 year window. And that's about it. It's intending to be used to go after Trump. They didn't want it to be open forever because then it might go out, you might actually prosecute some people they care about. They just wanted to open a window for Trump. What's up, Schlista? Yeah, we were early today. I've got a event. It's a virtual event that I really want to attend in about 10 minutes. Starts in about 10 minutes, which I'm excited about. So we'll be checking that out. Cliff Norman says, Kamala has to be beside herself in rage. She has surrounded herself with men more stupid than herself. Hubby and Walls. What a train wreck. Yeah, pretty bad. And it's the same pattern, okay? So just to be clear about this. So there was a fun, I don't know if you guys saw this.
Unburdened by what has been, which is why we will work together, Frodo Baggington. Continue to work together to address these issues, to tackle these challenges, and to work together to continue to work, operating from the new norms, rules, and agreements that we will convene. And I know that we will work on this together, Frodo Baggington. Now, have I ever told you about the significance of the passage of time?
Alex
Jones, how are you?
Jeremy, I love the portering. I love salty cracker. I love it all.
Salty Cracker, how are you?
Boy, that just sounds crazy.
Who is Jeremy and what is the portering? Well, I'm a commentator, I guess. I'm a Midwestern dude who uploads 4 to 5 videos a day covering everything from big tech to YouTube to technology to pop culture, movies, video games, whatever's going on in the world, I've got you covered. We're still on YouTube right now. Bud Light has decided to just quadruple down in the face of losing nearly $30 billion. Reimagine. I'm sorry. Again, I'm out of practice. Reimagining. They are literally trying to put a content creator in prison for their opinions. You're going to find interviews on my channel. You're going to find deep dives. You're going to find breaking news. You're going to find long-term coverage. Everything you need to stay in touch, you're going to find on the quartering. If you're watching this video, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. I really think you're going to find 1 or 2 videos a day that you really enjoy. Live from County Jail, Melody Mack. How are you doing?
Hi, I am doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for keeping your nose clean. I
Yes,
couldn't afford
for
to
now.
have 2 employees. Yeah, well, everyone gets 1. All right?
Okay, I get 1 bailout. I
Yeah.
will remember that.
Yeah, make it good. All right.
I will.
Really lose your mind. And I'll get you. But
Okay.
make sure it's and make sure that I can really grift off of it.
You know what? I thought and I wish that I could have done yesterday, but probably was a good thing that I didn't. I went to Barnes and Noble and they had this like
The gay
queer
section?
gay section,
Yeah.
and I was like, man, I wish I had one of these postcards.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I had one of those with me. I would have dropped it right there.
You should always have them like your sidearm.
I
You're always
should.
ready to deploy.
But then I was thinking it would be just my luck that they would have security cameras that would have caught me and got me into trouble.
Oh, that would have been great. That would have been great.
I think the internet would have loved it though.
Yeah, if you got arrested, I'd be like, call me, like, can you text me a picture of your feet? Done. Don't worry about it. I'll raise a $100,000 bail.
Okay.
No, just that's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, the lots of stuff going on today. We've got an update from Styx that I'll share with everybody. Yeah, shoot, man. Thursday, my Milwaukee Brewers are playing a winner go home game today. And
Oh.
I'm trying to. My friend bought tickets in like the second row on the home dugout, so
Oh,
I don't want to
nice.
ask him how much he paid,
Right.
but I do want to go. So
Yeah.
today might be a little abbreviated, and then
All
I
good.
will make sure I log out of Twitter.
Yeah, just
what-
enjoy, unplug for a bit. I
Yeah.
did that yesterday. I went to a concert and it
Oh,
was
nice.
nice. It was so fun. 10 Years played. I love them. And Seven Dust.
Oh,
So-
Seven Dust.
Yeah, it
Hell
was
yeah,
really
shout out.
good.
Yeah.
It was good.
I think that was one. I remember Seven Dust. Like that was an era. Seven
Yeah.
Dust, and then like Deftones, and
Oh yeah, Deftones. So
the
good.
who else was really popular back then? It was a golden era. Coal Chamber. Remember them? Coal Chamber was really popular then. Yeah, I have at least one Seven Dust record. Pretty
Okay,
sure.
nice. Well, they were great live.
I think I've seen
Fantastic.
them live. They have a black lead
Okay.
singer, right?
Yep, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them live because it's like I only say that because there's like 3 metal bands with black lead singers.
Yeah.
It's not really. It's not super common.
Right.
The Rem Dogs. Hey guys, today's cartoon is about travesty and North Carolina, Tennessee. Instagram Remdog at Remdog1138. Happy carnivore anniversary, Mel.
Yeah,
All the
today's
best.
5 years.
5
carnivore.
years.
I say carnivore keto now because I have in the past
You bounced around,
year,
right?
I've been a lot more relaxed with eating vegetables sometimes.
Yeah.
So yeah, carnivore / keto.
Oh yeah, Stained was another one back there. Yep, Stained was
Oh,
in that
I
era.
love Stained. I think Stained was like the first like hard rock type band
What was
I
that?
ever
That
heard.
first song they had that was really
Mud
popular.
Shovel. I heard
Mud Shovel. Yeah,
that
yeah.
was the first song. Like me and my brothers, like we were used to our parents. They like 70s and 80s rock and metal, so we were kind of used to that. But then when we discovered Stained Mud Shovel from I think Neopets. Somebody had it on their pet page, and we're like, what is this? This is amazing.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it just opened up our world to like all of that era of rock music. And yeah, we
It was
were
big
obsessed.
then. That style of
Oh,
it wasn't
yeah.
quite what I would call heavy metal, but it was
Right, but, like,
hard rock,
hard
heavy
rock.
yeah, melodic
Yeah.
rock.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
and then like 3 Days Grace at that time before Adam left the band was fantastic. Breaking Benjamin, like so much of
Kill
my
Switch
music.
Engage was then
Yeah,
thing.
so much of my music taste.
Chevelle.
Yes, Chevelle's
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
So yeah, good times.
Yeah, that was an era. Now we have gay
I know.
pop insert fat black chick
Yeah.
who talks about her pussy, and
I
then
know.
have a bunch of gay black dude rappers.
Gay black rappers, yeah, that's
Yeah.
the thing.
Nobody
That
plays
is-
music anymore.
It's like now when I find new music like rock or metal, it's like it's so niche now. Even
Yeah.
like all the new stuff, it's like, oh, okay, this isn't. Sadly, it's just not as popular as it used to be, which is probably good though because they're not as corrupt as pop stars. And I mean, you're not finding
Yeah.
1,000 bottles of baby oil
Nah.
in Falling in Reverse's Ronnie Radke's mansion or anything. So I guess it's
For now.
It's a good thing. Yeah, for now.
Well, at least like rock, popular rock bands like groupie culture was a thing. They-
Oh,
it
I
wasn't-
mean,
and
yeah,
were-
that was-
they were,
that's
like
pretty
having
degenerate.
sex with women, not
Yeah.
children, and they weren't like I
Yeah.
never understood groupie culture, but at least
It's degenerate, but it's not
consenting adults.
It's not PDF stuff going on.
Yeah. So we got a couple of videos, and we've got an update from Styx Hexenhammer, which I will use to grift. Our membership goal today is much more reasonable. It is set at 18, and we already have one. So
Oh,
that would get us to 300. So that would get us to the big
Let's
300.
do this.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's see. I wanted to show a couple of videos after the debate. Some interesting stuff has been happening. Like Trump and Vance are getting the vote now.
I noticed. I kept seeing these
Yeah.
gay guys posting on X. They're like, "Okay, hear me out," and they're posting JD Vance's picture because that guy.
Oh, the side eye thing. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, "Okay, hear me out." I think they're attracted to him. So
Check this out.
I'm gonna be honest. Last night, I don't have a obviously, I'm a man.
Okay, base gay guy.
Okay.
All right.
But last night when JD Vance went on stage, baby, my body was ticking for
Yes, you
pregnancy.
can, Mr. Pete.
He went on stage. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. He was wearing his pink tie. He was compassionate. He was loving. He comes from 2 Democratic parents. His mom had a drug addiction. Like, babe, he has substance. But he has substance. And my body looking, oh my God. Oh my God, the blue eyes. Ladies, were we looking at the blue eyes that pierced us?
Yeah, varsity
It's almost
blues,
like we went to
baby.
Claire's. You know how Claire's does the piercings? Bitch, he pierced my vagina. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. He did something to me. Spiritually, physically. MAGA. Oh, MAGA.
I mean, yes.
That's
Yes, vote for
They're
Trump.
really
gays.
into that,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
bearded guy, a bear is that what they call
Yeah, I
him?
got it. Yeah, I'll upload it.
I think
Yeah.
that's what they're really into. So he needs to keep that
But
look
no, what did he want shift?
because he's gonna get the gay vote if he
Yeah,
does.
his
Yeah,
pussy
yeah,
is dripping. The thing is, like, they had a clear plan. I was just talking to Benny Johnson about this before we were live.
Okay.
They had a clear plan to go after women with
Yeah.
JD Vance's appearance because Trump does not do great with women. He's bombastic.
Right.
He does great with some women who are kind of attracted to that confident
Women
no matter
who
what
aren't
thing.
on hormonal birth control, that's changing the way they view men. Like women who
Yeah.
actually are attracted to masculinity. Yeah. I mean, it's comforting. It's comforting to see. Okay, if there's somebody who's gonna lead the nation and stuff, like as a woman, I feel safer with a masculine man up there than a woman or some soy boy. You know?
Yeah, I think like you have like this kind of stuff from Trump, like.
Mr. Trump, you've done great things in your life, and I just wonder, how do I, as an average person, begin?
Well, first of all, never think of yourself as average. You started off with the wrong question. You have to tell yourself that you just have to get that word average out of your vocabulary, and you have to tell yourself that you're great, and you have to believe it. If you can say it and don't believe it, it doesn't matter.
I mean, like,
Aww.
he's like so based. There's also like a quote where he's like, I think he says something like, I'm one of the most humble, like, can you get humble, Mr. Trump? He's like, humble? I'm one of the most humble people you've ever met. Many people say I'm so humble. Like,
Yeah.
it's one of the like most hilarious, or humility, maybe it was.
Right.
There is, some women don't respond to that. And JD Vance definitely scratched that itch. Like that moment where he was talking, Tim Walz lied about his kid seeing a school shooting or something like that. He's like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Like, there was a moment where, like, even now, look what happened here. Donald Trump now tied among young Michigan voters, which you might think, okay, whatever, Joe Biden carried that group by 24 points in 2020. That means they're down 24 points. CH2 Action News says, at Agent 6 donated a kidney to me and saved my life. Shout out to Agent and Tiny P Nation at the Whiskey Capitalist Otter Life. I'm guessing that's not true.
I was like, I'm confused.
Yeah, but I'm also very thankful for a gigantic Rumble rant. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Did I hear about the helicopter pilot threatened with arrest for rescuing people in North Carolina? Yes, I cover that later. I'm covering that later in a standalone video. We can also talk about it in the stream too. Weird Robot says it's been a while. Yeah, friends, I am flipping burnt out. This is what happened yesterday. I get up 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Go in the office. Do my 3 or 4 standalone videos. I always try to get all 5 standalone videos done before the live stream. Then I go live. I find out, my co-host is in jail. So, I'm 10 minutes into the show, right? Sticks isn't there.
Right.
I'm like, okay, that's odd. Normally Sticks is never late. He hasn't missed a show even once.
Right.
Getting there 10 minutes, no Sticks. Chat tells me, he's in jail. Cool. Cool. Okay. Call the jail live on stream.
You did that live?
Yeah, I bailed him out live.
Amazing.
So I call him live on stream. It happened 5 minutes in the stream.
Yeah.
Some people are like, hey, that's not cool that you put that out there on blast. I'm like, hey, it's going to be out there.
It's already out there.
It.
That's the thing is any of us in the public spotlight like we are,
it's
if any of us go to jail, everybody's going to know about it.
Yeah, nobody believed it. I didn't believe it. I was like, they're memeing. Chat's getting mad at me. They're like, no, it's real. Then they start super chatting with the booking link. I'm like, oh shit. Okay, so it's real. So I've never had to bail anyone out before in my life. I've never done it.
Right.
So I call. Turns out I can't use a bail bondsman because he was from out of state. So I had to, which I'm not worried about. I'm sure he will appear in court and I will get it back.
Yeah.
I was never worried about it, even for a
Right.
second. If it was $50,000, I would have paid it. But so we get my assistant's here, and I'm like, hey, I need you to fill out this bail information. She doesn't even hesitate. She's like, okay. And she like fills it out. We have to like fax it in, basically like my credit card, so they can run it. Then I see that they ran my card at like 3 o'clock. It's like, great. They email me back. I might as well just tell the story now. So they email me back, and I'm like, hey, can we get him out today? And she replied, yes, he can get out today. But we need somebody, you need somebody to like walk the paperwork from the county clerk to the actual jail to get them out. Then I was like, well, I don't fucking live in Wisconsin, lady. I can't do that.
Right.
Fortunately, we have an audience, and the Clankdom, his fans. So I had more than a dozen people email me like, bro, I'm an hour away. I'll drive it. No problem.
Wow.
Like, you guys, like
real
the viewers,
ones.
Yeah. The viewers were like, I'm like, hey, if you're in the area and you're willing to do it, and I had dozens of people emailing me like, bro, I'll go, no problem. And so shout out to the viewers. And like 80 people joined the quartering to support, and
love it.
So, yeah, the viewers went hard for Styx. So then like I'm like, okay, cool, they got my money, let them out. Well, I never bailed anyone out. Turns out it's extremely common for like you to pay bail at like 9 a.m. and they don't get out till midnight.
Oh, okay.
Jails only let people out once or twice a day.
Right.
The system moves slow. I don't know. So and we have a message from Styx too. I'm gonna play after this, but
all right.
So I'm so now it's like 3 o'clock, and now basically I'm panicking. I call.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like
doing
4:30. I'm like,
October
I know these fuckers
as well.
leave at 5 o'clock. So I'm like calling. Is he gonna get out today? Do you have somebody to walk him? Because they said, oh, we might have somebody who can walk it over. I'm like, okay, cool. So I paid it and then expected to hear back like, hey, we need somebody to walk it over, or yes, we have somebody who will walk it over for you. And I didn't hear back. So then I'm frantically calling. I call it 4:30, 4:35, 4:40, 4:45, 4:50, 4:55. Voicemail. Never got a hold of them. Then I talked to Styx's mom, who was going through the same shit. She probably never tried to bail anyone out before, and basically, like, I'll put it this way: I don't know how internet savvy she is, but if Styx is any kind of indication, she's a mom. She's probably in her 70s or 60s or 70s, something like that. If I had enough of a problem, I don't know how long she was trying to get him out, but it was not easy. And then I'm like up, waiting, because then someone tells me, hey, so I talked to her like maybe 9 or 10 o'clock at night. And then somebody's like, hey, sometimes they get out, super late at night. And then so I texted his mom and I was like, hey, there's hope. Maybe he'll still get out later tonight. I think he got out. I got a text at 2:30 in the morning. I finally fell asleep.
Yeah.
Finally fell asleep at like 12:30, 1 o'clock. Like I put like my hand on my phone and I turned the volume all the way up.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, well, I still have to work at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. So I put
Yeah.
my hand on my phone and turned the sound all the way up. And I was like, okay. And the vibrate on. And I was like, okay, if he gets out. And then sure enough, at like 2 or 3 o'clock, they let him out.
Okay.
So he got out at some, late hour. I haven't talked to him since, but I do have a video from him. So I do want to thank perfect timing for that.
Yeah.
I do want to thank all the viewers yesterday who chipped in, the people who were willing to drive and hand paperwork, handle paperwork around, for somebody, two total strangers.
Yeah.
And so I have a video from him, and I think I'll let him kind of talk about it here. Why would they let people out at 2 a.m.? I don't know. I've never been in jail. Hope I never am. But people who were in jail were telling me privately this is not uncommon, especially in a big city. Somebody told me like, hey, I got hit with a DUI. My dad followed the police officer to the court, bonded me out at 9 a.m. and they still didn't let me out till like 9 p.m. So like you get like a de facto day in jail anyway. So I was like, man, I paid all this money to get him out today. Like they better fucking let him out today and not be like, oh, well, 9 o'clock in the morning, we'll let him out. You know, like, no. Anyway, he's out. And I think like a huge amount of people joined on the quartering website for support. So I appreciate you all. I'm going to play his video. If you've already seen it, I do want to take this opportunity because I will grift it. To be proud.
Yes.
If you want to support the channel, if you want to support Stick's continued employment, Melanie's continued employment, if you want to get 20% off all coffee purchases, if you want to get access to the private Discord and talk directly to me, as many were yesterday, if you want to call into the show, if you want access to 2 to 3 members only videos per week. Now Sticks owes me one for this week. We were supposed to film it yesterday, so I will film the 3rd members only video this week, which I'll do later today. So there's members only videos that are only available on thequartering.com/members. It is the #1 best place to support us and the show. And we're trading the money for exclusive content and access directly to me. I really am asking for people to consider joining right now because it's extraordinarily important.
17 more for the goal today.
Yeah, the goal today is 17 members. And by the way, starting next week, I'll give you guys a break. Like I know we have basically the same core 5,000 people, that 6,000 people. You can only hear it so much. But I am pushing it as hard as I can this week. The purpose is, as I've always been very transparent. I've told this, Melanie will agree. I talk the same behind the scenes as I do basically in the open. And my plan is to make sure that I can keep my staff, both Melanie and Sticks, paid if like the Rumble deal were to go away or something like that. So it's not just for me, it's for basically the show. So your support gets you access to the show, access to me directly. Maybe I'll bully Melanie into spending time on Discord. I know I can't get Sticks to go in there. There's no way.
I could go in there.
Oh.
I'll give you my Discord name out.
All right. Melanie will be in the members only Discord.
I will.
There you go. So if you haven't joined yet, maybe the Discord doesn't appeal to you. That's okay. The members only video should. I mean, you actually hear me say the word in our members only video yesterday.
That's true. You did say it.
So yeah, if you want to support, the #1 place to go is thequartering.com/members. You can join via PayPal or regular card. Now this was uploaded by Sticks just a few minutes ago, so maybe you've seen it. I'll give you something to watch while you sign up to be a member. So I want to let Sticks speak for himself, on this.
All right, everyone. Talk about weird times. You probably were wondering where I was for an entire week. Actually, I was in jail. Don't worry. I'm going to have no problem with the charges. They're pretty spurious. But I do have some fun stories in regards to that. Now, of course, I'm not going to talk about the specifics of the case for legal reasons. And actually, it turns out that Jeremy Quartering was the one that posted my bond. So shout out to him. I owe him a number of free live streams.
That's right.
I just wanted to tell a little bit about
3 months worth, buddy.
You get dragged off by the police and get booked and all this bullshit. And then you go to jail. Not prison, it's just jail. Temporary holding while they, figure out sort of what's going on. Then you have to go do a court date. And give your testimony and stuff like that, and they figure it out later. Here's my experience. Overall, there were some very unpleasant things about it, but then there were things about it that were surprisingly going. For instance, one of the first things that I saw.
I'm gonna make more turtlenecks every show too. Yeah.
Was actually a dude snorting cocaine. He had a little white packet. He was like popping it up with his fingers, and then he had like a little straw. And he was snorting it. I'm like, what? How did you get it in here? Then I realized, oh shit, they don't really have any drug checking in here. He's an older dude too. It was like a dude in his 60s, and I thought that was surreal. I'm like, that's the first time, by the way, that I've even seen cocaine. And it happens in a jail holding cell. But prior to getting your orange jumpsuit and shit like that, that was strange. Then at another point, let me talk about one unpleasant experience first. In well, they're not really cells, but like little blast-off rooms. That,
did he snitch?
Locked into it.
Oh, he did, kind of.
Sleeping like 12 people to
like a dry snitch
in a room that's way smaller than my bedroom at Justana, and unfortunately, they have a shortage of blankets there. And so I slept on a bare floor for a week, like with no covering and all. I was lucky if I could get a little towel used, fold it up and use as a pillow just for my head to keep that from hurting. I've got bruises on my arms and on my legs as a result of this. It was almost unbearable, that part, because I tend to be an insomniac anyway. So that wasn't necessarily the most pleasant thing in the world. But at the same time, there was one hilarious incident, like on the fourth night or something. We had one person in the room, and I believe he was Hispanic. He went out, and he brought back some, I guess, friends of his. They weren't even sleeping in the room. And they started smoking weed in the room.
Yeah.
Again, I was like, when I looked over and I saw what they were doing, I could smell it, and I look over and I see him smoking and with his friends. And in the little like sectioned off like quasi bathroom thing, I'm like, holy hell, what the fuck are you doing? I couldn't believe it. I'm like, why are you doing that in here? And they just kind of ignored me. Apparently this is normal sometimes. Then the guard outside smelled smoke, and so they went into the room, and the three of us that were in there at the time, of course, had to get searched and everything like that. And of course, it wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. I was the only one that was cleared to actually come back to the room right away. They never came back, so I'm assuming
narc.
Some digital crime or something. I don't know if pot is legal.
Yeah, I'm not doing more time for someone else.
Not 100% sure. I'm still here in the New Orleans area, actually, as we speak. So it was a very interesting experience. But one thing that I noticed above all is that the actual, like, the people that are charged with crimes, they're the chill ones. It's the people that are running the jail that are unchill. Not all of them, but some of them. Also, the thing that Manson said back in an interview in the 70s about the sound of prison being like loud shouting and stuff like that, that's actually true. Everyone was shouting. If you expect a good night's sleep, it's going to be a long night for you. Now, again, I expect to beat these charges specifically.
By the way, I suspect this does. I guess this doesn't give like any. My as I said yesterday, and as I learned after talking to law enforcement throughout the day yesterday, people in law enforcement, it's possible. Maybe he did do something terrible. Maybe he literally just was like the meme of the, pummeling his girlfriend type of thing. But in a lot of cases, I learned yesterday that when the police are called, someone goes to jail. In some cases, they have to take somebody away for for safe. That's like a protocol thing. So I'm choosing to wait on this. But yeah,
I didn't realize he was there for a week. I just thought it was 1 day total.
No,
goodness.
it definitely wasn't a week. He was only there a couple days.
Okay.
Now it probably felt like a week.
Probably.
Because he was on my show Monday.
Oh, okay.
So he was only
Got it.
there a couple days, but I'll forgive it because it probably felt like forever.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there'll be a problem with that, so no worries there. But that's why I was absent for a week. Yeah, I was.
Yeah, John Wayne's Ghost says, my brother got arrested for domestic violence and he was the one that called the cops. Yeah, you never really know. Now, I'm not saying it's entirely possible that he did. He punched. I think it's more likely that in some case, cops show up. Maybe there was a fight, a loud argument or something like that. Maybe alcohol was involved. I don't know. But in many cases, when the cops show up, they take someone out and it's almost always the man. I don't know. Jail does crazy things to your mind. Yeah, also remember the guy got out at like 3 a.m. today. Who knows how long it took him to get back to his hotel.
Yeah.
Probably hasn't slept, and filmed this video. He probably doesn't even know what day it is.
A jail in New Orleans, actually, and it was a very strange experience. I wouldn't say a pleasant one. Definitely an unpleasant experience for someone who likes freedom of movement as much as me. But honestly, on some levels, not quite as bad as I expected. Originally, I'm like, oh shit, I'm in jail. And then I was like, oh, well, the food fucking sucks. I didn't eat very much for that entire week, other than a few snacks. The jailhouse, the soup and grits and stuff like that. Ugh. Mainly.
See, I can't go to jail. I can't stay on carnivore.
Yeah, you would have to be. Yeah. Yeah, so it sounds like he's good.
To a real meal now, actually. Yeah. So I suggest you keep your nose clean. You don't want to have to eat that sort of stuff. And I saw people, they're like wolfing it down. And I'm like, how can you even eat some of that?
It's probably because it's the only meal they've gotten in a while. Yeah. Yes.
Although I do admit that the mashed potatoes that they made actually were kind of on point.
Way to find the
I
right
noticed
side,
is that
buddy.
they don't use much salt in their food, actually.
Oh.
So yeah, that's why I was absent for a week.
All right. So it looks like he's out. He put the video up on his channel. So I'm going to let the legal system do their thing. I strongly suspect there's alcohol involved and some stupid shit. Someone in chat, B Shopper, says, yes, as a former prosecutor, the police take the faulty party away from the scene through an arrest, and we charge when we can prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, so my guess is he was locked up, and he'll beat the charges. Good afternoon, Jeremy and Melanie, contributing to the Melanie Bail Fund because we know she's a troublemaker. Yeah, I mean,
just preemptive, just like, okay, this is ahead of time. We're getting the bail fund started.
Yeah, I'll. He owes you $7,500 and he hasn't contacted you. I mean, it's been a few hours and he doesn't owe me that money. He only owes me that money if he doesn't show up for court. It's a zero interest loan given to a friend. Would you be interested in attempting to obtain the 911 call? I'm assuming people have already done that. I mean, maybe privately. I wouldn't play it on stream though. Damn Sticks snitching left and right. I was a CO for 5 years. People smoking wacky tobacco is commonplace in jail and prison. Oh, for sure. Sticks is a bit of a babe in the woods on a lot of that stuff you said about jail. Like people doing drugs in jail is extraordinarily common in the open. A lot of it is brought in. A lot of it is brought in by the guards. It's a whole economy. Prison guards aren't paid very much, and so they supplement their income bringing in contraband. It's extremely common. Ministry of wrong things. So Sticks won't say it, but losing the relationship with his ex is having massive impact on him. She was his dream girl. I don't know anything about that. One thing I'll say, as somebody who works with other people, I don't ask personal questions. I'm not grilling Melanie about her dating life off stream. I keep it professional. So I wouldn't know anything about his personal relationships. JR says Sticks just earned his N-word pass the old-fashioned way. Push-up says I have a question. What membership can I email you? Yes, you can. And then imitation gruel, yeah. Benjamin Dream Wizard says Mel would get arrested for protesting an abortion clinic, and we would gladly have you bail her out. Yeah, I would bail her out. I don't even care what she did. Everybody gets one.
That's right.
Yeah, King of Biltong says biltong is one of the most protein-dense foods in the world, packed with B12, zinc, iron, creatine, and more. Need a healthy, high-protein snack? Pictures at biltongusa.com/quartering10 for 10% off. Yes, you should. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to some biltong when he gets home.
Yep.
Fred Muffin says preemptive money down on Melanie's bail. We all know that she's a troublemaker. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You can email me at thequartering@gmail.com. Remember to provide me with the details of those people that joined, who we need to send some gifts to. Oh yeah, Anton said up to 250 new members. I could pick 5 of them, and he will send them some free biltong.
Oh, yay!
So, yeah, that's very cool of him. I think so a last push for that. So if you enjoy the show and you want to support, please do go to thequartering.com/members and join today. You get members only access. You get to call in, which we're going to do today. You get 20% off coffee. So if you already buy coffee from me, it's basically free to join. Our goal for today is 18. We are now up to 5 out of 18. So 13 more to hit today's goal.
Let's do this. I will be in the members only Discord.
Oh yeah, there you go. She'll be in the members only Discord. That alone should get 50 of you.
Let's meme on people.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there you go, Vladimir. Thanks for the link. For those not joined yet, there you go. There's the link. Yeah, Melanie will be in later, and she will. Now, remember, unfortunately we have some. Discord still has rules.
Discord still has rules, so I can't use my favorite slur. But
she can try it. Yeah. Yeah. So go on and join that, and then also get access to our members only videos, which get uploaded 2 to 3 times a week. A feed picture would overload the server. We're waiting till we really absolutely need to release it. I'll be going to get a pedicure for the 4 guys. Right now, we're not in the position to need that yet. So I don't know if you saw. I think in the big news, you got panic buying.
We are closing in on almost a full 24 hours of the ILA strike.
Yeah.
And with the Port of Virginia closed, many local residents are already starting to think of impacts from that strike. 10 on your side's Markeisha Jackson spent some time at local stores where there seems to be some panic buying underway.
Several stores we went to today were out of toilet paper and had limited amounts of water. But those aren't things these workers say you should be concerned about. Instead, it's products like electronics that could be impacted if a deal isn't reached soon.
I don't want some striking worker to tell me what I should be worried about not being able to buy because they're on strike.
know.
The optics of this strike is very bad. By the way, we're now at 7. So we're now only 11 shy.
11 more before the show's over. Come on, guys. We can do this.
Yeah.
Workers and lines at the grocery store.
Well, of course, it can bring up memories of the past that don't feel so good.
This is the first ILA strike since 1977. And with several major ports along the East Coast shut down, it has some residents in a panic at their
TP again. Yeah, exactly.
Busy. It's busy.
I didn't expect that. Everything was sold out. Disinfectant sprays and almost like a little COVID.
This is inside of a local BJ's wholesale club. Up the street, customers.
You can buy BJ's
inside of a nearby Sam's Club.
in bulk.
Like what in the household aisle, it goes deeper than that.
My local business, I feel it could affect that.
She has an Etsy shop and says lots of her inventory
That's not a
is
local
imported
business.
from overseas.
Right? It's not. That's not
Yeah.
my business.
My car. And now I'm wondering how the price is going to be higher.
Oh, she's got her cottonelle.
Going to be low. To be rated
Oh,
up.
no.
That's gold. That is cotton gold.
Yeah. Hey, I told my wife to stock up on the lady stuff, and
That's the thing. Is
I told her 2 weeks ago though.
even where I'm at like a pretty small area, and I just saw in the group that I'm in for the community, they're like, guys, why are you we can't even buy toilet paper right now. Everybody's hoarding it. So I guess everybody's prepared.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. First of all, I was just saying, my wife went to Costco yesterday, like a normal Costco run, and she said it was
Right.
the busiest she's ever seen it.
Wow.
And that is on what day was it? Wednesday yesterday? A Wednesday at like 10 a.m. The lines were outrageous, she said. And everyone was buying the same COVID shit. TP
I think I need
and
to
all
just
that.
get a bidet, and then you don't have to worry about stocking up our toilet paper.
Allow me to make my bougie appeal to a bidet.
Okay.
First, let me dispel the common misconception that they are extremely expensive. They are not.
I know they can get them cheap on Amazon. That
You
just
get them
attach
cheap.
to the toilet.
Yes, they just attach to the toilet and sit on top of right on top of the toilet seat, or in some cases they must replace them. So first and foremost, having a bidet does not make you rich. Second of all, when I travel now, the bidet is a thing I miss. I mean, I'll just say it. I miss it more than I miss my wife and I miss my dog.
I've never used a bidet before. I hear people who have used them though. It's like apparently life changing. So I think
I'm
I
telling
need to
you,
get one.
I know we need a bidet sponsorship. When I have to go back to like having a thin layer of paper between my hand and poop, like when I have to go back to that when I'm traveling or if I'm in a public restroom, you know,
Yeah.
It irrationally bothers me. Like I take big fat guy poops, okay? Like, so
You drink those green drinks. Those
Yeah,
will
I-
make you poop.
I drink the green drinks. I take real big fat guy poops. And when I use that thing and like, it's just a tiny little bit of toilet paper afterwards to dry. And mine has a dryer on it too. So it like dries you, but you still need a courtesy wipe. I'll tell you. Girls probably don't, but guys do. And like, man, I love it. And I know there are a lot of wipes master race people out there. Wipes are good too, but make sure
My
you,
dad uses wet wipes. He always
Yeah.
has them stocked up next to the toilet. Yep.
yeah, those are probably good too. I had a sponsorship from like Dude Wipes or something like that for a little while.
Oh.
And I never used them, but my friend came over and there isn't one of the, he says a regular toilet in the room he stays for a long time. So I had all these wipes in there. He's like totally like, he's like a Dude Wipe master race guy. Like I had so many, they sent me crates of them, you know?
Oh, wow.
He's like, here you go, you can have them. And he's like, he's all about the wipes. Jeremy always has the basement drain. That's true. Wipes indeed. Any dry paper feels like sand. Well, I buy that, but without getting too specific, when you use a bidet, you're a little moist still. So I guess it's less of a, there's a little,
Gotcha.
as someone from around New Orleans, I can tell you that weed is not legal and also very commonly used there. Also, Mel needs to play the nonary games.
Nonary? What is that?
It's like an anime Saw game with interesting plots. Well, that sounds pretty cool.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Why? How come I'm not supposed to play it?
Yeah, why can't Jeremy
Yeah.
play? He's a
I like
weed
games.
kind of the
Yeah.
nonary game. I don't even know if I spelled that right.
NONERY.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look into this.
Benjamin the Dream Wizard says also, also Jeremy Mel, please accept the invitation to join me on my show Dreamscapes for a dream interpretation in the grand tradition of Joseph and Daniel with psychedelic rigor of Carl Jung. I will tell you, I have lucid dreams and I have them every
Ooh.
night.
Every night. Wow.
Every single night I have lucid dreams. So they're generally not hard to interpret. Because I can usually like figure out why I'm thinking about the things
Right.
that I'm thinking about, Swaff in the locals chat said, here you go, you cheap. They got them at Walmart and it's $22. Yeah, see?
All right.
Yeah. Shit, what was I saying now? I got totally distracted.
Oh, something about lucid dreams?
Oh yeah. So it's weird. That's why sometimes I think that I don't sleep that well, is because like my mind's kind of like, in overdrive all the. I don't know, but Jeremy's Juice
Right.
incarnated. Yeah. Oh, rip Juice WRLD, man. Fuck, that sucks. I loved him. I loved his music, and he seemed like a really cool guy. Maybe he wasn't, but after quartering bidet water. Well, mine is actually plumbed into the house, so there's no tank to fill or anything like that. And there's actually settings. There's like one for the front and one for the back. That's what I'll say. How do I get the real nice ones from Japan? I don't know. Those are probably very expensive. Enjoy the easy strike. Revoke all the 4 and 8. Indicate part to the workers. robots can and will be used against us eventually. The other saving on 28 goes to hurricane victims. Yeah, Pepe Payne, shout out. You got to toughen that pooper up for paper. Yeah. In the apocalypse, the days, I guess I should probably take some time off just to keep my butt callus on point. What band Bidet? Bidet, post a link. I don't know it off the top of my head, but if you remind me tomorrow, I'll look. The one I bought was not cheap. I'll put it that way. It's like plumbed into the house and like part of the toilet. It's like has all the settings of a Japanese toilet. Like it's heated. It has an air. It has front, back. You can change how you can change the water pressure, temperature. You can make it pulsate. You can have it sweep left and right. You can move it forward, move it back. There's like a lot of. I think the ones I bought were like $700 or $800 2 years ago. I don't know how long bidets last, but it's also self-cleaning and stuff like that. Now I need to sell. I know I need to know how to use the. I don't know if I'm going to be able to.
A red shell, a green shell, and a blue shell.
That is 3 shells. But
That's funny. Okay.
He ends up. Okay, so they get fines for cursing. So then in the he goes.
Manner. Well, if you had read my study, you would know that this is how insecure.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's Demolition Man. You got to watch that.
I haven't seen it.
I don't know how it aged.
Okay. We'll see.
But it was a classic. And also what's funny is most of that cast is also in Judge Dredd. Fun.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, John Kerry. Yeah, John Kerry wants that cussing machine. Yeah. In the future you get ticketed for violating the morality whatever. Something like that. So Buddy just installed a Toto for $5,000. Oh damn. Yeah, my bidet was not $5,000. That I can tell you 100% sure. Bidets are big at Diddy parties. I suspect. Yeah. Thanks, Def Trek. Back to work for you. Yep. I understand. It's funny about the 3 shells is because the 3 shells is like a bit of a meme, obviously, but
yeah,
like it does make me think. Like I'm like, wait, how would you use shells to like? I don't understand.
Yeah, that just sounds kind of like you'd injure yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't get it. It hurts my brain to even think about it.
Yeah.
It hurts my brain to think about it. I spent $250 on a power flush toilet and I felt like a luxury. Well, yeah, remember when toilets used to flush? Now they're all that stupid low flow.
Yeah.
Like I come to my parents' house and they have their old toilets and I'm like, I just flush it. I'm like, yes. Just salute it a little bit. Demolition Man is still an interesting adaptation of Brave New World. Okay, maybe I'll rewatch that. Yeah, shout out Wesley Snipes. I think he went to jail after that movie or over his pay in that movie. Dave Shimke says, I really appreciate your efforts to bring in Mel and Six. Great. Keep up the great teamwork, buddy. Mel, I love you, and I'm newly minted cheesehead. So let's go red team.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, shout out newly minted cheesehead too. You should also be a Brewer fan. They're in the playoff. Oh, 2 to pinch, 1 to scrape. Is that the official rules? Okay.
People figured this out.
Yeah, I guess I get it. Yeah, quick update. We are now at where are we? Oh no, it's broken. Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
Why is that not working? Oh yeah, there we go. We're at 13 out of 18, only 5 more.
Oh my goodness! Yay!
Yeah.
Let's get 5 more. I want to see you guys in the Discord.
Yeah. Snipes got 33 months for tax evasion. Yeah, he just never paid his taxes. He had like a bad accountant or something like that. Have you seen how Rachel Zegler is now trying to fix her her image.
She
by-
just waited almost 2 years to say it was just a joke, guys.
yeah. Why don't you take the lead on this Zegler one?
Okay.
Let me know. Get people up to speed on
Okay.
why we all hate Rachel Zegler and what she's out on now.
All right, so basically, Rachel Zegler, she had an infamous interview from 2022 where she was like, oh, yeah, Snow White was made, the original animated Snow White, that put Disney on the map. This was made in like 1937, and you can tell because Snow White is stalked by this prince. Weird. She calls the prince a stalker, completely disrespects him. And then she's like, we want our Snow White to be about a woman being a leader because, the past Snow White, her just being a really sweet young woman with a gentle demeanor and who cared about love and it being a love story, that's not good enough for them. She's got to be a leader now.
Weird.
So she got a lot of backlash for that. Now she's saying it's been like 2 years. And now she's like, well, they just don't understand that it was a joke. It's a joke now all of a sudden. Okay.
Yeah.
For her to wait 2 years, she's trying to do some sort of damage. This is just one of the worst, probably the worst backlash from a Disney live action. I mean, even The Little Mermaid had obviously a lot because of the blatant race swap there. So then not only did you have that race swap with this, but you also have the insufferable interviews on top of it all. So it's been a nightmare for them. And now she's saying that Snow White, her name is not about her skin color anymore.
Yeah. They're literally coming out and saying, we're rewriting it.
I know. It's like
we're changing the whole thing. Yeah.
No, it's not about her skin color anymore. By the way, she got her name Snow White because she survived a snowstorm when she was a child.
Yeah.
Like, how dumb is that?
It's not even, it's like it's the biggest stretch maybe in history. And it's like, we at least own it for crying out loud.
I know.
We know you're race swapping. Like, I would rather they just don't even address it and make the Snow White movie. The fact that they're going to like rewrite the lore is in fact more insulting than just letting Snow Brown play Snow White.
Exactly. And it's like modern day Snow White reinterpretations and stuff always change Snow White into some sort of, she's a fighter now. She's
I forgot about that other cringe one.
With Kristen Stewart.
Chick. Yeah.
So it's like, why do they depart so far from what that story was about?
Femininity is bad, Melanie. That's the truth.
That's what they think, because it's like, man, apparently girls don't need to look up to a character who was a sweetheart and gentle-natured and kind and loving. Apparently those aren't good qualities for the modern day. Instead, she has to be a fighter and a survivor.
Yeah, and who doesn't need no man either.
Right. Yeah, because in the past one, she broke into someone's house to clean it. That's pretty nice. Well, now she breaks into the dwarves' house to make them clean after they worked all day in the mines.
Yeah, that's the funniest juxtaposition. The race swap is already funny, but now while she's singing during the iconic whistle while you work thing.
Yep.
These dwarves were busting their humps all day in the mines. And this bitch comes out and is like, hey, get back to work.
Yeah.
I'll sing a shitty song. Get to work. Yeah, no excuse, guys.
Man, that's like
13 hours straight.
And you see that right now in some there's households where like the woman's husband will be working his butt off all day, and then it's like, why aren't you cleaning enough around here? Why aren't you like doing your cooking and all this? It's like, my goodness, he just worked all freaking day, and a lot of times that's what's crazy about modern day is I see it a lot on TikTok. I see these women who don't want to work and they don't want to clean. So it's like,
well,
what?
and if you want to foil in, this might maybe a uncomfortable thing to talk about for a lot of people, but the massive amount of sexless marriages that are out there too.
Oh, that too. And so it's like, what? It's like this.
Okay.
So the dude is just supposed to be your slave, basically, and then not get.
I got quite a few coming in at once.
And have a sexless marriage. I mean, that's a nightmare.
Work all day.
Work all day,
all night,
clean up, cook, and sexless marriage. That's just a nightmare for these men in these situations. And sadly, this stuff is pushed a ton on social media, on TikTok, all of that. And then I see on X all the time. If people bring up something, or they'll have some sort of anonymous Reddit post where someone's asking, like, looking for some sort of advice and marital advice, and this guy's like, oh yeah, his wife hasn't had sex with him in a year or something like that. And then there's all these women in the comments. What if she doesn't want to? She shouldn't have to. What does he think? He's entitled to her body. It's like, my goodness, you're freaking married. This is why I think, the Bible gets things right. In the Bible, men and women, you're married, then it is a sin to withhold from one another. Obviously, if someone's sick, or if there's specific instances that on a case by case basis, but as a whole, for somebody to be withholding sex from their husband or wife is cruelty.
Well, I think it gets perverted too in that, like, I don't think anybody's saying that a woman is supposed to just lay there and be at the husband's beck and call. Right. But I mean, the rise in sexless marriages is a very, very real thing. I talk to men all the time that have gone years.
That's
and
just
like
absurd.
Men need so little. Like, men will work all day, all night. They just need a little bit of TLC every once in a while. I mean, I'm not saying all men. Maybe some men need more emotional stuff. But I can speak very specifically for me. I require almost nothing. I require like 30 minutes of your time once a week. And I know there are a lot of guys like me out like that. I'm happy to work all day. I'm happy to go outside, that, whatever. I'm happy to not nitpick at what you're buying or your clothes budget or any of that shit. I need about 30 minutes of your time once a week. Twice would be even better, but once is plenty. So the idea that like men who, believe that there's a problem with it. Now, I assume there might be marriages of men withholding, but I'm pretty sure when people talk about it, they're talking about women who are.
Exactly. It's usually women. And there are some cases with men that I have heard of too, but that's usually, that's the soy boys who are like, I don't know what's going on there. But I think with a lot of the women, it has to do with a power dynamic thing, because it gives them, they feel like it gives them some sort of power in the marriage. And that's also not
5 minutes 6 days a week. 5 minutes 6 days a week would also be good. But like I try to not just tape. But
that, that's, it's crazy though how many people will, if someone is talking about that, and like anybody, it's women though, but who are withholding from her husband, and for the amount of people who try to act like the husband's the problem in that situation is just insanity.
They can't see their own toxicity. That they're like withholding. And by the way, I'll just be very clear, like, okay, if there's a very real reason you're withholding, then get a divorce.
Exactly.
Then
because
set him free.
Exactly. And divorce isn't good by any means, but in a situation like that, if she's gonna keep her husband from if she's gonna be cruel like that to her husband, that is cruelty. So
anyway, ladies, men are very, very easy to manage, I would argue. By the way, shout out to the massive crowd. We have 7,200 people watching.
Yay!
I think this might be one of our biggest streams. If you enjoy the stream, my co-host name is Melanie Mack. She is with me every Tuesday and Thursday. I am live. Oh, and she's live on Wednesdays at 6 Eastern on her channel, Melanie Mack on Rumble. If you're a Rumble viewer, please go follow her there. One word. If you're a YouTube viewer, to the 2,000 people on YouTube, I suspect here for Sticks information, I'm live every day at 1 Eastern. And her channel is Melanie Mack Go Boom on YouTube, so you should follow her there. There can be medical reasons. Sure, medical reasons, all that kind of stuff.
Right, yeah. So there's sometimes some things happen on a case by case basis, but this whole like withholding from the husband,
like
should not be a thing. Like especially like these guys going like months and years, like that's just insanity.
I know several men who have gone years without sex in their marriages. Years.
Right. That's just,
and you know, it's that same conversation. Like, you know, it gets, after it's been a while, then it gets long, then it gets awkward, and then it falls apart.
It's like, do these women just want a roommate? Like, what the crap? Like,
I think so. I think it's something to do with birth control and the food we eat. I think it has completely
but it's
killed
just like
women's
they should
libidos
love their
and men's.
husbands. If they love their husbands, then they would want to do that, even if
You would
they're
think,
it's just I don't understand.
Yeah, just fool. Just, you know, if you're not 100% into it, you know, you can just fool us. It takes like 5 minutes. You know, you can get back to your video game or book really quick. Spangler WG says Daniel 927. I really think that this is the unpacked. This is unpacked that was just unpacked that was just made. Revelations 12:1-2, 9:23, 2017. UN Pact 9:23, 2024. 7 years between. UN is the 7 head of the 10 horde beast world government. Maybe the 7 last, but it could be.
There's it's been a lot of speculation. On my last stream, we talked a lot about the events of the end times leading to tribulation and Christ's return and all that. So that was a really fun discussion.
You can see a conversation about that.
Yeah.
At thequartering.com/members right there. There's a video of you and I talking about that right there. And you can get access to thequartering.com/members. So if you want to put that link in the chat, that is definitely allowed members of chat. United Nations. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's spooky out there. I think things tend to get more spooky in election years.
Right.
Oh, by the way, a couple of shout outs. You know, please go follow. I need to bring your channel up. We have, I don't know, 5,000 or 6,000 people watching us on Rumble. Go follow Melanie Mack. Here, I'm going to put her channel. It's just Melanie Mack, one word, MELONIEMAC. Also in the chat, go follow her. She's at 13,000 followers. She works hard, grinds. She's live every Wednesday. If you're on YouTube, it's just Melanie Mack Go Boom. There we go. Wow, Melanie Mack Bible is one of your top search terms. That's good.
It is.
So Melanie Mack Go Boom. I'll put that in the YouTube chat. She's with me every Tuesday and Thursday, also every Wednesday. Also, shout out to Veebs. If you hate woke companies, Veebs is an app that you can download on your phone or tablet and scan stuff to figure out if they hate you or not. And if you use promo code 4444, which is linked in the description, you can get a free trial. It's only like $1 a month anyway. But basically, you just take your phone, you scan the UPC, and you can see the company's political leanings really easily. It sucks giving money to people that hate you. So there's a link in the description to the Veebs app, or you can find it on the Google Play or Apple iTunes store. Definitely, if you haven't tried it yet, make sure you go get that thing right away, because it's cool, and it's a cool app. And that's how you win kind of the culture war. You know, like you win by fighting back slowly but surely. And the link is also in the the description. Melanie, what do you got going on this weekend? Let's just bring it back down to chill for a second here. Let everyone just. Yeah, what do we got? How's it? Is the Jeep still running, or
Jeep's
where
still
are we at?
running. Well, Jeep's going well. I had my event of going to a concert yesterday. That was fun. So it's probably going to be a pretty relaxing weekend with my family on their little farm. And yeah, watching chickens and cows and.
I'm getting a chicken coop.
Are you?
Yep.
Awesome.
I'm picking out my. Apparently, there's basically a catalog of chickens. Types of chicken to get.
Yep.
So I'm trying to find some ones that are really hardy for Wisconsin winters.
Got it. Oh, that's important because like the cold can be really tough for them.
Yep, I picked out a coop that is made by Amish people. And
nice.
So the Amish people are currently building it, and we're gonna have a nice like 20 by 40 run of like open space that they can have to graze and kill time and do whatever it is that chickens do. And it's on the outside of the fence, so my dog won't eat them.
Good.
The whole thing will be fenced in, so coyotes don't eat them.
So just chickens, no rooster, right?
No rooster.
That's what I suggest.
I don't want any hanky-panky going on in
That's
there.
what I suggest because my parents they did have a couple roosters, and then they ended up having to get rid of the other ones. They had to kill one because he was so violent.
They get aggressive.
And so then the other one, they ended up finding a home for him because the roosters so the one rooster they have now, I can't even go out there unless I have a stick or something to get him away from me because he keeps trying to claw at and peck and all this. He is mean. My dad, my dad shows him who's boss. But I'm too scared of him. I definitely would suggest no rooster. And yeah, he's all those poor chickens. Sometimes they get all the feathers on their back plucked out by him when he's doing his rounds.
Oh no! Yeah,
so
that
was like, Dad introduced another chicken to the group, and he's like, oh, I feel bad. I noticed that Howard's the chicken. He's like, Howard was graping her. He's like, so I had to move her.
Yeah, they're yeah. This is a thing that most people don't know, and I didn't know until recently. You don't need a rooster for hens to lay eggs.
No, you don't.
That's just misconception.
That's just if you want them to have to fertilize. Like one of the chickens, she did lay on an egg. She was, my goodness, she tried like 3 months to get an egg to hatch, and it wasn't happening. And this is she's a black chicken. She got one of the eggs finally, and it hatched, and a little white baby came out of it. So it wasn't hers. I know. It wasn't even her baby. It was one of the other chickens, but she's the mom now.
Call Maury.
Yeah. Little Nugget. We named her Nugget. So she follows her around, and she doesn't know that's not her birth mom. So we're not going to tell her.
Good for her. Yeah, don't tell her. Yeah, and then the other thing is like I've been reading a lot about the mistakes people make. Like I'm only getting like 3 or 4 because I don't want to waste eggs.
Right.
So like you're gonna get eggs every day, and if you don't have people to give them to, I'm not trying to start an egg farm. I'm only going to get 3 or 4. That's the number of eggs that I feel like can get eaten in this household every single day. And I'm trying to be like, it's like a bougie chicken coop guy, like, obviously I can get eggs, but if shit ever went tits up, having some of that butt gold would be all right.
Right. I mean, it's nice to have some sort of self-sustainable food because with everything going on in the world and stuff, even though it's just, those eggs could make a difference. For sure.
One more story here that's breaking news. That's not normally I'd say that as like a joke, but we have 8 chickens for a family of 7, and that was enough. Yeah, I'm only getting like 3 or 4. But it's going to take a month to get the chicken coop done.
Right.
So I'm trying to hire local and pay people who need the money. not just like some crew to come in and throw it up, you know? Red Bull and gas station dick pills. Sure you care. Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, last update, and then we'll get to the final story of the day. If you haven't yet, please do consider joining as a member of the Courting. We're going back to the 10-a-day goals after today. I know that I've been a little aggressive with it, but if you join as a member of the Courting, you're supporting Melanie and myself and Styx, our daily show. You get to join the members-only Discord and talk directly to myself and Melanie. You get to call into the show, which we'll do today. You also get 20% off all Coffee Brand coffee purchases. So if you haven't gotten any coffee, or if you get coffee from me, it's basically free. You also get access to members-only videos, which get published 2 to 3 times a week. Incredible value for your money. So I hope you go to thecourting.com/members and join during the show. Also, by the way, the fall flavors are out. Spiked Jack-o'-lantern, one of our top flavors at Coffee Brand Coffee, is now out in a brand new apple cinnamon strudel.
Oh, yum.
It took like, I don't know, probably a dozen different revisions to get how I liked it. So people don't know, like I actually dial in how every roast is and how every flavor is. We go through hundreds of tests a year. Maybe by the end of the year, we might do 500 different tests. So Spiked Jack-o'-lantern is now available. And I think it's promo code FALLSAVE, and you'll get 10% off too. That's shipping on 10/8. So if you haven't got that yet, Spiked Jack-o'-lantern is killer. It's not bullshit like pumpkin spice. I will call it. I will describe it as fall as fuck. That's what I would like. It just tastes like fall.
Okay.
And then the apple strudel is also ridiculously good. So you get that at Coffee Brand Coffee. Breaking news. Oh, by the way, I'm going to give a shout out to this guy, this based guy. Now, maybe he's a leftoid or something. Here he is confronting one of the biggest douchebags. Oh, no, I lost it. Where is it? Oh, shit. Wait, maybe I can just go back. No. Wait, I retweeted him. So, I know why. Because I had to change Twitter accounts because I need someone blocked me, but I need to grab their news. Okay, so here, I retweeted him. This is somebody confronting Paul Krugman, who's a piece of shit. This happened yesterday.
Oh, Nobel Prize winning economist here to tell us how great the economy is. I certainly wonder how the residents of Asheville, North Carolina must be feeling right now with no power or water or communication with the outside world. I wonder how enthusiastic they are about the economy right now. I wonder how enthusiastic the residents of the South Bronx must be feeling about the economy. Hey, maybe North Carolina should rename itself Israel so it'll get $20 billion in aid. And maybe Ukraine so it can get $300 billion in aid. Maybe the South Bronx should do the same thing. I mean, I'm sure the economy is great for smug liberals like yourself who make $5 million and are worth $5 million. I'm sure the economy must be great for all you smug journalists, economists. All of you must be having a great time with the economy when most people can't.
This is awesome.
People who are getting evicted because they can't pay their rent. Because over in the South, a few miles away from here, there are portions of buildings that are literally collapsing. And I'm supposed to give a shit about the stock market. It's high right now because our money is being sent to Israel and Ukraine so they can continue to bomb innocent women and children. You think that's a great economy? I'm sure Israel, with their free healthcare, is having a great time with American taxpayer money. Hey, is anybody here going to talk about the fact that it's on the S&P 500? That what actually matters? S&P 500, when most people may not even be alive here in a few days just because we're on the verge of nuclear war. Hey, listen to me, Mr. Krugman. Your degree is worthless.
Yeah.
It means nothing. I hope you enjoy the dead children that the economy is powering. Our economy is definitely very powerful right now. All that stock market money goes to the military complex. so that more innocent women and children are dead. And fuck off with the New
Yeah.
York Times liberal apologists for war and genocide.
Fucking 2 minutes of blistering, uninterrupted truth.
They got cooked.
Yeah. This is apparently Jose Vega, who is saying he's a candidate in New York.
Wow, that's the
He's a free
most
Palestine
base
guy.
pro-Palestine person
Yeah.
I've seen, because I'm not a queer for Palestine personally, but he made a lot of good points.
Yeah, I was sexually aroused listening to that. Like he was
So
absolutely.
you were a queer for Palestine in that moment.
I was. If he had leaned in for a kiss to me at that moment, I would have went in open mouth, no hesitation, with tongue, and I would have adjusted myself at a moment. And a moment later, I'm like, I don't know what happened there, but I'm okay with it. Like, it's not gay to give one guy one kiss one time. That's not how it works. Like, I don't think my chat, anybody in chat would judge me for that. Demon Dragon says, Demon Dragon Daddy 69 says, okay, you finally bullied me into joining Wani yesterday.
Yay!
Today is payday. Glad 6 joined is out. Thank you so much. And by the way, we are at 17 out of 18. So the next person that joins will get
One
us
more. You'll hit them.
today's
You'll get
goal.
us at the goal.
Yeah, and I'll get Sticks. I'll get Melanie in the Discord later too.
Yay.
If you want to call in, get in the green room right now. We'll take some calls. True love isn't gay. See, chat's got my back. I fucking love you, chat. Yeah. This pretty interesting bit of news. Where are you? There is apparently a Diddy sex tape.
Uh-oh.
With where is this guy? Now I blocked this guy and he blocked me back like a true pussy. Because he constantly shares fake news. Constantly.
Right.
This Matt Wallace 888 guy
Oh.
literally spreads lies all the time.
I do see that.
Yeah,
But this
him
thing
and then
with
there's this
Diddy
other
and-
chick. Well, look at this. Diddy has done
That's
there's
his
an entire
adopted
video.
daughter, I think.
Is it?
But yeah, so basically,
Oh,
I
you
did
know about
see
this.
a little bit. I saw this clip with this girl, this little girl, and she was saying like P Diddy adopted her, and they were asking the chat because they did a live stream on Instagram or something. Was like, oh, how did that happen? And she said, oh, he got me off the street. Like, it sounds like he just took in a little homeless kid. I don't know if that's what they were saying.
Hold on, let's just see the video.
Okay.
Watch the clip that I'm about to show you. Remember the charges that Diddy.
Also remember, this guy Matt Wallace is a fucking liar. Okay.
Yeah.
Him, follower, can't think of her name, but like she was sharing like, oh, I just got a story of 20 people hanging from trees, dead in the hurricane area. It got like fucking 100,000 retweets, no evidence. Then I saw this same woman share, I'm being told that they just uncovered hundreds of bodies in the hurricane fallout area. Tens of thousands of likes. Same woman, absolutely no evidence. I'm like, dude, you're the lowest of the low to share that shit.
Wow.
You're like click farming of dead people from the hurricane.
Yeah.
But let's see again. Generally, when people put the spooky music behind it, I'm like, guy, stop talking 10 minutes too short. I was almost there. Yeah, see, I told you, weird robot. Yeah.
Has been pressed with, and keep an open mind. It is disturbing.
So, I was on the streets.
Yep, this is the one I saw.
Decided that he would like to be a caring man. So then he saw me and decided to pick me up and said to come inside and play with his kids.
That was on a live stream, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know if that proves anything.
Right. I don't know. Like, is that was
It
that
might be
just
weird,
like a
but see,
joke
that's what
or-
Matt Wallace does. That doesn't prove shit.
It doesn't. Yeah, it definitely doesn't prove it, but it is definitely something that needs investigated. Given
Yeah.
Diddy's
It's
allegations.
awkward for sure. Like,
Yeah.
she's really awkward, and he may be like I can definitely see like people getting the heebie-jeebies from this.
Right.
She's also
Right.
wearing makeup. She's also not
I know.
9. She said she was 9. She's definitely not 9. She's like 13 or 14.
Right.
Yeah, history in general only informs us of what bad government is. Yeah, that's true. The video definitely makes me uncomfortable and doesn't look good.
Right. Yeah.
But I will stop short of saying, that it proves anything.
Right.
I'm gonna make sure I catch up on rants and then get in the green room.
Also,
We're gonna
Diddy
take calls.
apparently likes males.
Yeah, that's right. He does. He's not into women. Let's see. Schulznator, girl in Discord, never gonna happen. Oh, she'll be there. You have to join
I'll
to find
be
out.
there.
Yeah. Let's see. King of Biltong, remember to provide me with details. I will. Remdog says, I've been following the Arizona stabbing. Moron judge dropped the attempted murder charges on the black assailant. What?
Oh.
I'll have to check into that. Let's see. Panic buying toilet paper because of this is stupid. Toilet paper is almost entirely made domestically, and the eucalyptus pulp used in some of it is coming from West Coast ports, not Virginia. Jeremy doesn't know how to use the 3 shells. True. Cam says white wipes are terrible. Very bad for water treatment plants. Don't break down like they advertise. I heard from a guy I know that works one. I've heard that too. I try to buy ones that say their septic system's safe and biodegradable, but maybe they're lying.
Yeah.
Have you seen the resurfacing video of Diddy with Russell Brand? Troy News says, no, I haven't. Wouldn't be surprised if they've had sex. Oh, fuck says, allegedly Doug Emhoff has a habit of hitting women. You think he slapped the stupid into Kamala, or he slapped it out, or just hasn't slapped it out of her? I don't know. I don't want to joke too much about beating women, though. Context. Bidets were big parties of. Push-Up says that Vega guy is part of the LaRouche group. Vega guy, they want to go to war with England. Oh, okay. So crazy people can have some base moment.
What? England
Steel
go
City
to
fan
war?
says-
That hasn't happened in a long time.
Yeah. I want to give you a quick thank you for all the people buying all the TP for the upcoming overtime. I meet demand because toilet paper is made here. Nice. Shout out. Tennille says, Jeremy, I started making my own brand of beard butter. Would you like a sample? I don't put anything in my beard, but I do
Oh,
appreciate
beard
that.
butter. How
Yeah.
base.
Yeah, that's cool.
Butter. Made with real
Uh,
butter.
No, I think it's just a name. Yeah. The most pathetic part of Snow White is it's actually based on real people. So they actually are guilty of cultural appropriation.
Oh.
Have you all played Lies of P?
Yes.
Tinker Tie Power says that. Souls game mixed with Pinocchio story. Yeah, Melanie
It
likes
is
that game.
great. Great game.
Fairy Mysterious says, Corinthians 7:5, do not withhold sex from one another unless both of you have agreed to devote to a certain period of time of prayer. When the agreed time is over, come together again. Indeed. Planet America says, save sticks and Melanie Mac feet pick fun contribution. Thank you. Andrew Robb says, not sure if you saw my supers on history. I don't know if I missed any on YouTube. It's being kind of weird. I think I got most of them. Now for call-ins. I'll always say it. Keep it just like Jim Rome. Have a take, don't suck. Don't be nervous. You're going to be fine, but keep it short. 30 seconds, have a take to share. And then I think that's the best way to do call-ins. I think when Tim does them, they get too long and rambly and boring. Hey, fat guy, your show sucks. Melanie Mac, feet pics when. Where's your drunk, drug-addicted, skinny jailbird buddy? He's out assaulting chicks or what? Here's a buck, happy heart disease. Wow, that was nice. Also, I don't think Styx does drugs. So there's that. So there. All I'm going to do is grift off of you. Hey, everyone. Liz Large Bull wants you to join the quartering.com/members right now to help us hit our goal for the day. So go to the quartering.com/members to tell that douchebag they suck. I don't know. To prevent me I've grifted so much over the last 48 hours. I've got nothing left. You misplaced mine, but it was a biblical poop joke. It's fine. Sorry, push-ups. The Wolf says 2016. I spent a week in county jail in New Jersey for DWI. I had to sleep under a metal table where they play dominoes all day. Not fun, but I haven't drank since January 2006. Hey, good for you. I also signed up last week. Thank you for joining. Rem Dog ran way back. I got it. Let's check the green room here. My brother's a septic hauler. None of the wipes are safe to go down. Local treatment plant has to pay someone to clean out all the wipes every year when they clog up pumps.
Oh.
So you're telling me if I'd be taking someone's job? Yeah, huge shout out to the big crowd, 7,000 viewers. If you're enjoying the live stream, all we ever ask is that, I mean, yes, I know I'm pushing memberships, but I'll ever ask that you hang out, have a good time, and chat. If you're new, please subscribe or follow. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Click follow on Twitch and Rumble. I'll be live again tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Let's hear from the viewers. Let's see here. All right. Oh, we got one caller. Remember that I actually have to go into the live show. All right. Let's take a call from LRA. Or I'm sorry, LRAC. Hey, how you doing?
Oh, hey.
Welcome to the show. What's on your mind? Uh-oh. Did I lose you? Maybe you got nervous. I'll try to pull him in again.
Okay.
Ask. Let's bring in Ask. Hey, Ask, how you doing? And he left. We're going in the green room.
You're trolling today. I love it.
I'll try it one more time. Hey, bud, how are you doing? Oh, no. Don't be afraid. I'll try Ask again, too. Hey, Ask, how are you? You have to unmute. You are muted. We had so many good... There you are. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, what's on your mind?
So I just joined today.
Thank you.
I started work at 5 a.m. and then I've just been watching. I watched you. I watched Steven Tucker at 7 a.m. Then I watched Benny and I saw you on Benny, and you were talking about your show on Benny's.
Hey, so cool, man. Thanks for coming. Any thoughts you want to get out there to the viewers?
No, just happy to be here. Really excited to support you. It's been really funny so far, honestly. You and Melanie are just, the memes are great. The jokes are great.
Love it. Thank you so much for the kind words.
You guys are funny.
Thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you. Yeah, call in again.
What you're doing.
Oh, now it's full. Now we got some. Now we're going.
Okay.
Bloodlust, how you doing, bud?
Gotta unmute yourself, Bloodlust.
Got on mute. Damn it, Bloodlust. Oh, there you go.
Hey.
Oh, yay!
I'm here.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing all right. Thanks for letting me come in. Hey, you know, I actually had a quick thought. I was talking to one of my friends about this last night. Kind of has to do with like the whole circle of Satanism in Hollywood. And, you know, based on like what's going on with P. Diddy, there's a lot of speculation that he might be connected with the whole Epstein thing. And then there's Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly and their whole, you know, Satanist rituals at home and whatnot. And I kind of just wanted to know, like, what was Melanie's thoughts or, you know, of course, Jeremy's thoughts on that.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear. We'll get Melanie in the Discord.
Right.
So I'm gonna take you out and then just listen to the stream. I'll get her take there, and then I'll put her in the Discord next time. Is that all right, Blood?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, this is a big rabbit hole I've been down, but I do think that the entertainment industry especially is run by Satan, and a lot of people who you know, get their fame and stuff. You've heard the sell your soul type thing. If you really go down the rabbit hole of like adrenochrome, child trafficking, all of this stuff, I do think a lot of that is actually happening. And I mean, this is getting biblical, and we see it in the Bible. Things always, as society, stuff, it always goes back to child sacrifice and a bunch of gay stuff. And that's where we're at in the
Yep.
entertainment industry. And I think it is because of the work of Satan. So there's a bunch of rabbit holes to go down with that. But
I agree.
your
John,
fave in the entertainment industry is probably in on it too. Like most of them are. Not all,
Yep.
obviously, but most of them are.
John Saporito says, you missed my $2 chat, so I raised it to 10. Sorry, Jeremy. Let's go Mets. Hey, if you're a Mets fan, you understand pain like Brewers fans do. So I think we're in this together. If, for whatever reason, Satan wins today and the Mets defeat the Brewers, I will cheer for the Mets and their gigantic, ridiculous payroll to defeat the Phillies. All right? So if you're a Mets fan and you know I'm a Brewers fan, let's agree to cheer for the other team, whoever wins today. I think that's a fair thing. Let's hear from Gold 818. Hey, Gold, how you doing?
Hey, Jeremy. How you doing?
Good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so the other day, I think you nailed the whole dock worker shortage pretty well. I think just one element I would have loved you to kind of cover is with the increase of automation, you do get a reduction of prices and reduction of labor. So do you really think the American people are going to go forward and go, hey, I'm okay with a dock worker making 6 figures and I'll pay extra for my goods and services that are now on store shelves because you have to pay for those extra dock workers and that extra labor when that could be automated with machines and remote workers and so forth?
Yeah, good point. I'll answer live. Thanks for the call. Yeah, good point. No, Americans will not pay more. Americans have been conditioned to live and demand much cheap stuff. I think you're right. That's a huge downfall. And it's an issue. You know, people always want cheaper and cheaper stuff. That's why we're so self-sufficient on China. If you knew the amount of pharmaceuticals that the American people are reliant on China for, it would scare you to death. You know, and so you're right. Along with fighting back against automation and then fighting for higher wages, the cost does have to get passed on. You can make the argument that, you know, these companies can take a haircut on how much money they're making. I think that's fair, but also there will be a very real increase in cost, which I think people can deal with if we can, you know, raise wages. And it's a balance. It's a balance. I'm not an economist, but I think Gold made a good point, a fair point. Let's get Raven in here. Raven, how you doing, bud? You there?
Here I am.
Yay. What's on your mind?
Hey, just wanted to class things up a little bit.
Okay.
With grade A beehole talk. My wife recently replaced our toilet seat with one of those fancy bidet seats. That we
Oh,
got
yeah. You're loving it, aren't you?
Oh, it is the best.
I told you.
Well, I was not sold on bidets originally, like, because we had one of those attachment ones that mounts underneath the seat.
Yeah.
And, you know, my wife liked it okay, but I was just all like, I don't know about that. But we got this one, and the seat heats.
Oh, my
Oh,
God.
nice.
It has a heated fan to dry off your beehole.
That's what, yeah, you got to go all the way, right? Like, you don't just
Right.
want cold. My friend bought one, and he had, like, cold water blasting his beehole. I'm like, dude, that's like saying, oh, I like, hey, you like Pepsi? Here, you should, if you like Pepsi, you should drink, I don't know, poop water. And it's the same thing. Like, I think it's a thing. What do you think about this, Raven? It's a masculine thing to be like, I don't want water shooting up my beehole, but like, it doesn't shoot up your beehole. It clears the area around it, and it is really a life-changing experience, isn't it?
Well, here's a life hack. This one has a high pressure mode, and
Mine,
you can get it to spray up your beehole
That's
if you're having some trouble getting stuff out.
That's true. That's true. Now, we didn't need to go
too much.
Yeah, but you are right. There is a high pressure mode. Once you're a grizzled veteran like me, I only use high pressure mode. But yeah, thanks for the call in, bud. I appreciate your support.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Let's get Weird Robot. How you doing, Weird?
Hey, what's up, man? Just had a really random question.
Yeah.
Have you been to a Buc-ee's before? And if so, what's your favorite food from there?
I've never been to one because I don't live where they are. Mel,
We got
do you
Buc-ee's
have
in
one?
Texas. Yes,
Yeah, Mel, what do you
I've
like?
been to Buc-ee's. I love it. I like their beef jerky. I mean, I'm carnivore
beef
slash
jerky.
keto, so I don't get to try everything, but I love their beef
Okay.
jerky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would have expected nothing less. Okay. Very
Yeah,
good.
yeah, that's a very unique answer, Melanie. Ooh, you like their beef jerky. When I'm down in Texas, I'll definitely try one. It is weird because like where I live, I'm in Texas I've been to Texas a half dozen times, and y'all's gas stations down there are wild. Like I went to just some like regular gas station. It had, I don't know, 100 gas pumps. I've never seen anything like it. Like it wasn't a Buc-ee's. It was like what's another big chain down there in Texas? Like not Sheets. I don't know what the hell it was, but I was there with Sydney Watson, and I was like going inside. I'm like, I'm on pump 53. You know, I have $20 in gas. I'm on pump 53. They don't even go into double digits where I live.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the call, dude, and thanks for your memes always in chat. I appreciate you.
That's what I'm here for. Thanks,
All
man.
right, see ya. Let's try. Did we get LRA?
I can't.
Let's try LRA again. Are you there, bud?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, you're good. Hey, what's on your mind?
I just wanted to let you know, again, appreciate you guys. Melanie Mack, you're awesome. There's a bill sitting in Congress. If you go to congress.gov, there's a bill was introduced not too long ago that gives us permission to go wreck Iran.
Oh, boy. Well, you know they want that more than anything right now. I'll have to look that up. Thanks for...
Because I've been in...
Go ahead.
Sorry, I've been in the Marine Corps, and my guys, they're gearing up.
Oh
boy. Yeah, I've got some military friends that are saying things are getting pretty spooky on their group chats. You know, people have definitely the hairs rising up. They're getting a familiar feeling. I certainly hope it's just bad gas and it's not a feeling of worse things to come, man. And I appreciate the call in, and we appreciate your support.
No problem. Tailgates for Trump.
Hell
Vote,
yeah.
damn it.
Yeah, go vote. Hell yeah. All right, one more. Last one. A lot of pressure. Bad man, what's up? How are you doing? What's on your mind?
Hey, the caller who talked about the Buc-ee's, up here to the north, we got Casey's. What's your opinion on Casey's Pizza?
I heard, this is going to let people down. I heard, so Stobe the Hobo is, rest in peace, was a hobo, like a famous YouTuber hobo guy, who said that Casey's Pizza was like the shit. We have a Casey's right by my house. Meh. It was okay. I'm not saying it was like... What's that?
The breakfast pizza is where it's at.
See, that's what people have told me. Now, there used to be one by my house, and I just got like a slice of sausage, and I was like, yeah, it's okay. But then people were telling me, oh no, you got to get their specialty pizzas, which I haven't had. So I guess I'll say I will, by November 5th, by election day, I will try their breakfast pizza. You have my word, and I'll give you feedback on it.
Or give the taco a try. It's pretty good.
All right. Maybe the taco pizza. Now I'm hungry too because I haven't eaten lunch. But yeah, I'll give it a try. Thanks for your support and thanks for calling in, bud.
Good. You bet. Bye.
All right, bye. Wow, you guys are doing great. All right, cool.
Amazing.
Yeah, great call-ins, everybody. Remdog says, for the Satanist connection, I would recommend having BX on the show. Scary stuff. I don't know who that is. Mike G says, Jeremy, the Wisconsin mind cannot comprehend Buc-ee's and our Texas gas stations. It's true, but I will say, like, y'all are calling a Walmart a gas station. Like,
it's like Walmart. It's huge.
Yeah,
it's nicer though.
I don't view Buc-ee's as a gas station. It's a grocery store. In Wisconsin, in the Midwest, we have Quick Trip, and I love Quick Trip. Their spicy chicken sandwich is my all-time favorite. Their brownies are really good. I'm not really a sweets guy, but I know people love them. I could and their breakfast sandwiches are good. Not that I would live long, but I could very easily live off Quick Trip for sure. Thanks everyone for all of your support and all your call-ins. Last update, we have hit our goal on the quartering memberships. Thank you, everyone. Goal for the day, that is. Tomorrow we'll be right back at it. So if you want to support, you want to call in like that, you want to get access to members-only videos, all of that kind of stuff. After the show, head on over to thequartering.com. You can click the members only on cross on top, or you can go just to thequartering.members.
Right there.
Sign up, support us. Melanie will be in the Discord. You can talk directly to me. He's right. Mighty Megatron Quick Trip gasoline is garbage, though. Yes, I don't get gas there. He's right. If you care about how your car runs, I don't get gas from there. And a final shout out to, I guess this is just a shout out, not perhaps advice, to be naked. In today's society, it's tough to be a man in a world dominated by overly masculine liberal women. That's just not how it's meant to be. Everywhere we look, it's gender neutral. This product made for her, that product. That's why we started. This is Rumble too, a company that embodies the ethos of Men's Lives Matter too, with products that aren't designed to be gender neutral or used by people with pronouns. Our products at Rumble are designed and built for men by men, period. So if you struggle with low energy, move.
Here's Ed. I'm out. Peace, everybody.
I see her rolling up, Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me, cause she got a bad little waist. And we tearing down this place, off the liquor that we chase. Casamigos to the face, baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. She got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, Casamigos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine.